The Rise of the Spanish Empire. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 226, Military Training and Machine Gun Company. It's clear that the Spanish people's support for the reserve force is directly proportional to their enthusiasm for joining it. From the official formation of the reserve force at the end of August to the beginning of September, in just 2.5 weeks, the number of people who signed up exceeded 50,000. This was only the data submitted by larger cities like Madrid, Barcelona, and Zaragoza. The announcement of the reserve force's formation only reached the entire country during those 2.5 weeks, and it might take some time for all Spaniards to hear about it. This is the disadvantage of not having internet or even telephones. Information is cut off. Even with newspapers and government announcements, it would take at least 2 weeks or even more for the majority of Spaniards to learn about the formation of the reserve force. However, judging by the current registration figures at the recruitment offices in various cities, it's easy to see that the final number of applicants will exceed 150,000. Upon hearing this good news, Defense Minister Archduke Serrano immediately and excitedly approached Carlo to share the good news. Carlo had already received this information through the Royal Security Intelligence Service, but upon hearing Archduke Serrano's official report, Carlo was still very excited. Once the 150,000-man reserve force is fully established, Spain's military strength will be second only to the 5 major European powers, and it could even claim to be 6th in the world. Italy, also a major power, lags behind Spain in both army and navy size, which effectively means that Spain's resurgence has already been achieved to a certain extent. Of course, this depends on what exactly this resurgence entails. If it simply means regaining a European power, it has already been fully achieved. But if Spain aspires to become a superpower on the same level as the 5 major powers, to become a player in the European chess game rather than a pawn, it still has a long way to go. Fortunately, this is not an unattainable dream for Spain, it is even a reality that can be seen in the future. The strength of the 5 major powers is relative, they are not invincible. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was ethnically diverse, and the majority ethnic group, the Austrians, or South Germans, did not hold a dominant position. The Kingdom of Hungary, a component of the dual empire, had a large population and developed agriculture, which was also a destabilizing factor for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Russia, of course, goes without saying. Alexander II's reforms were not thorough, and the oppression of Russian serfs remained unresolved. Even the relatively more powerful nations of Britain, France, and Germany were imperfect. Spain currently had little hope of becoming a world power, but it still had some hope of becoming one of Europe's top 5 powers, or even among the top 3. This was Carlo's goal. If he could build Spain into a world power, perhaps even one of the top 5, he could achieve a Spanish Renaissance. Even a Spain in the top 5 could recapture Gibraltar, if he could capitalize on opportunities like the Boer War or a world war. If Gibraltar could be recaptured, Carlo would be one of Spain's greatest monarchs, and even, through publicity, he could be removed from the list. Any reservists who pass the selection process can begin training immediately, Carlo instructed the smiling Archduke Serrano. According to the reserve plan, reservists train in April, May, and September each year. It was already September, the perfect time for reservists to train. While it might seem a bit hasty to start training right after being drafted, the young men who first joined the reserves were the ones who most supported both the country and the reserves. Jumping into training right away wouldn't dampen their enthusiasm. It would actually cater to their desires. After all, who wouldn't want to experience the Spanish military's standard rifle? While guns aren't banned in Spain, the sale of these rifles to civilians is prohibited. The only legal firearms for civilians are hunting rifles, whose range and power are far inferior to those of military rifles. Just as girls naturally gravitate toward beautiful things, boys naturally gravitate toward guns and clubs. While starting training right away might seem a bit rushed for these reservists, the opportunity to handle and use guns during training is something they've been eager to see. Archduke Serrano nodded. The reservists' training sessions, held in April, May, and September, are based on the planting and harvesting seasons of Spanish crops. Spain's two main crops are wheat and rice. Wheat is harvested from May to July, and rice from October to November. Reserve training doesn't interfere with these harvests. The olive harvest runs from October to December, and the grape harvest runs from August to October, so these are largely unaffected. After all, the majority of Spain's population is farmers, so the training schedule for the reserve forces must accommodate the harvest season. While the public generally supports the reserve forces, minimizing their burden is also the responsibility of the Spanish government. With Carlo's order, the first 20,000 reservists who passed the selection process quickly assembled around major cities. Because the recruitment of reservists is distributed across regions and cities, training for these reservists will be concentrated around these cities. The most important training locations are the largest in Madrid, the Zaragoza location closest to the military academy, the Galicia location in the far north, and the Seville location in the far south. The vast majority of these first 20,000 recruits came from areas surrounding Madrid and Barcelona, so the Madrid and Zaragoza locations were the first to be deployed. These reservists will undergo a 2-week military training program at the training center, followed by at least 2 rounds of shooting practice near the end of their training in September. Because military factories are rushing production for orders from Russia and the Ottoman Empire, the reservists' rifles must be selected from those previously discarded by the Spanish army. This is unavoidable. The primary priority is to generate substantial profits from trade with Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Spain doesn't need such a large domestic reserve of rifles, and equipping all 150,000 reservists with rifles would be a significant expense. Reservists will not receive individual rifles during training. Instead, a number of rifles will be distributed at various training centers, allowing them to rotate among the reservists. This approach reduces rifle demand while ensuring that all reservists receive target practice, making it the most suitable option. On the day training began at the Madrid Training Center, the Ministry of Defense was urgently selecting available rifles from the arsenal. The Ministry of Defense also has a stockpile of Italy M1872 rifles, and until these are depleted, the reservists will use the Italy M1872. This can also be considered a reward for the earliest reserve soldiers. For those who join later, if Italy M1872 rifles run low in stock, they will be forced to use the older, previously retired rifles. In addition to providing these reserve soldiers with salaries during training, the top-performing soldiers in each squad will receive additional bonuses. Furthermore, the reserve forces will compete in company formations. The top 3 soldiers in each company will receive further opportunities, including the chance to join the regular army, be recommended to military academies, and become reserve junior officers. Although it is a reserve force, reserve training is also conducted within the unit structure. In the first year, reserve officers will be elite soldiers of the Royal Spanish Army, along with junior officers. These veterans will serve as squad leaders, even company and platoon leaders, helping them quickly adapt to military life. After the first year of reserve training, junior positions like squad leader will be offered to reserve soldiers. Soldiers who excel in training have the potential to become reserve squad leaders. Those who excel will also have the opportunity to become company and platoon leaders. Although it was only a reserve officer position, it was also a valuable training opportunity for these soldiers. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Even in the reserve, these soldiers undoubtedly harbored ambitions of becoming high-ranking officials. Carlo anticipated this. As long as reservists performed well in training, Carlo would give them opportunities and promote them through various means. After completing their 3-year service, reservists with outstanding performance could directly join the army. Currently, the service period in Spain's regular army is 5 to 7 years, with an extension of up to 11 years for exceptionally talented individuals. In addition to the salary they receive during their service, soldiers who fulfilled their service period and retired normally could receive a bonus or job offer. This was a significant benefit. These soldiers who had served for a long time lacked the necessary skills to develop strong work aptitudes, making it difficult for them to find decent employment upon entering society. This is precisely why these current and retired soldiers showed exceptional loyalty to Carlo. While serving, they earned 1.3 times more than the average Spanish citizen, and upon retirement, they could receive job offers or additional bonuses. It could be said that they were receiving the full benefits of the royal family. If Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano previously held the highest influence in the military, then Carlo now holds the title. However, This influence is often subtle, so most Spaniards perceive Spain as a democratic constitutional monarchy, and Carlo as the king who cares for his people. On the first day of training at the Madrid and Zaragoza training centers, Carlo visited both locations to offer encouragement and speeches to the newly enlisted reserve soldiers. The soldiers' attitudes toward him revealed their loyalty, support for the reserves, and love for their country. Carlo paid little attention to subsequent training, as the military possessed extensive experience in military training, while he was a complete novice. Despite graduating from the Royal Military Academy in Turin, he had little experience in military affairs since then. Rather than focusing on reserve training, he was more focused on establishing a machine gun unit in Spain. After purchasing machine guns from the Royal Arsenal, the Spanish military would undoubtedly establish a machine gun unit. However, machine guns are extremely powerful weapons, and Carlo and the Spanish military currently have no intention of publicly disclosing them. Consequently, Spain will not equip them within its existing military forces. Instead, a secret unit will be established to train with them, and the weapons will be deployed to various units as needed. Machine guns are primarily used in defensive battles, requiring no sophisticated tactics. The only requirement is to fire at full force during defensive operations to suppress enemy attacks. This also means that, when these machine gunners are deployed to various units, they will not significantly impact their combat effectiveness. On the contrary, the additional machine guns will increase the firepower of each unit, thereby improving the overall combat effectiveness of the army. Of course, the Defense Department only has jurisdiction over the Royal Army and has no control over Carlo's guards. Due to the guards' higher loyalty and longer service time, Carlo plans to equip them directly with machine guns for training, rather than establishing a machine gun unit. Because machine guns require 5 to 8 people to operate, they will not be decentralized to squad-level units, but will be decentralized to each company. As long as each company has a machine gun, the combat effectiveness of the Royal Guards can be effectively increased. In addition to infantry, cavalry can also be equipped with machine guns. By transporting by horse, machine guns can be transferred faster and have better logistical transportation capabilities. The disadvantage is that when the cavalry is charging, the machine gun will lose its combat effectiveness. However, considering all factors, it is still necessary to equip the cavalry with machine guns. Compared with the Royal Army's large demand for machine guns, the Guards have only 15,000 people, so the demand for machine guns is not large. If machine guns are equipped in each infantry company and cavalry company, the entire Royal Guards will only need 89 machine guns to be equipped. However, given the superior firepower of machine guns, Carlo decided to establish a machine gun company within each infantry regiment. Each company was equipped with 9 machine guns, each manned by a chief and deputy machine gunner, a loader, 2 machine gun carriers, 3 ammunition carriers, and a messenger, totaling 9 soldiers. In a defensive battle, a single machine gun company could hold off thousands of enemies. A Guards division had 4 infantry regiments, meaning 4 machine gun companies. These 4 companies alone could hold off tens or even hundreds of thousands of enemies. This, of course, assumed an adequate supply of ammunition and that the guns wouldn't be worn out by continuous fire. However, the machine gun companies certainly wouldn't operate in isolation. When a machine gun needed to stop firing to cool down or have parts replaced, regular infantry units could provide additional firepower, ensuring the defenses wouldn't be breached. These 4 machine gun companies alone meant the Guards division needed an additional 36 machine guns on top of its 89. Carlo did not equip his cavalry regiments with machine gun companies. After all, cavalry's primary mission was to charge and cut through enemy lines, rather than defend positions and fortifications like infantry. The entire Royal Guard needed 125 machine guns, so Carlo simply procured 150 from the Royal Arsenal. For Carlo, the Guards' purchases from the Royal Arsenal were simply a transfer of funds. The majority of the Royal Arsenal's shares belonged to Carlo and the royal family, and the funds ultimately remained his. Including the order from the Spanish Ministry of Defense, the Royal Arsenal suddenly had orders for over 500 machine guns. This was a blessing in disguise for Maxim. Before the machine gun was invented, he worked tirelessly, eager to see the true automatic firearm he envisioned. But after its invention, he was forced to resume his busy schedule, as numerous orders were still needed. Fortunately, the machine gun was already a complete product, requiring only the construction of a complete production line for mass production. The other experts on the machine gun development team were also able to complete these tasks. After all, they had participated in the entire design process and were very familiar with the machine gun structure and principles. Long before these firearms design experts joined the machine gun project team, they had signed an agreement with the Royal Ordnance Factory. After joining the project team, regardless of whether the machine gun was successfully developed, they were prohibited from traveling abroad for 10 years and from disclosing any data or information related to the machine gun's development. Of course, their salaries and other benefits during their tenure would be in line with the standards of European firearms experts, without any compromise. Furthermore, additional rewards would be provided to those firearms experts who had made outstanding contributions. Most of these experts were native Spanish, and given their high incomes, they naturally would not choose to emigrate. Those from Italy and Austria-Hungary who were able to join the machine gun project team had already immigrated to Spain. Carlo was quite confident in these foreign experts, who had already obtained Spanish citizenship. Most of them had immigrated to Spain with their families and were unlikely to do so again without proper reason. Immigration requirements in various countries weren't particularly stringent, but the journey to the destination was difficult. Ocean voyages in those days were quite expensive and carried risks. For most people, as long as their lives were relatively stable, they wouldn't choose to immigrate. The Royal Security Intelligence Service also kept a certain level of surveillance on the weapons experts working on the machine gun development project. Of course, this didn't affect their lives, and they likely weren't aware of it. However, if anyone attempted to profit from selling machine gun information, Carlo would demonstrate the brutality of the Royal Security Intelligence Service's interrogations. Fortunately, the Royal Security Intelligence Service's investigation revealed that many of the firearms experts working on the machine gun development project had a relatively high level of respect for Spain, or were generally satisfied with the salaries Carlo offered them. Furthermore, with the Royal Security Intelligence Service's protection, they naturally wouldn't consider selling weapons information for profit. After all, selling weapons information would require contact with foreign spies. Currently, there weren't large-scale intelligence organizations in various countries, and intelligence operations were primarily targeted at more dangerous countries, such as powerful powers. Intelligence operations targeting Spain were relatively rare, as the threat posed by Spain was not significant at the time. 5,200 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 227, A Crushing Defeat. While Spain's reserve forces and machine gun units were undergoing extensive training, the war in the Balkans was entering a fierce phase. The Russian army, suffering heavy losses, received support from Romania and within Russia, quickly gathering 150,000 reinforcements. This prompted Russia to renew its attack on the Pleven fortress, employing over 1,000 artillery pieces, demonstrating a determination to fight the Ottomans to the bitter end at Pleven. Although the Russian army had suffered nearly 100,000 casualties in the previous offensive, the Ottomans suffered equally heavy casualties. The Ottoman army had superior weaponry, but was significantly inferior in artillery. This gave the Russian army ample artillery to suppress the Ottoman artillery during the offensive, inflicting heavy casualties on the Ottomans as well. Russia had quickly gathered 150,000 reinforcements, but where could the Ottomans find another 150,000? Of the 280,000 Ottoman troops in the Balkans, only a little over 200,000 remained, scattered across Serbia, Bulgaria, and Montenegro. With just over 100,000 Ottoman troops available on the Bulgarian and Romanian borders, the Ottoman Empire was forced to adopt a defensive posture against a Russian force of over 200,000. The Pleven fortress was a formidable fortress and a crucial Ottoman military stronghold. But even the strongest fortresses inevitably fall. The Russians dug over 70 kilometers of trenches and engaged the Ottomans in a protracted battle around Pleven. Ultimately, after suffering nearly 50,000 casualties, the Ottomans were forced to retreat southward. This left the 30,000 Ottoman troops within Pleven surrounded. After a month of struggling, Pleven was finally captured by Russia. The capture of Pleven marked a significant shift in the course of the Balkan War. The Russian army successfully broke through the mountain pass. South of the Pleven fortress, there were virtually no fortresses capable of stopping the Russian advance. The Russian army's route to Constantinople and the Strait of Constantinople would be significantly smoother, and the Ottoman Empire had lost its numerical advantage. Following the Battle of Pleven, Russia held a significant advantage in both troop numbers and armaments in the Balkans. The capture of Pleven cost Russia nearly 150,000 men, over 50,000 of whom died in combat and nearly 100,000 sustained injuries of varying severity. The Ottomans also suffered heavy losses. Pleven's 30,000 defenders were captured, and nearly 70,000 had been lost in the previous battle. The Ottoman army in the Balkans was reduced to less than 180,000, while the Russian presence there, far from decreasing, had actually increased to nearly 350,000. As a result, Russia's number of troops in the Balkans doubled that of the Ottomans. This doesn't even include the Bulgarian, Serbian, and other ethnic militias that supported the Russians. Under these circumstances, the Ottoman Empire was already at a significant disadvantage. Tsar Alexander II, naturally, would not miss this opportunity. He personally visited the battlefield and issued a direct order, ordering the Russian army to continue its offensive south of the Balkan Mountains, despite the freezing temperatures. By the time Pleven Fortress was captured, it was already November 1877. November temperatures in Bulgaria were still relatively low, especially near the Balkan Mountains, where temperatures generally fell below 5 degrees Celsius. But for Russian soldiers living further north, this wasn't even considered low temperatures. Undeterred by the cold, the Russian army launched a massive offensive south of the Balkan Mountains. Compared to the high morale of the Russian army, Ottoman morale had plummeted. Worse still, the frontline commander, short-handed, not only refused to allow a retreat but instead ordered the Ottoman army to maintain its defensive position. Clearly, he had overestimated the Ottoman army's combat effectiveness. For an army that had just suffered a defeat and suffered heavy losses, the most important thing now was to retreat to the rear and rest. Thus, the Ottoman army was overwhelmed by the Russian offensive. The important Bulgarian cities of Sofia and Pernik were successively captured by Russian troops, and the Russian army also reached Plovdiv in southern Bulgaria. A large number of higher-ranking officials, nobles, and senior military officials had gathered in the Dalmabadhus Palace, the new Ottoman royal palace. Their gathering had a single purpose: to discuss how to resolve the war. Russian troops had already reached Plovdiv, and further southeast lay the old Ottoman capital of Edirne. Edirne was not far from Constantinople, meaning the Russians were almost at their doorstep. If it weren't for the British Navy's help in blocking the Strait of Marmara, the Ottomans would probably be discussing how to sue for peace with Russia to prevent the collapse of the empire. The Ottoman Empire was vast, but it was divided into two parts by the Sea of Marmara and the Aegean Sea, Europe and Asia. Both were crucial to the Ottoman Empire, neither being practically indispensable. However, the crucial point was that the Ottoman Empire had to transport troops to the Balkans through the Sea of Marmara. Whoever controlled either the Sea of Marmara or the Aegean Sea could effectively split the Ottoman Empire in two. The Ottoman Empire's greatest fear was a Russian invasion all the way to Constantinople, driving the Ottoman Empire out of the Balkans. However, the Russians were already showing signs of such a trend. If the Russian offensive could not be stopped, the Ottoman Empire might be reduced to just Asia Minor. Men, do you have any other options? The empire is at stake. If we cannot repel the Russian attack, the Ottoman Empire may cease to exist, the new Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Abdülhamid II, said with a look of grief. The Ottoman throne had originally been inherited by Abdülhamid I's brother, Murad V. However, Murad V's excessive closeness to France led to his dislike for Russia, which was close to the Balkans. This led to Murad V being deposed on the grounds of mental illness after only 93 days on the throne. His successor was his younger brother, Abdülhamid II. Abdülhamid II had not been groomed as an heir apparent, being only 35 years old. Faced with the empire's survival in peril, his mind was in a state of panic, and he could only turn to his ministers. Mehmed Ali Pasha, the commander-in-chief of the frontline forces, shook his head helplessly and told the expectant Sultan Abdülhamid II, "Our frontline troops are unable to resist. Unless we are willing to give up all our territory north of Plovdiv, we will have to rely on British support." The Ottoman Empire's own finances were dire, and even if it wanted to mobilize reinforcements for the Balkans, it would have to wait for British aid to arrive. It's no exaggeration to say that the Ottoman Empire relied on British aid to survive to this day. If British aid were cut off, the Ottoman Empire would immediately fall into a financial crisis, rendering the war unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Abdülhamid II turned to his foreign minister and inquired, "Are the British willing to help us win this war? If we lose, Istanbul will belong to the Russians." The Ottoman Empire, of course, understood the reason for British support: to prevent the Russians from gaining control of Istanbul and the Straits. However, Despite repeated promises of support from the British, aside from financial and material support, not a single British soldier was seen on the battlefield. The Ottoman Empire's own forces were currently insufficient to stop the Russian offensive. If the British were not prepared to provide further support, the Ottoman Empire would be forced to sue for peace. It's been 2 weeks since we last contacted the British. Their previous attitude was not to join the war, but they were willing to provide additional financial and food support, the Ottoman foreign minister replied, shaking his head helplessly. It was clear that Britain was not yet ready for a war with Russia. Their support consisted primarily of weapons, equipment, funds, and food. While this aid was indeed valuable to the Ottoman Empire, it did nothing to change the situation on the front lines. Contact the British again. I need to know their specific stance, Abdulhamid I ordered. Tell them that if they are unwilling to support us in this war, I will, for the sake of preserving the empire, begin peace negotiations with the Russians in a month. This was the deadline Abdulhamid I gave the British. If the British took no action within a month, the Ottoman Empire would be forced to surrender to Russia. This served as a warning and a threat to the British. If they failed to provide stronger support, Constantinople and the Straits would become Russian property. The Ottoman foreign minister nodded, indicating understanding. Abdulhamid I then turned his gaze to the commander-in-chief at the front, Mehmed Ali Pasha, and instructed, General Mehmed, I hope that within this month, our army can hold the Russians back north of Plovdiv. If we receive British reinforcements in a month, we will have the opportunity to recapture Sofia and the fortress of Pleven. However, if the British are unwilling to join the war, we can ensure that the capital, Istanbul, will not be captured by the Russians, and we will still have a retreat. As long as Istanbul remained, the Ottoman Empire could still mobilize a steady stream of troops and supplies from Asia Minor to the Balkans. However, if Istanbul were captured, the Ottoman government would be forced to retreat to Asia Minor, and the empire would completely lose control of the Balkans. Leaving the Balkans was easy, but regaining it was not so easy. If the Ottoman Empire lost control of the Balkans, countries like Serbia and Bulgaria would undoubtedly declare independence with Russian support and divide their territorial claims. These ethnic groups undoubtedly harbored hatred for the Ottoman Empire. Once they occupied these territories, the Ottoman Empire would have to conquer them one by one to regain control of the Balkans. For the currently weakened Ottoman Empire, this was practically impossible. Therefore, Abdulhamid I's orders were clear. He did not want the Ottoman army to lose the fortress of Plovdiv, as this would expose Edirne and Istanbul to Russian attack. I understand, Mehmed Ali Pasha nodded. A German convert to Islam, he possessed considerable military prowess, which was why he was appointed commander-in-chief of the Ottoman frontline forces. However, the combat effectiveness of the Ottoman army was uneven. Aside from a small number of newly trained troops modeled after European ones, the rest of the army was in disarray. This made it difficult for Mehmed Ali Pasha to exercise his commanding abilities. After all, the effectiveness of an order depends on the execution of the troops at the grassroots level. Even if an order was excellent, without adequate execution, its effectiveness would be meager. After arranging all this, Abdulhamid I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Ottoman army had held the Pleven fortress for several months, so holding the Plovdiv fortress for a month should be easy. As long as British reinforcements could arrive within this month, the Ottoman Empire still had hope of winning the war. Of course, if British reinforcements were delayed, the Ottoman Empire would have to prepare for the worst. Great Sultan, perhaps we can enlist the help of Austria-Hungary to ease the pressure on us in the Balkans. The foreign minister then offered a new suggestion, which made Abdulhamid I, who was already relieved, even more excited. Tell me more. Abdulhamid I gestured for the foreign minister to continue. Besides the British, who are reluctant to see Russia dominate the Balkans, Austria-Hungary also doesn't want the Balkans to fall under Russian control. While relying on Austria-Hungary to expel Russia would present significant challenges, it may be our only hope besides Britain. No other European power would be willing to fight Russia for us. Even if Britain refuses to join the war, as long as Austria-Hungary does, we can still stabilize the situation in the Balkans. Russia's army far outnumbers ours, and if we can hold out long enough, its finances will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. On the other hand, with the help of Britain, our finances won't be a problem in the short term. As long as either Britain or Austria-Hungary is willing to help us, even if it takes time, we can wear down this behemoth of Russia. The foreign minister smiled. As the Ottoman foreign minister, He had a relatively clear understanding of the European situation, especially around the Balkans, and he had a clear understanding of which powers were interested in the Balkans. Currently, besides British aid, the Ottoman Empire's only remaining reliance might be Austria-Hungary. The primary reason Austria-Hungary remained neutral during the war was Russia's promise to grant Austria-Hungary Bosnia and Serbia after the war. But would Russia really willingly give such a vast tract of land to Austria-Hungary? Would that create a more formidable competitor in the Balkans? Sultan, the foreign minister's suggestion makes sense. Perhaps we should give it a try. Before Abdülhamid I could offer his opinion, Memduh Pasha, the commander-in-chief of the frontline troops, stepped forward and expressed his approval. As a German convert to Islam, he had a relatively clear understanding of the Austro-Hungarian situation. After all, the Austrians were Germans, too, though excluded from the German sphere by Prussia's unification of the German territories. Since General Memduh also believes that Austria-Hungary could help us, let's contact the diplomatic department together. Abdülhamid I nodded repeatedly, his panic long gone. Whoever can persuade either Austria-Hungary or Britain to join this war will be the greatest hero of the empire. After the war is over, I will reward you all according to your contributions. With a solution in hand, Abdülhamid I beamed with joy and repeatedly promised his ministers generous rewards. Abdülhamid's promises energized many ministers and they began to take action for the future of the Ottoman Empire. While the Ottoman Empire debated the dire war situation, similar discussions were also underway in Britain and Austria-Hungary. Although the British were reluctant to intervene in the war, their interest in it was unprecedented. As soon as the Pleven fortress was captured, the British government convened an emergency meeting to discuss whether to increase support for the Ottoman Empire. Unexpectedly, within just 2.5 weeks of the Pleven fortress's capture, the Ottoman army suffered a crushing defeat, with even key cities like Sofia and Pernik falling to the Russian army. The British government hadn't even considered increasing aid to the Ottoman Empire when the latter was on the verge of defeat. This shifted the British government's focus from increasing aid to joining the war. After all, if the Ottoman Empire failed, Russia's expansion in the Balkans would be unstoppable. 5,000-word two-part chapter. Please support. Chapter 228, Anglo-Austrian Alliance. Number 10 Downing Street is a renowned residence in the British Empire. Originally the home of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, it became the official residence of the British Prime Minister after the position was implicitly assumed by the Prime Minister. The current Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, resides at 10 Downing Street, and the surrounding houses are also home to high-ranking cabinet officials. Within the meeting room of the residence, the British cabinet ministers had already gathered. Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli glanced grimly around, then spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, how should we deal with the war in the Balkans?" During the 3 years since he took office, Benjamin Disraeli has vigorously pursued a policy of foreign aggression and colonial expansion, making the British colonial empire even more prosperous and powerful. This colonial expansionism has kept the British fixated on the situation in the Balkans, a key reason for their continued attention. The Ottoman Empire is on the verge of collapse, and if Britain does not deploy military support, the war could be over within months. This was unacceptable to the British Empire. If Russia were allowed to control Constantinople and the Sea of Marmara, its Black Sea Fleet would have easy access to the Mediterranean. This would further strengthen Russian influence in Central Asia, something the British absolutely could not accept. The Earl of Derby, then Foreign Secretary, was the first to rise. He looked at Benjamin Disraeli and said, "The Ottoman Empire has informed us that if we fail to send troops to support them within a month, they will initiate negotiations with Russia." Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli nodded without changing his expression. The situation in the Balkans was now clear. If Britain did not firmly support the Ottoman Empire would surely be defeated. Surrendering and entering into negotiations sooner would preserve more territory. If the Ottoman army was completely defeated, the Ottoman Empire would become a lamb to the slaughter. What does the War Department think? If we intervene in the Balkan War, can the War Department win a skirmish with Russia? Benjamin Disraeli turned his gaze to the British Secretary of State for War and posed this question. To halt Russia's advance, a friendly land battle was inevitable. Unless Britain could rally other nations to pressure Russia, Russia would not retreat to Britain alone. According to our data, Russia currently has over 350,000 troops in the Balkans, and their numbers are constantly increasing. If we want to repel the Russian attack, we will need to organize at least 200,000 troops and obtain naval support, the Secretary of State for War replied. Although Russia's weaponry was inferior, they had already gained an advantage in the war. It would be difficult for Britain to stop the Russian army's attack, let alone fight in a foreign country. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I believe that to stop the Russian attack, we must deepen our cooperation with the Austrians, Foreign Secretary Lord Derby continued, standing up. The Austrians possess a powerful army and can confront Russia on land. They are also concerned about Russian expansion in the Balkans, and I believe they will be interested in our proposal. As long as we can prevent Russia from monopolizing the Balkans and ensure the security of Constantinople and the surrounding territories, our objectives will be met. We can even create further chaos in the Balkans by co-opting Austria-Hungary, allowing the Austrians and Russians to compete on their own. Benjamin Disraeli nodded. The British government's foreign policy focuses on regional balance, and currently, the only power capable of countering Russia in the Balkans is Austria-Hungary. Furthermore, there are no major conflicts between Austria-Hungary and Britain, making it a suitable target for wooing. Furthermore, creating competition between Austria-Hungary and Russia in the Balkans could also dismantle the Triple Alliance between Germany, Russia, and Austria. The Triple Alliance posed a significant threat to Britain, and the British government would welcome its dismantling. Then contact the Austrians. If they also don't want Russia to dominate the Balkans, we are willing to help them repel the Russian attack, Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli said with a smile. From then on, the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire set their sights on Austria-Hungary. On the Austro-Hungarian side, Emperor Franz Joseph I was also urgently convening a meeting. The Russians have already deployed over 500,000 troops, and the number of troops on the Balkan front is constantly increasing. It seems that the Russians are determined to defeat the Ottoman Empire in this war, Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary said calmly. Your Majesty, if the Russians achieve a complete victory in this war, I'm afraid they won't easily hand over Bosnia and Serbia to us, said Count Gyula Andrásy, the Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister, Chairman of the Council of Ministers, and Prime Minister. Since the formation of the dual empire, the Austro-Hungarian cabinet has been somewhat unique. Originally, the Prime Minister's power was completely decentralized. The Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister, as the Chairman of the Council of Ministers, was theoretically the Prime Minister of Austria-Hungary. However, as components of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Austria and Hungary each had their own prime ministers, and even their own governments, the Austrian Imperial Government and the Royal Hungarian Government. This also reveals the Austro-Hungarian Empire's problem. The imperial government's control over Hungary was completely insufficient. In peacetime, this problem could be concealed. However, in times of war or other extraordinary circumstances, the imperial government's lack of control over Hungary would ultimately lead to the collapse of this unique dual empire. Emperor Franz Joseph I nodded, believing that the Russians would not easily keep their promise. While national credibility was important, sacrificing two important regions, Bosnia and Serbia, would surely be a cost that any country would carefully consider. Austria-Hungary's agreement to remain neutral during the war was due not only to Russia's support from Germany, but also to the Ottoman Empire's support from Britain. Emperor Franz Joseph I originally believed that with British support, even if the Ottoman Empire couldn't win the war, it could still force the Russians into a war of attrition. However, after the Russians encountered difficulties at the Pleven fortress, they quickly returned and drove the Ottoman army directly to the vicinity of Plovdiv. This would bring about a major change in the situation in the Balkans, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which had previously been watching the battle from the sidelines, finally became anxious. What is the British government's opinion? The Ottoman Empire has lost this war, and I'm afraid the British will not remain indifferent, Franz Joseph I asked. If possible, he did not want to face the Russians alone. Although Austria-Hungary was one of the 5 traditional European powers, after its defeat in the competition with Prussia, Austria had fallen to the bottom of the group. Fighting the Russians was possible, but the losses would be enough for Emperor Franz Joseph I to reconsider. The British are temporarily. Foreign Minister Count Gyula Andrásy had not yet finished his words when there was a knock on the door outside the conference room. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the conference room's door. After it opened, the palace steward and the deputy foreign minister waited respectfully outside. What's going on? Franz Joseph I inquired. Your Majesty, ministers. The British government recently sent a telegram asking if we would be willing to intervene in Russia's war, and offering to deploy the navy and army to help us. As long as we are willing to intervene in the Russian offensive and ensure the Russians do not set foot on Constantinople, The British are willing to allow us to take Bosnia, the deputy foreign minister said respectfully. Franz Joseph I immediately stood up, his eyes filled with excitement, and asked, "Do you have the original telegram?" "I have it, Your Majesty." The deputy foreign minister respectfully handed over the original telegram, quietly awaiting Franz Joseph I's decision. "Your information is timely. It will change our diplomatic strategy." After reading the entire telegram, Franz Joseph I looked at the deputy foreign minister with a satisfied smile. "Since the original telegram has been delivered, I will take my leave." The deputy foreign minister was tactful and did not linger at the meeting. After the gates were closed again, the Austro-Hungarian Council of Ministers resumed. Franz Joseph I breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his guards to pass the original telegram to all cabinet ministers. "Let us all tell you, should we, as the British have requested, send troops to intervene in the Russian attack?" Franz Joseph I asked. After reviewing the original telegram, the cabinet ministers fell into deep thought. Foreign Minister Count Gyula Andrusy was the first to speak out and say, "If the British are really willing to dispatch the royal fleet, I think this is an excellent opportunity. The British do not want Russia to control Constantinople. For the security of Constantinople, they are of course willing to pay Bosnia and Herzegovina as a reward. With the help of the British, at least the Russians will not pose too much of a threat to us. After we control Bosnia and Herzegovina, we can still infiltrate Serbia and even affect Montenegro further south. In order to protect the security of Constantinople, the British will certainly not allow the Russians to obtain Bulgaria. In this way, we get Bosnia, Russia gets Romania, and we are still on the same starting line." Before the other cabinet ministers could react, the current Hungarian Prime Minister, Tisza Kármán, was the first to get impatient. He quickly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I think we should think carefully. If we offend the Russians, our borders will be at great risk. The Russians can mobilize millions of troops at any time. Even if we can resist a Russian attack, it will destroy our agricultural production and economy. Austria-Hungary and Russia were neighbors, and the adjacent regions were Galicia and Lodomeria in northern Hungary. If a conflict broke out between Austria-Hungary and Russia, Russian troops would likely attack Hungary from Galicia and Romania. Austria was further west, and only if the Russian army occupied all of Hungary could they have a chance to attack Austrian territory. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the Hungarians. If a conflict broke out between Austria-Hungary and Russia, Hungary would be on the front line. The Hungarians were not so foolish. While they would welcome the empire's occupation of Bosnia, they would absolutely not want to see Hungary itself in danger. HMPH. Is Russia the only country capable of mobilizing millions of troops? Prince Adolf von Auersperg, the current Austrian Chancellor, snorted coldly, directly refuting the views of Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza Kármán. "We too can mobilize millions of troops, not to mention the support of the British. The British Royal Fleet can enter the Black Sea at any time and threaten Russian port cities. If Russia does not want to repeat the defeat of the Crimean War, it will inevitably compromise with us. Of course, we are not afraid of war with Russia. If we can completely defeat the Russian offensive, we will control the Balkans. Then we will gain not only Bosnia and Herzegovina, but perhaps even Serbia. With these territories, the strength of the empire will be greatly enhanced, and we will once again become a superpower capable of competing with Britain, France, and Germany." The diverging views of the Austrian and Hungarian prime ministers reflect the Austro-Hungarian Empire's current predicament. Although the Austro-Hungarian Empire was composed of the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary, this did not mean that the two governments would reach a unified opinion. Because of this, the Austro-Hungarian Empire faced many restrictions when issuing decrees. The imperial decree only affected Bohemia, Austria, Croatia, and Dalmatia, while the Kingdom of Hungary would selectively implement it. Unfortunately, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was unable to do anything about it. The Kingdom of Hungary was a vital grain producer for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Hungarian peasants and nobles held considerable influence. Upon hearing Austrian Chancellor Prince Adolf von Auersperg's blunt rebuttal, Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza Kármán's face paled before he snorted coldly and fell silent. "Well, since you all have your arguments, why not let everyone decide by vote?" Franz Joseph I said, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. As the founder of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Joseph I held immense prestige in both Austria and Hungary. It's no exaggeration to say that Franz Joseph I's importance to the Austro-Hungarian Empire was irreplaceable. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's continued closeness was partly due to Franz Joseph I's immense prestige and trust. Since Franz Joseph I had already decided to let all ministers vote, the rest of the people naturally would not raise any objections. In the end, the number of people who agreed to intervene in the Russian offensive still accounted for the majority, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire therefore decided to intervene in the Russian offensive. However, before intervening in Russia, some diplomatic preparations were still necessary. Let's mobilize our army first. After the vote results were obtained, Franz Joseph I issued his own orders. We have to contact the British again to ensure that the British will really send out their navy. In addition, if we can force the Russians to stop the attack through diplomacy, this will certainly be a better result. If we can avoid war with the Russians, it will save us from suffering greater casualties. Franz Joseph I gave orders slowly, and the ministers in the conference room also listened quietly with an extremely serious look. By the way, don't forget our ally Spain. Franz Joseph I smiled, as if recalling something. With the support of another diplomatic ally, we'll have a better chance of success. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should remember to contact Spain. If Spain sides with us, we, along with the British, will surely attract Russian attention. Even if Spain refuses to join the war, their diplomatic corps will be invaluable to us. Furthermore, Spain's military industry is quite developed, and our military experts seem reluctant to return. If war does break out, Spain may be our main source of arms. Before being excluded from the German territories, Austria-Hungary had many allies, most of which were in southern Germany. After the establishment of the German Empire, Austria-Hungary's allies were reduced to three: Germany of the Triple Alliance, Russia, and Spain. Russia was a major competitor in the Balkans and a target of Austro-Hungary's war, needless to say. Germany remained neutral in the conflict between Russia and Austria, and its stance on Russia in this war clearly made it unreliable. Only Spain, the weakest nation, currently held the most reliable option, though Spain was unlikely to join the war. Upon hearing Emperor Franz Joseph I's instructions, Foreign Minister Count Gyula Andrássy nodded respectfully, indicating understanding. Also, if the Russian offensive is truly unstoppable, our armies will march directly into Bosnia and Herzegovina and occupy the entire region before the Russians arrive. The Russians have already promised us Bosnia, and as long as we achieve this, they have no reason to object. Regardless, we will be among the beneficiaries of this war. Is everyone understood? Franz Joseph I smiled as he continued his arrangements. Even before agreeing on a deal with Russia, the shrewd Emperor Franz Joseph I had anticipated the Russians reneging on their promises. But that didn't matter. Austria-Hungary would force its way through the previously agreed-upon outcome. With both Russia and the Ottoman Empire's main armies currently concentrated in Bulgaria, Russia had no time to focus on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Regardless of whether Austria-Hungary and Britain can stop the Russian attack, as long as Austria-Hungary can finally occupy Bosnia and Herzegovina, then Franz Joseph I's goal will have been achieved. 5,200 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 229 Royal Matador Medal. As a collaborator on both sides of the Russo-Turkish War, Spain naturally received news of the changing situation. Although Carlo knew the Russo-Turkish War would ultimately result in a Russian victory, he hadn't anticipated the Russians' rapid and significant advantage despite the initial stalemate. Fortunately, Spain had already signed arms trade treaties with both Russia and the Ottoman Empire, allowing it to profit significantly even if the war ended at this point. Since the beginning of the arms trade between Spain and Russia, Spain has imported 30,000 Russian immigrants. Half of these 30,000 Russian immigrants remained in mainland Spain, settled in Catalonia and Andalusia, while the rest were transported to various colonies. The Congo territory alone received over 3,000 Russian immigrants, bringing its population to over 5,000. Of course, this only counts the European population. If the indigenous population is included, the Congo territory's population is undoubtedly exaggerating, at least in the millions. While Spain's development strategy in the Congo territory wasn't particularly atrocious, the indigenous population has decreased by over 100,000 since Spain established the Congo territory. Most of these indigenous people died while Spain was building the railway, while others perished on the plantations. A population loss of 100,000 was nothing to Spain, given the vast African continent's innumerable indigenous population. The sacrifice of these 100,000 was worth it. Congolese territory was currently developing rapidly, with plantations established on the plateaus upstream of the Congo River, and the railway now almost fully operational. Just as Carlo was lamenting the lack of access to a large labor force from Russia, the diplomatic department received a request from Austria-Hungary. Foreign Minister Lord Everton, with an eager expression, approached Carlo and reported the news. Austria-Hungary requests diplomatic support. Carlo agreed without hesitation, smiling, "Tell the Austrians that this is our duty and responsibility as an ally. But don't forget to remind them that Spain is a weak nation. The economic crisis has left our industry and economy in shambles, and Spain cannot participate in the Balkan War." Carlo's stance was clear: diplomatic support for Austria-Hungary was acceptable, but joining the war was a non-starter. After all, Austria-Hungary was the strongest support Spain could currently cling to, and diplomatic support was simple. But war was a foregone conclusion. If a war broke out between Austria-Hungary and Russia, Spain would have no control over the outcome. A war between countries of this magnitude would involve armies numbering in the millions. What could Spain's 150,000 troops do? At best, they could only participate in one battle. Even the slightest loss would severely damage Spain, and joining the war would be completely unprofitable. The Russians have won, and the Austrians are starting to get anxious. Carlo thought for a moment and said, "But that's not quite like Franz Joseph I, unless Austria-Hungary has other resources to rely on. Your Foreign Office has been closely monitoring the movements of the British and Austro-Hungarian foreign offices to see if the British are siding with Austria-Hungary." Carlo instructed, "If Britain sides with Austria-Hungary for the security of Constantinople, the situation in the Balkans will be very interesting. However, this isn't a bad thing for us. If the situation in the Balkans is more chaotic, we will be less likely to attract the attention of other powers." Foreign Secretary Lord Everton nodded, indicating his understanding. As Carlo had predicted, not only did Austria-Hungary intend to stop the Russian attack, but the British also shared this sentiment. The very next day, surprising news arrived from the Russo-Turkish War. A small British royal fleet had appeared in the Sea of Marmara. Although this squadron was not the main force of the royal fleet, it demonstrated the British government's commitment to fighting the Russian government for the security of Constantinople. By this time, over 200,000 Russian troops had surrounded the fortress of Plovdiv. However, upon learning of the British fleet's presence in the Sea of Marmara, the Russians ultimately slowed their offensive. Failing to quickly capture Constantinople, Russia sought to achieve its strategic objectives through diplomacy. Since the war was between Russia and the Ottoman Empire, Russia could still end the war by simply signing a treaty with the Ottomans. This was bad news for Spain, as the Russian slowdown significantly reduced their munitions and ammunition consumption on the front lines. Spain's hopes of acquiring large quantities of gold and minerals through the arms trade were no longer viable, as the warring parties no longer had any intention of expanding the battlefield. With the situation in the Balkans seemingly fading, Carlo returned his attention to Spain. By November 1877, the National Bullfighting Festival organized and held by Carlo finally concluded. This spectacular event attracted millions of people across Spain and boosted the economies of the regions and the area surrounding Madrid. While detailed regional economic data isn't available yet, Madrid's bullrings were practically packed during the second round of bullfights, held from August to October. While aggregate data for each industry isn't available, Carlo's previously founded fast food company saw sales nearly double in the 3 months from August to October. Ticket sales at major bullrings were also substantial. For example, at Madrid's largest venue, Plaza Lerda, because the second round of bullfights served as the finals, ticket prices were significantly higher than those for the first round. The first round was merely a preliminary round for each region, selecting the best bullfighters from each region to compete in the second round. The lowest ticket price for the second round of bullfights at Plaza Lerda was 0.35 pesetas, and this was for seats in the most remote areas. Mid-range seats cost over 0.65 pesetas, while some with prime vantage points cost over 1.5 pesetas, and demand was still exceeding supply. During the 3-month finals period, from August to October, at least 3 bullfights were held in the Plaza de la Lerda each week, and each one was packed. The Plaza de la Lerda alone, with a capacity of only 3,500 spectators, sold over 150,000 tickets during the 3-month bullfighting finals, generating nearly 100,000 pesetas in ticket sales. The Plaza de la Lerda alone certainly couldn't meet the demand for the finals. In fact, during the 3 months of the finals, More than a dozen bullrings with seating for over 2,000 spectators were used around Madrid, generating hundreds of thousands of pesetas in ticket sales. Furthermore, each bullring also had other profit-making ventures, such as partnerships with beverage and food companies. Not only did Carlo's fast food company double its sales thanks to the bullfights, but Coca-Cola in Madrid also saw its sales more than double. August and September were particularly hot in Madrid. A cold Coke is a welcome relief in the sweltering heat, and coupled with its affordable price, Coca-Cola's sales nearly tripled in the past 2 months. However, since October, sales have been gradually declining. This is unavoidable. Iced Coke retains its gas, but heating it loses its essence, rendering it less appealing. Naturally, fewer people drink iced Coke in winter, leading to declining sales during the winter months, only to reach new heights the following summer. However, hosting a bullfighting competition does have significant benefits. According to statistics from various bullrings, at least 3 million people across Spain have watched a bullfight, a significant number. At least half of us Spanish people follow the events, and exceptional matadors garner public admiration and acclaim. Each region takes pride in producing an outstanding bullfighter, and the gathering of these fighters in Madrid for the second round of the finals ignites a surge of tourism and consumer spending from all regions of Spain. Carlo's fast food and beverage companies demonstrate the dramatic economic boost such a nationally acclaimed bullfight can have. It's a sign of the lack of GDP statistics in this era. Otherwise, Spain's GDP growth this year would have undoubtedly reached a new high. Notably, as the popularity of bullfighting grew, the second round of the finals in the final months of the competition also attracted a significant number of international visitors. According to government statistics, at least 30,000 foreign tourists visited Madrid between August and October to watch the Spanish bullfights. Of these, over 10,000 were Portuguese, thanks to the long-standing rail link between Portugal and Spain. The remainder were largely Italian and French, as Italy and France are the closest European countries to Spain. Carlo is pleased that the bullfights, while attracting significant Spanish attention, have also attracted significant Portuguese interest. The Portuguese and Spanish are very similar, with minimal differences between their languages and religious cultures. Spain has a bullfighting culture, and so does Portugal. However, compared to Spain, where bullfighting is prevalent, Portugal's bullfighting is less prevalent, with only 2 to 3 months of the year taking place. Furthermore, the Portuguese government has not actively promoted bullfighting, resulting in Portugal's relatively unknown bullfighting culture. In contrast, the Spanish government has given Carlo de Gaulle considerable attention to his national bullfighting competition. The influence of the royal family and government has heavily promoted this year's bullfight, reaching nearly all of Spain. Due to the close ties between Portugal and Spain, the Portuguese naturally learned of the event and were quite curious about the Spanish bullfighting. While Carlo de Gaulle had no immediate intention of annexing Portugal, he certainly harbored ambitions for this lucrative territory within his reach. Since bullfighting captured the attention of the Portuguese, Carlo de Gaulle would vigorously promote its popularity across the Iberian Peninsula. Bullfighting attracts Portuguese tourists and strengthens economic and cultural exchanges between Portugal and Spain. Language barriers between the two countries are relatively simple, and Portuguese people can even understand Spanish speakers without learning Spanish. By strengthening economic and cultural exchanges, the Portuguese population will gradually become more open to Spain, which will also increase the likelihood of Portugal joining Spain. Portugal's domestic situation is far worse than Spain's current one. A peaceful annexation of Portugal during a period of turmoil would be the ideal outcome. Even if peaceful annexation is not possible, it would still influence some Portuguese people and make them more open to joining Spain. With this public opinion, Spain's expansion into Portugal would be more legitimate and justified, and would be less likely to face resistance from the Portuguese after annexation. The bullfighting competitions were essentially concluded by mid to late October. After several intense rounds of competition, Spain's best bullfighters were finally selected. Of course, in addition to the first-place winner, the top 10 bullfighters nationwide, and even the top 10 bullfighters in each region, will receive varying amounts of financial rewards. However, only the top-ranked matador receives the honor of being personally received by Carlo and the title of Royal Matador of Spain. Only one matador is awarded annually, making this title quite prestigious. After all, the challenge of winning a battle against countless Spanish matadors through repeated bullfights is immense. Bullfighting is not simply entertainment, but a bloody and dangerous challenge. Even the best matadors dare not underestimate the might of the bull. While bullfighting is a huge success, it also comes with significant casualties. According to regional statistics, this year's Spanish bullfights saw over 1,000 matadors participating, but only a little over 100 made it to Madrid for the second round. Hundreds of people were injured across the 2 rounds, including over a dozen matadors who died instantly from injuries sustained by bulls, and dozens more who died from more severe injuries and infections. As bullfighting grew in popularity in Spain, hundreds of people died each year. This was a staggering figure, reflecting the high-risk nature of bullfighting. However, compared to the profits generated by bullfighting, hundreds of casualties were a reasonable price to pay for Spain. Bullfighters took enormous risks to participate in bullfights, and if successful, they were rewarded with enormous prizes. The top 10 bullfighters in each region received checks starting at 300 pesetas, with some economically more affluent regions receiving checks as high as 500 pesetas, more than 3 times the average Spanish annual income. The top 10 in the second round received checks of at least 1,000 pesetas, while first place received a whopping 2,600 pesetas, 20 times the average Spanish income. Besides these generous checks, bullfighters were drawn to the adulation and adoration of the entire Spanish population. After more than 6 months of publicity, the Spanish people have come to admire and praise the bravery and fearlessness of matadors, making them Spain's most beloved heroes. During the bullfights, several newspapers published small illustrated brochures featuring vivid stories about the bullfighters, bringing bullfighting to a wider audience. Judging by the results so far, Carlo's plan to cultivate the Spanish character's bravery and aggressiveness through bullfighting has been quite successful. This influence has also led to the smooth development of Spain's reserve forces. The public seems unfazed by death, at least not by the kind of death that comes with sacrificing one's life for the country. Even beyond the reserves, some legislators have proposed expanding the Spanish military to restore it to a top-tier European rank. Unfortunately, this proposal was ultimately rejected, as Spain currently does not need a large active duty force and would only create further financial difficulties. However, regardless, the greater the bravery and fearlessness of the Spanish people, the greater the combat effectiveness of the Spanish military, and this is unchangeable. Carlo was even more excited about the Spanish army's future performance in war. If this trend continued, the Spanish army would become an elite force with exceptional combat effectiveness, even capable of confronting Germany. Of course, this assumed that the Spanish army's numbers and weaponry were fully upgraded. If the army were undermanned and its weaponry was outdated, Spain would suffer a crushing defeat against any other major power, let alone Germany. In early November 1877, Carlo met with Sebastian Sharp, the only bullfighter to emerge victorious after numerous rounds of competition, and awarded him the Royal Matador Medal and title. The Royal Matador Medal served little purpose, merely confirming his status as a Royal Matador. However, as the first bullfight medal awarded at a bullfight, it held considerable commemorative value and significance. Sebastian Sharp himself was delighted and excited to receive the medal. After all, it was personally presented to him by Carlo. 5,000-word 2-in-1 chapter. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Congo Territory Expansion. The news and photos of Carlo personally meeting with Sebastian Sharp, the first-place winner in the bullfight, were reprinted by major newspapers, becoming the hottest news in Spain in November 1877. Sebastian Sharp enjoyed supreme honors, hailed as Spain's greatest bullfighter. He was an idol to many Spanish teenagers and the envy of many young Spanish girls. This envied many bullfighters, who secretly resolved to achieve even better results in the coming year's bullfights, dethroning Sebastian Sharp as the adored national hero. However, Carlo had no time to focus on these matters. In mid to late November 1877, bad news arrived from the Congolese territory. Some of the plantations established by Spain in the Congo were being looted by local indigenous forces. The Congolese territory established by Spain was vast, at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Because the African interior was not deeply colonized by other powers, Spain could occupy this land with impunity. Of course, this unbridled occupation came at a cost. Currently, Spain's control over Congolese territory is limited. The only areas it truly controls are the Guinea-Congo corridor, which is connected to the railway, and the dozens of settlements upstream. These settlements cover a combined area of only tens of thousands of square kilometers, and are currently home to fewer than 10,000 people. Beyond these settlements, at least millions of indigenous people live. When the colonies were first established, relations between them and the indigenous people were relatively friendly. Colonies even managed to obtain food from indigenous tribes through trade, which contributed to the rapid expansion of colonies despite initial resource shortages. With the arrival of the railway, Spanish colonies no longer needed to trade with indigenous people for food. Instead, railway construction, colonial development, and plantations all required a large indigenous labor force. This rapidly strained relations between Spain and the indigenous people, and the relationship, initially characterized by friendly trade, quickly turned hostile, with conflicts of varying magnitude erupting. Fortunately, Spain had already deployed a colonial garrison to Congolese territory, ensuring a minimum of major crises to date. However, a Spanish colonial garrison consisted of only 2,300 men, with over half drawn from the indigenous population of the various colonies. This resulted in a weak combat capability, barely enough to maintain colonial stability. Had the Congo territory remained at its current size, this colonial garrison would have been able to barely protect it. However, the Congo territory was constantly expanding, driven by competition with Portugal for greater control of the Congo colony. Portugal had been colonizing the Congo for over a century and had achieved considerable success. Spain's aggressive expansion of the Congo colony was precisely aimed at gaining complete control of the lower Congo River basin before Portugal could, thereby securing its own access to the sea. The importance of access to the sea for a colony goes without saying. Currently, trade worldwide is primarily conducted by sea, and land rail transport is limited. Controlling the lower Congo River and creating an access to the sea for the Congo territory would have ushered in a golden era of development. Moreover, Portugal was Spain's only colonial rival, allowing the Spanish government to expand its territory with impunity, expanding by at least 300,000 square kilometers. While this rapid expansion was certainly welcome news, it also came with numerous challenges. Foremost among them was security. The entire Congolese territory currently had a population of just over 10,000, the majority of whom were immigrants transported from Russia. The indigenous population in the Congolese territory numbered in the millions, posing a significant threat to its security. Furthermore, the diverse and competitive indigenous peoples inhabited the land, making management complex. To the east of the Spanish Guinea colony lay the territory of the Baka, to the east of the Baka lay the Zand. To the south of the Baka and Zand lay the Spanish Congolese territory, to the south lay the territory of the Bantu people, and to the east lay centuries-old indigenous kingdoms. In the lower Congo River, numerous indigenous states existed, including Nzaku, Rungo, Ngoyo, Orungu, and Congo. The numerous indigenous states and tribes created a state of chaos near the Congo territory, and it was no surprise that some natives, resentful of the colonists, took advantage of the chaos to loot plantations. Upon learning of the looting of some plantations in the Congo territory, Carlo immediately ordered the Congo territory to mobilize a larger army to protect the territory. He appointed Manuel Macias Cardusa, commander of the Congo territory's garrison regiment, as commander-in-chief of the Congo territory's garrison, promoting him from colonel to major general. Carlo had consistently trained Spanish native officers, and Manuel Macias Cardusa was a prominent example. As commander of the colonial garrison regiment stationed in the Congo territory, Manuel Macias Cardusa shouldered a tremendous responsibility. He had made significant contributions to the development of the Congo territory, earning his promotion to colonel by Carlo just last year. Since the Congo territory required a larger army, Manuel Macias Cardusa was the natural choice to command this massive force. A 32-year-old major general naturally had a brilliant and illustrious future. Even without outstanding achievements or contributions, his accumulated experience alone would have been enough to earn him the rank of lieutenant general or major general. As for the higher rank of marshal, besides experience, his ability and loyalty would also be considered. Of course, Manuel Macias Cardusa was undoubtedly trustworthy in terms of loyalty. While Charles was interested in training native Spanish officers, he also considered their loyalty. He wouldn't have invested so much effort in training someone if he wasn't sure of their loyalty. Charles's dedicated training also proved that the Royal Security Intelligence Service had determined that Manuel Mexia Sycardusa and his family were sufficiently loyal to Charles and the royal family. Of course, once the Congo territory's garrison expanded, it would be unrealistic for Manuel Mexia Sycardusa to control it alone. After all, the Congo territory was a vast region, already approaching 1 million square kilometers, and its area was expected to continue to grow. The garrison needed to be dispersed throughout the territory to better ensure the protection of the scattered settlements. Carlo's plan envisioned increasing the Congo territory's garrison to the size of a full colonial garrison division, numbering approximately 20,000 men. Because the colonial garrison's artillery was limited, increasing its firepower would be the only way to improve its numbers. Given the Congo territory's population of several million and the available manpower from the nearby colony of Guinea, a garrison of approximately 20,000 men was relatively easy to establish. Alternatively, personnel could be drawn from the southern Moroccan colonies or the Philippines. Many Moroccans were eager to become Spanish citizens, making it possible to enlist them in the colonial army and demonstrate their loyalty to Spain. The Congo territory had a garrison of 20,000 troops, which meant that in addition to the commander-in-chief, also known as the division commander, a deputy division commander was needed to assist in managing this force. After careful consideration, Carlo finally decided to promote Andrew. Andrew was one of Carlo's first confidants who had accompanied him to Spain, and a graduate of the Military Academy of Turin, Italy. Andrew had originally commanded the 25th Infantry Regiment, 6th Infantry Division, of the Royal Spanish Army, before being promoted by Carlo to head the military guidance group in Lanfang. Andrew had been in Lanfang for over 2 years and had achieved considerable success. With the help of the military guidance group, the Lanfang Republic had successfully established a 20,000-man new army, equipped with Spanish rifles and a small number of artillery pieces. The Lanfang Republic was now the third largest military force in Kalimantan, second only to Spain and the Netherlands. This 20,000-man new army easily crushed the natives of Kalimantan. It was precisely because of the Lanfang Republic's training of the new army that the Dutch expansion into Kalimantan became increasingly difficult. The Lanfang Republic not only maintained its existing territorial size but also established closer cooperation with some of the indigenous peoples of Kalimantan. The Chinese population in the Lanfang Republic was also growing, with hopes of reaching over 600,000 by 1880. The Lanfang Republic had officially signed a treaty with Spain, becoming a Spanish protectorate. While the Republic would be subject to Spanish guidance in military and diplomatic matters, the upside was that Spain would protect the Republic's independence and pledge never to annex it. Having previously nominally submitted to Dutch rule, the Lanfang government had no hesitation regarding the protectorate and the related treaty. The situation was now clear: the Qing dynasty, which they had been using as a banner, could not and would not help them. The Lanfang Republic had no choice but to align with either the Dutch or Spanish, otherwise, its independence would be impossible to maintain. Compared to the Dutch, who harbored ambitions to annex the Lanfang Republic, Spain's conditions were less onerous. Aside from receiving Spanish guidance in foreign affairs, military affairs, and trade, the Lanfang Republic enjoyed complete internal control, with Spain refraining from interfering in its governance. The 20,000 new troops trained by the Lanfang Republic would be a valuable asset to Spain. These 20,000 new troops would be crucial in countering indigenous rebellions in the Philippines and defending against the Dutch and British. However, a 20,000-man force would not be enough to defeat the Dutch. This would ensure that the Lanfang Republic maintained a certain level of strength while remaining under Spanish control, preventing it from escaping Spanish control. The situation in Kalimantan had stabilized, and under Spanish protection, the Dutch had no immediate plans to invade the Lanfang Republic. This also gave Carlo the opportunity to replace the military advisory group stationed in the Lanfang Republic, allowing these military experts, who had been stationed in the south for over 2 years, to return to Spain for rest and reunion with their families. As the head of the military advisory group stationed in Lanfang, Andrew was the one who single-handedly oversaw the training of the new troops. Because of his achievements, Carlo promoted him to colonel in the Royal Spanish Army and appointed him deputy commander of the Congo Territory Garrison Division, assisting Manuel Mexia Sycardusa in managing the Congo Territory's troops. Carlo's orders were issued swiftly, but by the time Manuel Mexia Sycardusa received the news, it was already the next day. Unfortunately, information traveled slowly in that era. Manuel Mexia Sycardusa could receive the news the next day, but it would take at least several days for Andrew, far away in Kalimantan, to reach him. Upon receiving the news, Manuel convened a military meeting and announced Carlo's order to expand the Congo territory's forces. Even though the majority of the 20,000-man colonial garrison division consisted of indigenous soldiers, organizing this 20,000-man force was difficult. Fortunately, a group of officers were sent from mainland Spain, solving the officer shortage for this large garrison division. Troops could be temporarily recruited from the native population of the Congo territory, while additional indigenous soldiers could be transported from the nearby colonies of Guinea and South Morocco. Manuel was well aware of Carlo's reason for the military expansion. The looting of the plantations was unwelcome to Spain, and whoever plundered them would inevitably face Spanish retaliation. The recent events have captured the attention of His Majesty the King. We must quickly identify the perpetrators of the plantation looting and make them pay the price. At the military meeting, Manuel Matthias Icardusa was the first to voice his demands. Due to insufficient military resources, Manuel Matthias Icardusa had not assumed significant responsibility for the plantation looting. However, as the commander of the only garrison in the Congo territory, it was impossible for him to claim complete innocence. Especially after learning that Carlo had taken notice, Manuel Matthias Icardusa wanted to quickly identify the culprit behind the plantation looting and bring him to justice to prove his worth to Carlo. In addition to the commander of the garrison, the meeting also included several key officials from the colonial outpost. Manuel, after all, had to announce Carlo's orders, which required the cooperation of officials from the Congo territory. Furthermore, these officials could offer insights the officers hadn't anticipated. As long as the true culprit could be identified quickly, Manuel didn't mind giving them some credit. General, those responsible for the looting of our plantations are most likely local indigenous tribes, such as the Zand and Baka. Since we can't pinpoint the exact culprits, we should attack all of them simultaneously. They're sure to know the true culprit. Unless they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the real culprit, after a few rounds of attacks, someone will undoubtedly reveal the truth, one official suggested. While the indigenous people of the Congo territory were divided into different tribes and ethnic groups, they all shared a similar black complexion. For the Spanish, it was difficult to distinguish their respective tribes and ethnicities. But the difficulty of distinguishing is the best way to distinguish them. Since there is no way to tell which tribe they belong to, they can all be treated as the murderers who looted the plantation. As the saying goes, it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. As long as all the large indigenous tribes in the vicinity are within the attack range of the Spanish army, it can be confirmed that the murderers who looted the plantation are among them. As for the indigenous tribes that were accidentally injured, they can only blame their bad luck. If any indigenous tribe wants to avoid being accidentally injured, they can only reveal the true culprit behind the incident. Once the true culprit is known, the rest of the matter will be easy. Of course, if these indigenous people refuse to speak even if beaten to death, there are also better ways to deal with it. After all, the construction of Spanish colonies requires a large amount of labor, and there is no need to worry about the lives of these black laborers. Transporting them to the various Spanish colonies to carry out construction, and then destroying the bridges after the construction is completed, can also solve the problem once and for all. Hearing the official's suggestion, Manuel's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, "This is a good idea, let's try it first. But there is a problem. Our troops are too few. It seems that we have to borrow some troops from South Morocco and Guinea first. To attack several large indigenous tribes at the same time, at least several thousand troops are needed. The current Congo territory only has this one colonial garrison regiment with 2,300 troops, which is obviously not enough to attack several indigenous tribes at the same time. Fortunately, the Guinea colony and the South Morocco colony are not too far from the Congo territory. If the action is fast, the troops of the Guinea colony can even be transported to the Congo territory in a few days. After all, the railway between Guinea and the Congo territory has been completed long ago. 5,000 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 231, Bloodbath of the Bangi Tribe. Following the Congo River northward, along a tributary called the Ubangi River, lies a stretch of mountains and plains untouched by the rainforest. This marks the northernmost point of the Congo Basin, and also the northernmost edge of the rainforest. Further north, the Congo River Basin, far removed from the rainforest, is more suitable for development than the Congo Basin to the south. Through the railway link between Guinea and the Congo territory, Spain occupied the largest plains and plateaus along the Ubangi River. However, due to insufficient numbers, significant areas remained under the control of indigenous peoples, primarily the Baka. After formulating his plan for retaliation against the indigenous peoples, Manuel Macias Cardusa ordered the Congo Territory's army to assemble. Although the colonial garrison consisted of only 2,300 men, it could easily launch an attack against a single indigenous tribe. Despite the larger populations of the indigenous tribes, they could even muster armies numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands. However, these so-called armies offered no resistance to the Spanish regulars. The indigenous troops, armed with cold weapons, were seen as mere moving targets. This should be the largest Baka tribe, Manuel's lieutenant reported, studying a map from a hill a few kilometers away. Manuel nodded and calmly inquired, "How many people are there in this tribe?" "According to the information we've obtained from the explorers, the Baka tribe has a population of at least 100,000, the lieutenant replied. "There are also many small villages nearby that are affiliated with the Baka tribe, and their combined population may be close to 200,000. Manuel nodded calmly and ordered, "Move. It's time to show these natives who the true masters of this land are. Move." As the messenger relayed Manuel's order to the various companies of the army, the Spanish army began its mighty movement. Although most of the soldiers in Manuel's colonial garrison were indigenous, these natives came from southern Morocco and had no connection to the natives of the Congolese territory. This is why Manuel, with only a single colonial garrison under his command, resolutely launched a retaliatory operation. As long as the colonial garrison obeyed his orders completely, these indigenous people would not pose much of a threat to the Congolese territory. Led by Spanish officers, the Moroccan soldiers marched down the hillside in a mighty procession. Their target was the Baka settlement, a large tribe called Bwengi, a few kilometers away. Because the Moroccans were all white, this army looked more like a regular European force than the colonial armies of the major powers. As they drew closer to the Baka tribe, this force of over 2,000 Europeans caught the attention of the natives. Several indigenous soldiers scurried toward the tribe, apparently to alert them. One native, apparently the leader, chose not to run toward the tribe, but instead approached the Spanish troops, chattering incomprehensibly. Manuel approached slowly, completely unable to understand the native's words. Seeing Manuel's frown, the colonial official in charge of translation quickly said, "General, he's asking about her purpose." "Purpose?" Manuel sneered, looking at the native with disdain. His voice was icy. "Tell him that her plantation was looted a few days ago. We have strong reason to suspect the Baka were responsible. If the Baka can't provide sufficient evidence to discredit them, we will retaliate with force. Tell him to inform their superiors. I only have 2 hours. Either tell us which tribe orchestrated the looting, or expect our army to attack." After the colonial official relayed Manuel's words verbatim to the native, his face filled with panic, fled back to his tribe. At the same time, Manuel ordered the army to block the tribe's entrances and exits. Although the native was given 2 seconds to make a choice, Manuel clearly wasn't going to wait 2 hours. As the soldiers sealed off several key entrances and exits to the tribe, Manuel issued further orders, prioritizing the clearing of indigenous villages near the Bwengi tribe. Due to the surrounding tropical rainforest, the villages surrounding the Bwengi tribe were densely populated, often medium to large, with large populations. Smaller villages had populations of a few hundred, while larger ones could reach thousands or even tens of thousands. These people were valuable laborers, and Manuel intended to spare them. Regardless of the Baka's ultimate decision, Manuel would clear out the surrounding indigenous villages and transport them back to the Spanish colonies as labor. According to Spanish colonial practice, the most valuable indigenous population consisted of adult males. These men were excellent laborers, providing significant economic value, whether as miners or plantation slaves. Less valuable were adult females and some younger children. While these provided limited labor, they helped keep the population under control, making them somewhat valuable. Less valuable were the older indigenous populations. These individuals offered little value, and Spain naturally did not need them as a waste of food. The Bwengi tribe and the surrounding villages have a population of approximately 200,000, but the young and middle-aged labor force only accounts for a little over 100,000. Including some children, the Congo territory can accommodate a maximum of 120,000 to 130,000 people. The remaining indigenous people are naturally the target of Manuel's operation. The operation against the Bwengi tribe aims not only to identify the culprit behind the looting of Spanish plantations, but also to serve as a warning to the indigenous people surrounding the Congo territory, clarifying who truly owns this land. Only by completely intimidating these surrounding indigenous peoples can similar attacks be prevented. Of course, once the Congo territory expands its military, it will be difficult for the indigenous people to plan attacks. 20,000 troops are sufficient to ensure the security of the Congo territory. Even if all the indigenous tribes in the Congo territory were united, they would not be able to defeat 20,000 soldiers armed with advanced rifles. While Manuel launched his campaign against the surrounding indigenous villages, the Baka within the Bwengi tribe engaged in a heated discussion. After escaping back into the tribe, the indigenous leader not only relayed Manuel's words verbatim to the tribal leader, but even embellished them, exaggerating Manuel's threats. This infuriated the tribesmen. Their land had been taken, so how could these outsiders become the owners? After an hour of heated discussion, the tribe reached a unanimous decision to gather the young men and teach these aggressive European colonizers a lesson. The Bwengi tribe has a population of over 100,000, with numerous other indigenous villages surrounding it. With a combined population of nearly 200,000, it could easily mobilize tens of thousands of people to resist the European colonizers. This gave the tribal leader confidence. The Bwengi tribe was the largest indigenous tribe within a 100-kilometer radius and the largest among the Baka people. To find a larger tribe in Congo, one would have to look further south to the Kingdom of Congo or further east to the Karari Kingdom. But both the Kingdom of Congo and the Karari Kingdom were separated from the Bwengi tribe by an entire Congo rainforest. Along the Ubangi River, the Bwengi tribe was the most powerful indigenous group, and they would not tolerate the reckless actions of European colonists. After more than an hour, Manuel's patience wore thin. He led his troops back to the Bwengi tribe's entrance. Looking at the vast tribe before him, he frowned and asked, "Have these black-skinned natives been quiet? For the past hour, they haven't been active." The adjutant shook his head. "But in the last few minutes, there's been some unrest within the tribe. They seem to be gathering forces. I was just about to notify you, General." After all, this was a massive tribe of over 100,000 people, occupying an area larger than some Spanish cities. The Bwengi tribe's actions couldn't be hidden from the Spanish troops outside. Their gathering of forces seemed to them to be a descent into suicidal intent. "Since they've made their choice, we can only send them to meet their fate." Manuel smiled, unsurprised by the natives' choice. He glanced at his watch and gave the order, "Attack. Let these damned natives die. Attack." With Manuel's command, the 2,300-man colonial garrison launched a massive assault on the Bwengi tribe. Intending to capture them all, Manuel mobilized the entire colonial garrison. While the colonial garrison was deployed, the security of the colonial settlements in the Congo territory would be protected by the armed detachments from the expedition. While these forces weren't sufficient to protect all the settlements in the Congo territory, the colonial garrison's operation wouldn't take too long. If all went well, an entire large tribe could be completely conquered in a single day. Bang! 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 A colonial garrison was equipped with 3 cannons, its only heavy firepower. To expedite the capture of the Bwengi tribe, Manuel transported these 3 guns directly to the front lines. Attacking the tribes with rifles was a slow process, and some indigenous people's sneak attacks from covert locations could result in casualties or even deaths. However, under the initial barrage of artillery fire, the indigenous people quickly panicked and were unable to organize themselves to pose a threat to the Spanish army. Although both the Bwengi tribe and the downstream Kingdom of Congo were located in the Congo River Basin, they were fundamentally different. The Kingdom of Congo, despite centuries of Portuguese occupation, had acquired a certain amount of firearms through trade with Europeans. While their weaponry was limited, they were aware of their power. The Bwengi tribe, however, was a different story. Due to their location upstream of the Congo River, they lived in extreme isolation before the Spanish colonial presence. These tribes had never encountered firearms, let alone the devastating power of artillery. This gave them immense confidence, believing that organizing an army of tens of thousands could teach the Spanish a lesson. However, they didn't realize that, in the face of firearms, numbers simply meant casualties. Before the Spanish army ran out of ammunition, the indigenous army was nothing more than a nimble target. More importantly, Manuel's preemptive action prevented the Bwangi tribe from fully organizing their forces. A tribe of 100,000 occupied a vast area, and mobilizing the entire tribe's capable manpower would have taken a considerable amount of time. Communication among the indigenous people depended almost entirely on manual labor. After the Spanish attack, the Bwangi tribe's communication system was nearly paralyzed, and they were completely unable to organize their forces. Even more despairing, after being bombarded by several rounds of Spanish artillery fire, the indigenous people were practically devastated. They had no idea where these powerful shells came from, but they knew that if they landed nearby, not only would they be shattered, but their homes would also be destroyed. The houses of these indigenous tribes all had one thing in common: they were flammable. They were either thatched huts or wooden structures with thatched roofs and wooden enclosures. Regardless of the type of house, after prolonged exposure to wind and sun, they became extremely flammable. The Bwangi tribe was also overpopulated, which meant that their houses were piled together, creating a massive fire when they caught fire. Manuel naturally noticed this. He showed no mercy to the natives. Immediately upon launching his attack, he ordered his soldiers to set fire to the nearby thatched huts, giving them a taste of fire. The Bwangi tribe lay along the Ubangui River, far from the Congo rainforest, so arson wouldn't have much impact on the rainforest. Although the thatched huts within the tribe were densely packed, setting them ablaze wouldn't cause the entire tribe to burn. This would not only minimize disruption but also cause panic within the tribe, facilitating the Spanish offensive. While Manuel was determined to teach these natives a lesson, he didn't intend to kill them all. He particularly wanted to spare the adult males, who were essential. These natives were excellent laborers. Killing them now would be a waste. At the very least, they should be allowed to fully exploit their potential before being killed, ensuring their full potential. Faced with the powerful firearms of the Spanish army, the African natives offered no resistance. Manuel's fire attack, combined with his initial strategy, threw the natives facing the Spanish army into panic. Many on the outskirts of the tribe fled inward, making it difficult for those inside to organize a defense against the Spanish attack. Often, the natives' formations were barely formed before the fleeing intruders disrupted them. The natives, whose formations were disrupted, had no choice but to follow suit, fearing they would be shot at in a moment. In this frenzy of pursuit and flight, the Spanish army quickly penetrated the heart of the Bwangi tribe. Compared to the thatched huts of ordinary tribesmen, the chief's house was far more luxurious. Not only was it larger, it was surrounded by wooden stakes and had its own courtyard. Because of its conspicuous appearance, Manuel's first move upon entering the tribe was to capture it. As luck would have it, the chief was in the house, along with some of the tribe's higher-ups. These higher-ups were, in fact, the chief's subordinates. The Bwangi tribe lacked a state-like political system. The tribal chief held absolute sovereignty, and the rest of the population, like slaves, was little more than a handful. "Should we have a proper conversation now?" Manuel said calmly, his expression unwavering as he looked at the chief. As the interpreter relayed Manuel's words, the chief, held at gunpoint by several rifles, nodded quickly and began to speak in a flurry of unspoken chatter. What did he say? Manuel frowned. He said the rebellion had nothing to do with him, and the looting of the plantation had nothing to do with him. He's willing to submit to your rule, and only asks you to spare his life, the interpreter explained. Now you understand the importance of obedience. Manuel sneered, but he had no intention of killing the chief just yet. To control the Bwangi tribe, the tribal chief was crucial. Hierarchy within African indigenous tribes was deeply ingrained, and only the tribal chief could control the entire tribe. Without a chief, the Spanish army would have to resort to endless slaughter to maintain control. Although the Bwangi tribe could no longer pose a threat to the army, indiscriminate killing would waste labor, a resource currently in short supply in the Congo. Tell him to quiet his tribe, Manuel ordered. Also, gather all the adult male natives. As compensation, they must work for us for a year, free of charge. Of course, during this time, we will provide them with food and supplies to ensure their families don't starve. Gathering the adult males would also serve as a threat to the remaining natives. Hearing that the work would only take 1 year and that Spain would provide food and supplies, the natives would undoubtedly agree. Unless they were willing to sacrifice their families, this was their only option. Once they entered the Spanish plantations or mines, their escape would be beyond their control. Although Manuel promised that they would only need to work for Spain for a year, The plantation and mine owners' willingness to release them would no longer be Manuel's decision. Upon hearing Manuel's instructions, the Bwengi leader nodded repeatedly, indicating understanding. Very good. Manuel smiled. Tell him that as long as these natives are obedient, I will spare his life. But if any accident happens to the natives during the gathering, I can only send him to see God and let God forgive him. 5,200 words 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 232, Troop Deployment and Colonial Expansion. By the time Carlo received Manuel's report on his actions, 2 days had already passed. While the news arrived a little late, Carlo was pleased to hear it. With the cooperation of the tribal leaders, Manuel quickly gained control of the entire Bwengi tribe and divided the population between Bwengi and several nearby indigenous villages. Over 200,000 indigenous people ultimately contributed over 70,000 adult male laborers to the Congolese territory, significantly increasing the Congolese workforce. In addition to these 70,000 adult males, Manuel also controlled nearly 100,000 elderly, women, children, and other indigenous women, who served as leverage against the male laborers. To ensure the safety of their families and relatives, adult indigenous men were required to work at Spanish-designated work sites for a year. Fortunately, Manuel personally promised that their work would provide them and their families with food and other supplies, which reassured the indigenous people of their resistance. Despite holding the families of these indigenous people in his hands, Manuel, concerned about the safety of the Congo territory, immediately requested assistance from the nearby colony of Guinea. He also sent a telegram to Spain, requesting that Carlo prioritize the dispatch of 2 colonial garrison regiments to help maintain order. Although Carlo had given him the authority to raise a larger army in the Congo territory, it was undoubtedly too late to do so now. For now, he could only rely on garrison regiments from other colonies to maintain order. It would take at least 6 months for the Congo territory's own army to be trained and combat-ready. Furthermore, the loyalty of soldiers selected from the Congo territory's indigenous population was uncertain. Therefore, Manuel also requested that Carlo transport some indigenous people from colonies with large indigenous populations, such as southern Morocco and the Philippines, to form the new Congo Territory Army. The number of these foreign natives did not need to be too large. As long as they accounted for half of the Congo Territory's total strength, the entire army would be manageable. To ensure combat effectiveness, Manuel would retain at least 2 or 3 colonial garrison regiments as the core of the colonial divisions he was about to form. These 2 or 3 colonial garrison regiments each numbered 5,000 to 7,000 men. Adding the nearly 10,000 troops transported from other colonies, they comprised the majority of the division's 20,000 man strength. Even if the loyalty of these soldiers selected from the Congo territory was lacking, they would have little impact on the division as a whole. When Carlo promoted Manuel to Major General, he had already ordered the transfer of 1 colonial garrison regiment, each from Guinea and South Morocco to the Congo territory. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, Manuel gave Carlo a big surprise. Carlo had initially assumed that Manuel's operation would wait until the arrival of the 2 colonial garrison regiments, but he unexpectedly managed to subdue a large indigenous tribe of over 100,000 with just 2,300 men. This was undoubtedly a boon for Spain. With tens of thousands of indigenous laborers, Spain's development of its Congo territory would undoubtedly accelerate. As for the casualties inflicted by the attack on the indigenous tribe, no one in Spain cared. Far from criticizing Manuel's unauthorized actions, Carlo even heaped praise on him for his contributions. In his reply to Manuel's telegram, Carlo announced that 2 supporting colonial garrison regiments were already on their way. Troops from the Guinea colony, closest to the Congo territory, might arrive before Manuel even received Carlo's report. Troops from the more distant South Morocco colony could reach the Congo territory within a week. Besides verbal rewards, Carlo also decided to increase his support for Manuel. The formation of a colonial division in the Congo territory was essential, but the local indigenous population lacked trust. At least, they were unlikely to fight for the Spanish. Consequently, Spain needed to transport a large number of troops to the Congo territory to help Manuel complete the formation of the colonial division as quickly as possible. Carlo had already made plans for this troop deployment. While the South Morocco colony wasn't the largest in population among Spanish colonies, its Moroccan population was the most trustworthy of all. Of course, this was excluding the European population in the colonies. The most promising colonial natives were likely the Moroccans. At least in terms of skin color and appearance, they resembled the Spanish. Simply by learning Spanish and converting to Catholicism, their Moroccan ancestry would be completely invisible. After all, Spain once had a large Muslim population. Spain possessed considerable experience converting Muslims to Catholicism. If gentle conversion proved unsuccessful, forced conversion was also an option. The Inquisition played a significant role in Spain's conversion from Islam to Catholicism. If the Moroccans in southern Morocco hadn't been so docile, Carlo would have planned to establish the Inquisition there to aid the expansion of Catholicism within Moroccan territory. Moroccans were white, otherwise Carlo wouldn't have gone to such lengths to assimilate them. Had they been black, Carlo would have had no intention of assimilating them. He would have exploited them to their full potential and then disbanded or eliminated them. Including the 2 colonial garrisons that were about to arrive, the Congo territory currently possessed fewer than 7,000 troops. Carlo's planned fully staffed colonial division would have nearly 20,000 troops, leaving the Congolese army with a deficit of at least 13,000 men. Because this was a colonial matter, Carlo held considerable influence. After consulting with Archduke Serrano, Carlo issued his order without hesitation. The bulk of these 13,000 men would be filled by the colonies of southern Morocco and the Philippines. Southern Morocco would provide 5,000 troops, who would undergo rigorous screening to ensure their loyalty to Spain. These 5,000 soldiers and their families would travel to the Congolese territory, becoming officially recognized as permanent residents. This would free them from their status as colonial natives and make it easier to apply for Spanish citizenship. Of course, becoming permanent residents of the Congolese territory was also possible. The Congolese territory boasted vast tracts of uncultivated land, and those who wished to reside there permanently could cultivate the land themselves. Spain had access to a vast labor force from the Bwengi tribe, which could be employed to cultivate land. Simply put, these Moroccans selected as soldiers had completely shed their indigenous status and would become superior in the Congolese territory, allowing them to enslave the local indigenous population. 8,000 troops remained vacant. The Philippines would provide 5,000, and the remaining 3,000 would be recruited from the Congolese locals. Conditions for the Filipinos would be less favorable, as they were not white, making assimilation more difficult. However, as long as their loyalty to Spain was sufficient, they would have the opportunity to apply for Spanish citizenship. Even if they were unable to obtain Spanish citizenship, they would certainly not be the lowest class in the Congolese territory, and there would be easy access to black slaves. Similarly, these 5,000 Filipino soldiers could also bring their families with them to the Congolese territory. This not only boosted the population of the Congolese territory, but also ensured the loyalty of the soldiers' families. Without any unforeseen circumstances, their families would live happily in the Congolese territory. However, if any problems arose in the army, the families of these soldiers would become a means of intimidating the indigenous soldiers, forcing them to submit to Spanish rule. While this approach might seem cruel, few sympathized with the indigenous people. Moreover, compared to those who remained in the colonies, suffering enslavement and oppression, those fortunate enough to be selected as soldiers were far more fortunate. As long as they obeyed, obtaining Spanish citizenship would be easy. They could also shed their indigenous identity and become the upper echelons of the colony. Carlo could have drawn sufficient troops from the southern Moroccan and Philippine colonies to the Congolese territory, eliminating the need for recruiting troops from within the Congolese territory. However, considering the long time, cost, and inconvenience of transporting troops from southern Morocco and the Philippines, Carlo ultimately decided to form a regiment-sized indigenous army. While the loyalty of these indigenous troops in the Congolese territory was unreliable, they could serve as cannon fodder, provided they had a supervisory body. The advantage of these local indigenous troops was that they could be readily replaced if soldiers died. The entire Congo territory boasts at least millions, if not tens of millions, of indigenous people. Even the loss of tens of thousands would be of little concern to Spain. This represents only the current extent of the Congo territory. If the advance were to continue down the Congo River and capture the Kingdom of Congo, the indigenous population could reach tens of millions. These indigenous people, if utilized effectively, could become millions of laborers and cannon fodder. With this labor force, the Congo territory could rapidly develop and quickly become one of Spain's profitable colonies. While this approach did address the Congo territory's manpower shortage, it presented a new challenge for Carlo. The South Moroccan and Guinean colonies, from which troops had been withdrawn, were also currently understaffed. Before Manuel's colonial division was formed, Spain had 20 colonial garrison regiments totaling 46,000 men. These 20 regiments, spread across the Spanish colonies of Cuba, South Morocco, Congo, Guinea, and the Philippines, were initially adequate. However, Carlo's repeated mobilization of troops from the South Moroccan colony has left some gaps in the South Moroccan colony's manpower. The current distribution of Spain's 20 colonial garrisons is as follows. Cuba, the most lucrative colony, boasts 6 colonial garrisons totaling 14,000 troops. The Philippines, which recently underwent a major expansion, boasts 6 colonial garrisons totaling 11,500 troops. The southern Moroccan colony, closest to the mainland, boasts 3 colonial garrisons totaling approximately 7,000 troops. The Congo territory boasts 3 colonial garrisons totaling approximately 7,000. Guinea boasts 2 colonial garrisons totaling 4,600 troops. Even including the colonial divisions that Manuel will soon raise, only Guinea possesses sufficient troops among Spain's colonies. The stability of Cuba has always been a problem. With only 14,000 troops and 6 colonial garrisons, it's difficult to ensure stability in Cuba. Southern Morocco, of course, is a foregone conclusion. The Kingdom of Morocco's hatred of Spain has been growing, and coupled with Spain's assimilation policy in southern Morocco, it's essential to deploy additional troops to garrison Morocco. The Philippines currently has 2 expansion options: continued expansion on Borneo or expanding into New Guinea, vying for colonial power with the other powers. Regardless of which expansion path Morocco pursues, it will require more colonial troops to safeguard its colonies. The Congo, of course, is a significant undertaking. This area encompasses nearly 1 million square kilometers. Even with the establishment of a colonial division, it's unlikely to be able to maintain control over the vast indigenous population within the colony. If Spain had only intended to utilize a portion of the indigenous manpower for slow development, 20,000 troops would have been sufficient to ensure its security. However, Spain's goal wasn't limited to a limited number of indigenous populations. It intended to rapidly develop the Congolese territory using hundreds of thousands of them. Therefore, the Congolese garrison needed to be strengthened to prevent these indigenous populations from uniting to resist Spanish rule. Perhaps the only region without a shortage of troops was the Guinean colony, which had no plans for expansion. In fact, the Guinean colony had many potential expansion options. Spain's Guinean colony was quite extensive, though confined to the coastal region, but it encompassed several African countries, including Nigeria, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea. Whether expanding northward or eastward, the Guinea colony would have acquired hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. These lands were suitable for agriculture and located on the coast, offering convenient sea transport. However, due to Spain's limited manpower and financial resources, it could only focus on one colony, forcing it to temporarily abandon the development of the Guinea colony. Since Charles II ascended the throne, he had indeed temporarily abandoned the development of the Guinea colony, and expansion had slowed. However, with the growth of the Congo territories, expansion was inevitable. Charles II planned the territory of the Congo to form a triangle with the Guinea colony along the Congo River, which Spain would fully occupy. In terms of area, this would encompass nearly 3 million square kilometers, encompassing the 2 Congos, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Nigeria, and Central Africa, among other future nations. As for the Kingdom of Congo south of the lower Congo River, the area that later became Angola, it was already under Portuguese control, and Charles II did not intend to engage in conflict with Portugal for the time being. After all, there were still vast tracts of unoccupied African land for Spain to exploit, so there was no need to focus on Portugal for the time being. Doing so would only exacerbate tensions between Spain and Portugal and undermine Charles's plans for Portugal. If the Portuguese were to harbor excessive hatred for the Spanish, future annexation of Portugal would be impossible. While the differences between the Portuguese and Spanish were not significant, integrating the Portuguese into the larger Spanish population would take decades, if not centuries. This would require internal problems within Portugal, leading to a loss of confidence in the Portuguese government and royal family. A forceful invasion and annexation would result in a similar outcome to Spain's historical annexation of Portugal. Forced annexation would only deepen Portuguese hatred of the Spanish, ultimately leading to a split between the 2 nations. Based on the deployment of troops in each colony, Both the southern Moroccan colony and the Philippines needed to further increase their military strength. After discussions with Archduke Serrano, Charles decided to increase the number of Spanish colonial garrisons to 30. This was an increase of 10, or 23,000 troops. Manuel's colonies already had 8 colonial garrisons, totaling over 20,000 men. This was why Carlo directly expanded them to 10. The Congo territory would require 3 additional garrisons in addition to the existing 3, leaving the other colonies with only 7. After careful consideration, Carlo decided to deploy 2 additional garrisons each to Cuba, the Philippines, and South Morocco, and 1 to Guinea. This would ensure the continued stability of Cuba, the Philippines, and South Morocco. Cuba's stability was particularly crucial before Spain could truly reach a colonial exchange agreement with a foreign country. Further deployments to Guinea also allowed for the possibility of deploying troops from the closer colony of Guinea should Congo ever need them. This would provide Guinea with 3 colonial garrisons. In an emergency, at least 2 garrisons could be quickly deployed to Congo. 1 colonial division plus 2 additional colonial garrison regiments totaled nearly 25,000 troops. Frankly, Carlo didn't believe the natives of the Congolese territory could threaten this 25,000-man army. While the colonial garrison regiments lacked significant heavy weaponry, 10 colonial garrison regiments possessed 30 artillery pieces, a figure far beyond the reach of the natives without firearms. Historically, after acquiring the Congo, Belgian King Leopold II assembled an army of just over 10,000 men to ensure stability and exercise a brutal rule. Carlo's rule in the Congo was not as brutal as Leopold II's. After all, the king was known for his habit of amputating hands. Although Leopold II never personally visited the Congo, millions of native Congolese had their hands and feet chopped off under his rule, a figure far beyond Carlo's reach. 5,200 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 233 Return to Italy. While the expansion of the colonial army and the formation of the colonial divisions proceeded smoothly, Carlo's mood remained bleak. News had reached Rome that Carlo's father, King Vittorio Emanuele II, was terminally ill and would not last much longer. The Italian royal family's personal physician, based on King Vittorio Emanuele II's condition, estimated that the king who unified Italy had no more than 3 months to live. Upon hearing of King Vittorio Emanuele II's critical illness, the Italian public reacted with concern. Many newspapers even listed Vittorio Emanuele II among Italy's 10 greatest monarchs, demonstrating just how significant the unification of Italy was to the Italian people. Judging by the current attitude of the Italian people, they were still reluctant to part with this father of their country. This was a silver lining. At least the House of Savoy could continue its legacy, and Italy's government remained stable for the time being. At this time, the House of Savoy still held a prominent position in Europe. The House of Savoy, with 2 kings and 2 thrones, Italy and Spain were both legitimate European powers. While they fell short of the 5 traditional European powers, they should not be dismissed as minor powers. Beyond the 5, Spain and Italy, taken alone, were no match for any other European power. It was for this reason that the critical illness of King Victor Emanuele II captured the attention of many nations, and European monarchs sent telegrams of condolence to Italy. Historically, King Victor Emanuele II died just days after the New Year. To see his father one last time, Carlo decided to spend Christmas 1877 in Spain before traveling to Italy to accompany him. Although Carlo had traveled to this world, his father, King Victor Emanuele II, was deeply devoted to him. Accompanying his father on his final journey was a matter of both moral and practical necessity. Regardless of how relations between Italy and Spain develop in the future, the close cooperation between the 2 countries remains unaltered. As if sensing Carlo's slightly dispirited mood, Prince Juan Fernando and Princess Sofia calmed down and quietly accompanied Carlo, spending a relatively quiet Christmas with him. Of course, it was Prince Juan Fernando who was the main reason for his quietness. Princess Sofia was only a year old at the time and not yet capable of causing trouble. Meanwhile, Prince Juan Fernando, already 2.5 years old, was at the peak of his mischievous nature. Queen Sofia often found Prince Juan Fernando's mischief frustrating, but thankfully, the little boy knew his limits and apologized promptly when he angered his mother. Carlo noticed Prince Juan Fernando's mischief, but he didn't really want to intervene. This was mainly because Carlo was about to begin his elite, aristocratic education. Before that, Carlo wanted his child to have fond memories. Once all the courses began, Little Prince Juan Fernando would no longer have the luxury of free time to misbehave. Because the various courses kept him incredibly busy, completing all the lessons Carlo had prepared for him within the allotted time frame would have required considerable effort. Just after Christmas, Carlo received a telegram from Manuel. During this time, 2 colonial garrison regiments, dispatched by Carlo from the South Moroccan and Guinean colonies, had arrived in the Congo territory, and Manuel had officially begun the formation of the colonial division. Manuel now possessed 3 colonial garrison regiments, totaling nearly 7,000 men, which was barely enough to oversee the 70,000 indigenous laborers harvested in the previous operation. It's worth noting that Andrew, the deputy Carlo had appointed for Manuel, was currently in the Philippines. Because the Philippines also had to provide over 5,000 troops to the Congo territory, Andrew needed to first recruit 5,000 men and then bring them to the Congo territory. The same principle applied to the South Moroccan colony. At the current rate of manpower recruitment in the 2 colonies, Manuel had the potential to secure these 10,000 men within 2 months, officially completing the formation of the colonial division. Of course, while formation is one thing, a long period of training is required to bring a 20,000-man colonial division into combat readiness. Carlo assigned 2 colonial garrison regiments to Manuel not only to ensure sufficient manpower to maintain stability in the Congo, but also to allow these veterans to train new recruits, accelerating the readiness of the colonial division. With the formation of the colonial division, many vacancies for junior officers at the level of company commander or platoon leader will emerge. Officers above that level, including company commander, will naturally be filled by Spanish officers. The Royal Military Academy produces hundreds of outstanding graduates annually. Selecting a number of these graduates for training in the colonial armies would not only fill the gap in junior officer positions in the colonial armies, but also provide them with more opportunities for advancement. After a few years in the colonial armies, transfers back to Spain would guarantee promotions. This is a perfect opportunity for graduates with limited backgrounds who rely on their own hard work to advance. Furthermore, compared to Spain itself, Spain's colonies are more likely to face war. Even if it's just a small-scale war against an indigenous rebellion, as long as they can win, they will still receive credit. As long as one had merit, there was a good chance of advancement in military rank, land, and titles. This was why Carlo had no concerns about the opposition of the military academy graduates. Colonial conditions were certainly harsh, but it also depended on the individual. For the Spanish, the greatest drawback in the colonies was the lack of medical care, a fact not much different in mainland Spain. Medical technology at the time was limited, and any serious illness was essentially at the mercy of fate. Besides the significant issue of poor medical care, the only drawback in the colonies was a lack of supplies. However, the government still ensured the military's supplies, and despite these issues, the Spanish enjoyed generous treatment in the colonies. After handling some government affairs and making proper arrangements in Spain, Carlo embarked on a warship once again for Italy. Unlike his previous trip, this time, Carlo did not bring any family members with him. Queen Sofia and the 2 children would remain at the royal palace in Madrid. Besides the previous visit, Carlo was also concerned about his itinerary after returning from Italy. In the years since becoming King of Spain, Charles had made few foreign diplomatic visits. Seizing this opportunity, Charles decided to embark on a European tour to strengthen ties with several allies and, if possible, to forge cooperation with major powers like Britain, France, and Germany, seeking to extract benefits from them. Currently, the 2 main rivalries on the European continent are between Britain and Russia and between Germany and France. Leaving aside Britain and Russia, the rivalry between these 2 powers is concentrated in the Balkans and Central Asia, having little relevance to Spain. The Franco-German rivalry is primarily shaped by German Chancellor Bismarck's policy of isolating France. France is surrounded by 4 major powers, and aside from Spain, relations with France are not particularly close. Franco-German relations are naturally unsettling. Germany's very founding was achieved at the expense of the French. Relations between France and Italy are also strained. Previously, France, through its support of the Papal States, maintained a tight grip on Rome, Italy's current capital. Had it not been for the Franco-Prussian War, Italy's unification would have taken much longer. Even so, King Victor Emanuele II reluctantly ceded the Savoy region, the ancestral home of the House of Savoy, for the sake of Italian unification. This led to a common joke among Europeans regarding the Italian royal family. The House of Savoy which is the origin of the Savoy family's name. The Savoy region did not belong to Savoy. This, in turn, contributed to the strained relationship between France and Italy. France's southern neighbor, Spain, became crucial if it wanted to break out of the German encirclement. If Spain had joined in the isolation of France, France would have been completely encircled by Germany. It's important to note that while the primary conflicts in Europe were between Britain and Russia and between Germany and France, Britain and France also had their own conflicts. Setting aside the much older Hundred Years' War, during the Napoleonic era, a period often discussed with such pride by the French, Britain and France were fiercely hostile. The British even spearheaded several anti-French coalitions, and the most intense conflict during this period was between Britain and France. It was only because of France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War that Britain's greatest enemy would have been France, not Russia. At this time, Germany had not posed a significant threat to Britain, placing Germany, France, and Russia on the British defensive list. This was consistent with British character and foreign policy. They favored suppressing the powerful and co-opting the weak. Neither Germany nor France had yet demonstrated overwhelming superiority, so the British naturally refrained from rash action. Historically, Britain and France allied against Germany because of Germany's rapid development after unification, which rapidly surpassed France in overall strength. At that time, Germany's overall strength had not yet reached a point far superior to France's. Germany and France remained equally powerful superpowers. Even Bismarck's efforts to isolate France were motivated by fear of French retaliation. France could only break Bismarck's policy of diplomatic isolation by siding with Spain. As long as Spain remained stable, France's southern border would remain secure. Spain's request for a 500 million franc loan was quickly approved because the French recognized Spain's importance. Carlo certainly understood this. Although Carlo had no intention of concluding an alliance with the French, it was essential to maintain existing cooperation. Despite France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, who could deny that France was an extremely powerful superpower? Compared to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which somewhat lagged behind among the five traditional powers, France undoubtedly ranked in the top three. In terms of both industry and economy, the French far surpassed the Austro-Hungarian Empire in terms of resources. The fact that France, while paying 5 billion francs in reparations to Germany, could also borrow 500 million francs from Spain demonstrates the sheer scale of France's economy. For even the Spain of today, let alone the Spain of the past, Carlo would find it impossible to raise 5 billion francs in such a short period of time. Raising 5 billion francs would take Spain at least 10 years, and would require significant budget cuts across all government departments. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on national development, potentially even crippling Spain's recovery. In contrast, France, after paying back the German reparations, saw its economy continue to thrive, a truly remarkable feat. Shaking off his complex thoughts and waiting for the warship to dock, Carlo spotted Crown Prince Umberto and Prince Amadeo waiting at the harbor. Smiling, Carlo quickly approached and exchanged pleasantries with his two brothers. Arriving at the suburban estate where Victor Emanuele II resided, the scene remained much the same as it had been months before. However, Victor Emanuele II, lying in bed, looked even more frail, even unconscious most of the time. The old king was emaciated, his once strong arms now reduced to mere skin and bone, clearly demonstrating the torment his illness had inflicted. Alice. Carlo sighed softly, feeling helpless. The medical care of this era was truly deplorable. Unless one could travel back to the future, Victor Emanuele's condition would be beyond saving. Even current medical methods cannot find out what disease the old king is suffering from. We can only helplessly watch him being tortured by the disease, and then pass away at a time point that may be near or far. God is fair to people. No matter who you are, you will eventually face death at the end of your life. Vittorio Emanuele II was so high-spirited when he unified Italy, but now he has to face the end of death. What's worse is that this is a death caused by constant torture of illness and eventually death. Such a death is the worst for anyone, and Carlo does not want his final ending to be like this. Is there no way to relieve my father's pain? Carlo asked aloud. Crown Prince Umberto shook his head and sighed, saying, the doctors have tried everything, but nothing has worked. Perhaps this is a test from God, Father. After this illness, he will be led to heaven. After an unknown amount of time, Victor Emanuele's cloudy eyes flickered open, and he spoke in a hoarse, trembling voice, Is Carlo here? I am, Father. Carlo quickly stepped forward and sat down at Victor Emanuele's bedside. I thought death was far away, but I didn't expect it to be so close. But it's something everyone must eventually experience, and I'm not afraid. Ottone, Carlo's deceased brother, went through it before me. Perhaps he's waiting for me in heaven, Victor Emanuele said with difficulty. Father, you will recover. If there's no specialist in Europe who can cure you, I'll search the world. There must be undiscovered doctors who can, Carlo consoled him. King Victor Emanuele shook his head. Europe was the most civilized and advanced region in the world at the time. If European medical technology couldn't cure his illness, he doubted that medical technology elsewhere could. King Victor Emanuele reluctantly sat up and looked at his three sons, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Before he inherited the throne of Sardinia, the House of Savoy was just an ordinary royal family in northern Italy, lacking both influence and status among European royal families. But with his unification of Italy and the election of his son Carlo as King of Spain, everything changed. The House of Savoy suddenly became a vast dynasty, holding the thrones of two powerful nations, and it became a prominent position among European royal families. King Victor Emanuele was quite satisfied with this achievement. He only hoped that the glory of the House of Savoy would continue after his death. As long as they could maintain the thrones of Italy and Spain, the House of Savoy would always be among the top 10 royal families in Europe. The reason why it is in the top 10 is mainly because some of the royal families with a long history in Europe are really too scary. Aristocratic families such as Habsburg, Hohenzollern, Romanov, Saxe-Coburg-Gotha are still prominent, and Savoy can only be inferior in front of these families. Especially the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family, which will usher in real glory after the death of Queen Victoria. According to the rule that sons take their father's surname among European nobles, although Queen Victoria belongs to the Hanoverian dynasty, her son Edward will create a new dynasty after he inherits the throne in the future, which is derived from his father's surname Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. The reason why it is said that there will be glory after the death of Queen Victoria is that in addition to ruling the most powerful power, the British Empire, in the future, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family also ruled Belgium, Portugal, Bulgaria, and the origin of the family name, the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 234 Funeral and Meeting. Victor Emanuele eventually passed away, but with a smile on his face, at least he had no regrets. After the old king's passing, the Italian government immediately began preparing for his funeral. In fact, the government had been quietly planning the funeral even when Victor Emanuele was seriously ill. However, since he was still alive, the planning had to proceed in secret, and some aspects still required a long time to be refined. As the unifier of Italy, Victor Emanuele's funeral required the utmost standard. Crown Prince Umberto specifically ordered that preparations for his father's funeral be carried out with the utmost care, without skimping on any aspect of the budget. Fortunately, post-unification Italy was a wealthy nation, with northern Italy providing a significant annual revenue stream. Even tens of millions of lire for Victor Emanuele's funeral would have been a small undertaking for the Italian government. Furthermore, the cost of the funeral itself was far less than that. The Italian lira and the Spanish peseta were of similar value, and currency was still quite valuable in that era. According to the Italian government's estimates, even with the highest standards, the cost of King Victor Emanuele's funeral would not exceed 5 million lire. Immediately following King Victor Emanuele's death, the Italian government announced the news to the public and announced that the old king's funeral would be held a week later. The Italian people were deeply saddened by the old king's departure. Of course, this was especially true for the people who had originally belonged to the Kingdom of Sardinia. As for the Italians and other regions, they had only been under Italian rule for less than a decade. How could they have developed any affection for King Victor Emanuele in that time? After the old king's death, Crown Prince Umberto naturally inherited the Italian throne and became the new king of Italy. However, because the Italian government had to prepare for the old king's funeral, King Umberto's coronation was postponed for 6 months. However, before the coronation, Umberto had already officially become king of Italy. Because his father was the first king of Italy, King Umberto naturally became the first Italian king named Umberto, becoming King Umberto I of Italy. King Victor Emanuele could have changed his title from I to I after the founding of Italy, but to appease the people of the Kingdom of Sardinia, he continued to use his title from the time of the Kingdom of Sardinia. This is why he is known as Victor Emanuele II, despite being the founding monarch of Italy. According to the Italian government's plan, Victor Emanuele II, the unifier of Italy and known as the father of the Italian nation, will be buried in the Pantheon in Rome, a magnificent palace with a history of nearly 2,000 years. The Pantheon's original construction dates back to 27 BC and was rebuilt by Emperor Hadrian in 118 AD. During the Roman Empire, the Pantheon served as a temple dedicated to the Roman gods. After the fall of the Roman Empire, it was converted into a Christian church. Because of the European tradition of burial in churches, many prominent figures in history are buried here, such as the renowned Italian painter Raffaello dei Santi, the youngest of the three great masters of the Renaissance. After the death of Victor Emanuele II, Carlo and his two brothers personally carried their father to a pre-prepared coffin. The old king's coffin was a massive stone sarcophagus, the bottom of which was covered with a thick layer of charcoal to prevent moisture and water. Atop the charcoal was a blanket bearing the Savoy coat of arms, within which the old king's body was wrapped. For a king of Italy, Victor Emanuele I's burial objects were surprisingly modest. European monarchs typically lavished themselves with jewels and gold coins, hoping to take their wealth with them to heaven. However, whether such greed could lead them to heaven is uncertain, and Victor Emanuele I clearly had no such ambitions. Many of the old king's burial objects consisted of mere household items. Among them were the nightgown of his first wife, Archduchess Adelheid, Charles's mother, the military cap of Charles's brother, Prince Otto, who had died young, and clothing belonging to Charles's two younger brothers, Princes Vittorio and Emanuele, who had also died young. Apart from these, the old king was buried with only a few books he had often read and some old photographs, nothing else. This shows that the old king's desire for a burial after death was not for lavish goods, but for warmth and memories. While each item wasn't expensive, for Victor Emanuele I, they were the most precious memories of his life. A week later, at 8 a.m., the Italian government officially held Victor Emanuele I's funeral. While some Italians were indifferent to the king's death, many enthusiastic citizens, rooted in the hope of Italian unification, flocked to Rome to attend the funeral of this great monarch. Around 8:30 a.m., the bells of Rome's churches rang 58 times, representing the 58 years of the king's life from 1820 to 1878. The carriage carrying the king's remains slowly made its way to the Pantheon. Italians along the way offered their highest respects and endless blessings to the monarch who had unified their nation. They hoped that this king, known for his great achievements, would find peace in heaven and that his successor would be a kind and unapproachable ruler. Carlo and his two brothers rode alongside the carriage. Also accompanying them were King Louis of Portugal and Napoleon Jérôme Bonaparte, Count of Montcagliari. As the king's son-in-law, they joined the procession. The fact that three European kings personally escorted Victor Emanuele I to the Pantheon in Rome further enhanced the grandeur of the funeral. In addition to Carlo and Louis, who personally carried the coffin, monarchs and dignitaries from numerous other countries also attended the funeral. Italy was at least a second-tier power, but even the great powers could not completely ignore its presence. All five traditional European powers sent envoys, and Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary even sent Crown Prince Rudolf to attend the old king's funeral. The funeral officially began only after the old king's body arrived at the Pantheon. The bishop began by praising the achievements of Victor Emanuele I, praising him as a role model for all Christians and his lifelong service to Italy and its people. As the king who unified Italy, Victor Emanuele I had many achievements to be praised. At least the public's praise for him was true. Under his leadership, Italy achieved unification and officially became a great power. Following the bishop's praise, the Italian prime minister stepped forward and recited a passage from the Gospel of John, wishing the great Italian king a speedy ascent to heaven. This was followed by a 3-minute silence. As planned, from 11:35 to 11:38 p.m., the bells of every church in Rome rang out in a 3-minute silence for the great king. After the silence, the state funeral officially concluded. Victor Emanuele I's remains would be interred in the Pantheon, where future generations could pay their respects. Carlo attended the funeral and returned to his residence in the evening. Alone in his room, Carlo felt a complex mix of emotions. With Victor Emanuele I's passing, Carlo's ties to Italy would be completely severed. Although the current king of Italy was his brother, Carlo understood that the relationship between Spain and Italy would gradually become estranged. While Spain and Italy remained allies, This alliance was driven primarily by self-interest, with family ties taking a backseat. This was a good thing, however, as Carlo could fully devote himself to Spain's development. If any problems arose in the Italian royal family, Carlo was willing to protect his brother's descendants. Of course, it would be best if nothing went wrong. The House of Savoy's rule in Italy could continue uninterrupted, which was exactly what Carlo's father, Vittorio Emanuele II, had hoped for. After the funeral, Umberto, now king, became incredibly busy. During the old king's illness, Umberto had been handling government affairs. After officially becoming king, he would need to transition responsibilities to the current cabinet. Even though he had been involved in government affairs before, the powers held by the crown prince and the king were distinct. Carlo understood this. After all, if a king lost control of the cabinet, it meant he had lost his power. In Italy, Carlo still had someone he wanted to meet, Garibaldi, who had also made outstanding contributions to Italian unification. After the unification of Italy, Garibaldi had faded from public view, living in seclusion on the island of Caprera. But after Vittorio Emanuele II fell seriously ill, he re-employed Garibaldi. Thus, Garibaldi was elected to the Senate in Rome and received a personal audience with Vittorio Emanuele II. The two men reached a consensus on the situation in Italy. Neither Victor Emanuele II nor Garibaldi wished to see Italy, so painstakingly unified, fall back into division. Despite his election as a senator, Garibaldi continued to spend most of his time on Caprera. This was largely due to his deteriorating health, which had left him less energetic than before. With Victor Emanuele II terminally ill, Garibaldi also considered his own affairs. However, with his two sons far away in Spain, Garibaldi placed greater emphasis on patriotism and continued to offer his opinions on government and party decisions. Historical experience indicated that Garibaldi's life was short. Carlo held this great Italian figure in great respect. Furthermore, with both of his sons serving under Carlo, it was logical for Carlo to meet Garibaldi in person. Unlike the ordinary old Italian farmer Carlo had first met, Garibaldi looked noticeably older and more decrepit. This time, however, it made sense. Garibaldi was a full 13 years older than Victor Emanuele II, and now he was 70, a decidedly advanced age. In those days, 70 held the same weight as 90 in later generations, given that life expectancy was only in its 30s and 40s, making longevity extremely rare. Garibaldi wasn't surprised by Carlo's arrival, as he had informed him in advance. After all, Garibaldi was already a member of the Italian Senate and couldn't possibly spend all his time on Caprera. Carlo's advance notice was also to ensure his trip wasn't in vain. Seeing Carlo again was a matter of emotion for Garibaldi. When they first met, Carlo was just an ordinary Italian prince, only 16 years old. Unexpectedly, Carlo had won the Spanish election and become the new king of Spain. But that wasn't all. After becoming king of Spain, Charles reclaimed some power through various means and worked closely with Prime Minister Primo to strengthen Spain through reforms. Although Garibaldi had long anticipated Charles's ambition and ability, he hadn't anticipated his exceptional talent, securing the throne so quickly. "Long time no see, Your Majesty," Garibaldi said first, smiling. "Long time no see, Mr. Garibaldi," Carlo nodded and stepped forward. "Time flies. It's time for us old men to meet God," Garibaldi said with some emotion. "The country's development depends on heroes like you, and Italy's peace and stability still require you to maintain it," Carlo replied. While Italy appeared stable, it also had some internal problems. Italy was currently divided into four parts. The Kingdom of Sardinia, originally ruled by the House of Savoy, was the first. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to the south was the second. Rome, previously controlled by the Papal States, was the third, and the various states in northern Italy were the fourth. Of these four regions, the most serious problems are found in the states of northern Italy. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to the south was a feudal autocratic state, and the Sicilians were not opposed to Italian rule. After all, during the Two Sicilies, they suffered far more severe exploitation and oppression than during the Italian period. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies' industrial and economic development was relatively backward, though this was partly due to lack of mineral resources, but also due to the kingdom's autocracy and corruption. Unlike the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, the states of northern Italy enjoyed relatively developed industries and economies, and their residents developed a wider range of ideas and ideologies. Republican ideas took root here, leading to a significant number of Republican advocates in Italy. The greatest challenge facing the Kingdom of Italy today is the attempts of these Republican supporters to overthrow the kingdom's rule. Fortunately, Garibaldi recognized the dangers that republicanism posed to Italian unity. If these Republicans were not restrained, they would undoubtedly undermine Italy's current unity. Garibaldi's willingness to support Victor Emanuele's Kingdom of Sardinia stemmed from the benefits a monarchy could bring to unification. Monarchy wasn't necessarily the best for Italy, but it was the easiest way to maintain stability in a newly unified country. Victor Emanuele, after falling seriously ill, reinstated Garibaldi precisely because he saw the threat a republic posed to Italy. Crown Prince Umberto alone would struggle to combat Italy's Republicans. But if Garibaldi were willing to contribute, suppressing them would be easy. Hearing Carlo's words, Garibaldi nodded. His reemergence after more than a decade of seclusion stemmed primarily from his recognition of the threat a republic posed to Italian unity. This was similar to the reason Spanish Prime Minister Primo chose to maintain the monarchy. Only a monarchy could maintain national unity. If Italy were to become a republic, it would inevitably fragment into several states. This was the last thing Garibaldi, who had single-handedly facilitated Italian unification, wanted to see. He was willing to continue collaborating with the House of Savoy for the sake of Italian unity. Fortunately, His Majesty Umberto is quite capable, and Italy's stability and peace can be maintained, Garibaldi said of Umberto, expressing his approval. Umberto was the heir to the throne carefully groomed by Victor Emanuele, and his abilities were at least up to par. At least during Umberto's reign, Italy wouldn't face major problems. However, to fully resolve the problems caused by the Republicans, Italy must pray for the emergence of a truly capable and wise monarch. With this thought, Garibaldi glanced at Carlo, his expression tinged with regret. He believed Carlo was more capable than King Umberto. Furthermore, Carlo was younger, meaning he could remain on the throne longer, giving him more time to resolve Italy's problems. Unfortunately, Carlo became King of Spain early on, missing out on Italy. Garibaldi only hoped that King Umberto's son, Prince Vittorio Emanuele, would quickly grow up to be a brilliant monarch like Charles, or at least a qualified monarch like his father, King Umberto. Only in this way could the Italian throne be passed down stably and the Italian situation be stable for a long time. 5,000-word two-part chapter. Please support. Chapter 235 Visit to Austria. Besides a brief reminiscence, Carlo and Garibaldi also discussed his two sons, Menotti and Giotti. Garibaldi possessed a remarkable resume, and his two sons, having traveled extensively with him, had honed their abilities. Carlo planned to appoint Garibaldi's eldest son, Menotti, to the position of Minister of Royal Affairs in the Spanish cabinet. This position would serve as a visible confidant of Carlo's, representing Carlo directly in cabinet meetings. This clearly demonstrated Carlo's higher regard for Menotti. While the position of Minister of Royal Affairs held limited real power, its status and influence rivaled that of any cabinet minister. Garibaldi's second son, Giotti, currently served as Commander-in-Chief of the Spanish Royal Guard and concurrently commanded a division of the Guards. While the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guard was a nominal position created by Carlo to control the Spanish military council, no one could be sure whether the Guards would expand in the future. As Commander-in-Chief of the Guards, Giotti was undoubtedly Carlo's most trusted confidant. Giotti would remain in command of the Imperial Guard Division until a trusted native officer reached the rank of divisional commander. However, once a native Spanish officer gained sufficient experience, the position would undoubtedly be replaced. While Carlo trusted Giotti, it was not advisable for an officer to remain in a single position for too long. The Imperial Guard was Carlo's and the royal family's personal army, controlled only by the royal family and Carlo. Of course, Carlo would not take advantage of Giotti's earlier assistance. Even if Giotti were to step down as commander of the Imperial Guard Division and commander-in-chief, his new position would undoubtedly be higher ranking, such as Chief of the General Staff or Minister of Defense. Garibaldi was concerned about his two sons and was deeply relieved to learn that they were both performing well. Even during his seclusion, Garibaldi knew he would never be highly valued by the Italian royal family. Besides Garibaldi's early support for the Republic, his high prestige in Italy was also a major factor. No ruler, from ancient times to the present, favors a ruler who overshadows his ruler. In Spain, Garibaldi was merely a foreigner, and his two sons naturally wouldn't have gained much prestige. Furthermore, Garibaldi's fondness for Charles contributed significantly to his decision to send his sons to Spain rather than remain in Italy. His decision thus far proved to be a wise one, as both sons have enjoyed valuable positions in Spain and helped revitalize the Garibaldi family there. On Caprera Island, Carlo and Garibaldi had a pleasant conversation before returning to Rome aboard a warship. With King Umberto's coronation scheduled for 6 months, Carlo didn't intend to waste time in Italy any longer. Before departing, he had a comprehensive plan, deciding to visit several European countries. Besides Italy, he also visited Austria-Hungary, Germany, and France. In fact, given the current cooperative relationship between Spain and Russia, Russia could have been included in the list of countries to visit. However, considering the poor relationship between his father-in-law, Emperor Franz Joseph I, and the Russians, Charles ultimately excluded Russia from the list. Russia was currently engaged in war, and Tsar Alexander II was personally involved in the campaign, so a visit to Russia was unnecessary. Austria-Hungary was an ally of Spain, so a visit to Austria-Hungary was necessary. As for why Germany and France were included, it was primarily to instill a sense of crisis in France by visiting Germany, thereby gaining more benefits from France. Charles had a relatively thorough understanding of the current European situation. Logically, Germany and Austria-Hungary were allies, as were Italy. Based on the principle that friends of friends are friends, Spain and Germany should also form an alliance. However, in reality, Germany's alliances with Austria-Hungary and Italy were more of a diplomatic policy, and Germany's rapprochement with Russia was a proactive choice. This was not World War I, and France and Russia were not united. Germany was primarily trying to win over Russia. More importantly, despite Germany's rapid industrial development during this period, Germany, like Spain at the time, was a power with limited capital. Even if Spain and Germany signed an alliance, the support Germany could provide to Spain would be limited, far less attractive than the francs being smuggled from the fingers of the wealthy French. Spain was France's only hope of escaping Germany's policy of isolation. While this straw held, the French would undoubtedly cling desperately to it. But if it snapped, there was no telling how frantic the French would react. After all, France was once the hegemon of Europe, its overall strength overwhelmingly superior to Spain's. Carlo had no desire to see Spain face a direct French attack. He preferred a more neutral stance to gain more benefits from France. Of course, if the French offered more, an alliance with France was possible. After all, the Germans couldn't defeat them, and even if France and Spain signed an alliance, it would still be France that faced Germany head-on. Carlo's demands for this visit to France were modest. A loan of 500 million francs would be ideal. If Spain could secure further industrial support, coupled with cooperation with Austria-Hungary and Italy, the next decade would surely see rapid growth. Thinking of this, Carlo looked forward to his visit even more. Although his trip to Italy was rather hasty, he brought with him several foreign ministers and many important government officials, whose purpose was to help him forge agreements with other European nations. On January 15, 1878, after a few days in Rome, Carlo and his diplomatic corps boarded a train from Italy to Austria. Prior to departure, the Spanish government had already sent telegrams to the countries he wished to visit, and these countries had formally extended invitations to Carlo. As a result, the journey from Italy to Austria was remarkably smooth. Aside from a change of train, the journey was uneventful. The train finally arrived in Vienna, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At Vienna's main train station, Austria-Hungary had already organized a grand welcome ceremony. The presence of not only Spanish government officials but also Carlo, the King of Spain, was enough to command Austro-Hungary's attention. Furthermore, Charles was the son-in-law of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, making him half-family. Greeting Charles at the train station included not only key Austro-Hungarian officials but also Crown Prince Rudolf, who had previously attended the funeral of Victor Emanuele II. Crown Prince Rudolf, now an adult, had frequently participated in diplomatic engagements on behalf of Franz Joseph I in recent years. After all, as the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, Franz Joseph could not personally attend every diplomatic event. While Crown Prince Rudolf was relatively young, barely 20 years old, Charles was only 7 years older, making it appropriate for him to receive younger people. As his brother-in-law, Charles enjoyed a good relationship with Rudolf. When Charles first met Rudolf, he was still a teenager. Furthermore, Queen Sophie, Archduchess Gisela, and Crown Prince Rudolf had grown up together, forming a deep bond that further strengthened Rudolph's affection for his brother-in-law. Seeing Carlo emerge from the train carriage, Crown Prince Rudolph stepped forward and said with a smile, "Welcome to Vienna, Your Majesty." "Well, Rudolph, let's not be so formal. Just call me brother-in-law." Carlo smiled and shook hands with Rudolph, hoping to establish a good relationship with his brother-in-law. The old Emperor Franz Joseph I was a capable man, but unfortunately, his only son, Rudolph, died young, leaving the Austro-Hungarian Empire without an heir. Ultimately, Franz Joseph I had no choice but to appoint his nephew as crown prince, the famous Crown Prince Ferdinand. Even more tragically, Rudolph's death was not caused by an unknown illness, but rather by a love suicide with his mistress. It's worth noting that before his mistress, Maria Alexandrina von Vetera, became his mistress, Marie's mother, Elena, had suggested an extramarital affair, but he politely declined. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Rudolph ultimately fell in love with Elena's daughter, Marie. However, he lost the chance to marry both mother and daughter. Admittedly, the younger girl was more appealing to him. Before they became lovers, he was already 30, while his lover, Baroness Marie, was only 17. Of course, there was still a long time before Crown Prince Rudolph's suicide, and the story might not have played out that way. Hearing Carlo's words, Rudolph naturally dropped the ball. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Welcome to Vienna, brother-in-law. My father is waiting for you at Schönbrunn Palace and has personally prepared a welcome banquet for you this evening." Carlo nodded, smiling, and said, "Let's go first, to visit His Majesty Franz Joseph. We can discuss political matters another day." While diplomatic visits often involve negotiations on bilateral cooperation, these were clearly not Carlo's priorities. At most, Charles I had only agreed on some broad areas of cooperation with Franz Joseph I. Further details of the negotiations required further discussions between officials from both countries, based on the interests of both nations. Although a large crowd greeted Charles at the train station, the true welcome ceremony took place at Schönbrunn Palace. As the ruler of a powerful nation, Austria-Hungary held him in high regard. Furthermore, Austria-Hungary currently needed Spain's diplomatic support, which was one reason why they attached such importance to Charles. Charles had certainly visited Schönbrunn Palace before, and each time he visited, he was captivated by its vastness and opulence. Of course, the royal palace in Madrid was no less impressive. However, he had lived there for several years, and compared to the less frequently visited Schönbrunn Palace, it was already familiar to Charles. In fact, Charles even considered building another palace outside Madrid. While the royal palace in Madrid is one of the 3 largest palaces in Europe, its location in the city center makes it somewhat inconvenient to travel to and from. Building a new palace on the outskirts of Madrid would allow him to pass it on to his children in the future. A king would never begrudge the number of palaces he possessed. After all, for European aristocrats, the number of palaces, castles, and estates was a testament to their wealth and status. The dukes and archdukes of Spain possessed countless castles and estates. A single duke often owned several, or even dozens, of these castles, many of which were ancient and richly endowed. Charles I currently owned only one proper palace, the Royal Palace of Madrid. He did have several castles and estates, but they were all reclaimed from rebellious nobles, and few were large. In the square of Schönbrunn Palace, Franz Joseph I had already prepared a grand welcome for Charles. Accustomed to grand occasions, Charles remained calm and smiled throughout the ceremony. Afterward, the accompanying officials were received by officials from the Austro-Hungarian government, while Charles crossed the square of Schönbrunn Palace to pay his respects to Franz Joseph I in his office. Upon meeting Franz Joseph I again, he remained as usual affable, smiling face. Franz Joseph I was only 48 years old this year, and from a politician's perspective, he was still in the prime of his political career. Indeed, this was indeed the case. Politicians who were too young were often perceived as inexperienced, and youth also meant impetuousness and rashness. As the saying goes, a young mouth is not strong enough to hold on to power. Politicians serving as prime ministers in European countries were generally between 40 and 50 years old, with some even reaching 60 or 70. "Carlo, long time no see," Franz Joseph I said after a pleasantry. Then, he changed the subject and asked about his granddaughter, whom he had yet to meet. "Why didn't you bring Sophie with you?" "This trip was too hasty, and Sophie was too young, so Sophie stayed in Madrid with the 2 little ones," Carlo explained. Carlo understood Franz Joseph I's desire to see his grandchildren, but the short notice and the need to visit various European countries meant he hadn't brought them along. Besides, Franz Joseph I was indeed young, and there would be plenty of opportunities for the 3 generations to meet in the future. Hearing Carlo's explanation, Franz Joseph I nodded regretfully, but said nothing. His 2 daughters, Sophie and Gisela, were already married, and his only son, Rudolf, was still unmarried, so the palace was naturally sparsely populated. Fortunately, Franz Joseph I himself was not too old, otherwise his main daily routine would probably be to urge Crown Prince Rudolf to get married. King Vittorio Emanuele's fate is truly regrettable, but God will guide him to heaven. Carlo, don't grieve too much. You still need to return to deal with the affairs of Spain. Life is like this, we are bound to grow old, get sick, and die. We can only wish them a speedy journey to heaven, and cherish the loved ones we still have access to, Franz Joseph I counseled Carlo. Carlo nodded. While the death of his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, did indeed leave him somewhat sad, he could not grieve excessively. But Carlo couldn't refute such a thing. He couldn't just say he wasn't too sad, could he? Since you're in Vienna, I'd like to tell you about our plans for the Balkans, Franz Joseph I said with a smile. Although the Russians have won the war, they have also resolute the British, who are determined to stop Russian expansion in the Balkans at all costs. This is a good thing for us. Perhaps we can use diplomatic means to prevent Russia from overreaching in the Balkans, and the British are just the right people to stand in our way. With the support of Britain and Spain, Austria-Hungary could at least ensure its annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was why Franz Joseph I smiled. As long as Bosnia and Herzegovina was captured, Austria-Hungary would be invincible. If Russia could be guaranteed a small gain from this war, it would be a double advantage. Hearing Franz Joseph I's words, Carlo smiled and nodded in response. The situation in the Balkans had little to do with Spain. Even if there was a war, it would be a joint effort between Britain and Austria-Hungary to fight Russia. Carlo actually hoped for chaos in the Balkans. If the 3 powers were to fight a big battle in the Balkans, how many arms trade orders could Spain sign? The contest between the powers is not a war with poor firepower like the Russo-Turkish War, but a shocking scene of millions of soldiers and thousands of artillery pieces bombarding each other. Even if Spain can only choose to cooperate with Austria-Hungary or Russia, the money earned from the arms trade is definitely not comparable to the money earned in the Russo-Turkish War. If a war at the level of the powers really breaks out in the Balkans, it can also attract the attention of the British. This is very beneficial to the expansion of Spain's African colonies, at least it can ensure that the British will not interfere. Carlo was more annoyed by the British's troublemaking character. If the British really set their sights on Spain, I am afraid that countries like Portugal could become pawns and constantly block Spain's progress. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter, please support. Chapter 236 Ruhr area. During his visit to Austria-Hungary, Carlo spent most of his time enjoying the scenery around Vienna with Crown Prince Rudolf, visiting Austro-Hungarian factories and renowned companies. The day after Carlo arrived in Vienna, Spanish officials began formal talks and negotiations with their Austro-Hungarian counterparts. After over a week of negotiations, the 2 sides reached another cooperation agreement. This agreement focused primarily on industrial cooperation, primarily Austro-Hungarian industrial support for Spain. This was Austro-Hungarian response to Spain's diplomatic support. After all, relations between the 2 countries depended on mutual interests. Carlo had a single opinion on Austro-Hungarian industrial assistance, the more the better. Because the 2 sides had already reached cooperation in military industry, the new agreement focused more on chemicals and heavy industry, aiming to help Spain further strengthen its industrial base. After all, Spain had only been fully developing its industry for less than a decade. While its industrial development had been rapid, it still had some shortcomings in basic industries, as well as in chemicals and heavy industry. Part of this cooperation agreement involved the construction of a large chemical plant in Spain to strengthen Spain's chemical capabilities. Because he had to make subsequent diplomatic visits to Germany and France, Carlo didn't stay in Austria-Hungary for long. After the 2 governments signed an industrial cooperation agreement, Carlo led Spanish officials from Vienna north to the German capital, Berlin. Traveling by train had one advantage: they could witness the development and prosperity of the German region firsthand. Germany and France share a similar topography, mountains in the south and vast plains in the north. France boasts the vast Great Western European Plain, while Germany also boasts the vast Po Plain, where agriculture and animal husbandry are highly developed. This is an advantage that both Germany and France have over Spain. Even with their large populations, both countries can meet their food needs with their vast plains. Crossing the Sudetan Mountains, the Spanish officials shed tears of envy at the vast Po Plain. If Spain had a large plain, its current development wouldn't be so slow. However, this topographical disadvantage is inherent to Spain. Unless the Spanish government abandons development in Spain, it will have to silently endure the various limitations imposed by the Spanish terrain. Like the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Spanish government had already consulted with the German government before the diplomatic visit to Germany. Although Spain and Germany were not allies, Germany naturally would not refuse a diplomatic visit personally attended by the king. Carlo had few expectations for his visit to Germany, merely hoping to import some industrial technology from Germany or to establish some cooperation with German military enterprises. Carlo was also very interested in the German Krupp Company. Krupp was still controlled by its founder, Alfred Krupp. Although not as famous as his namesake and grandson, Alfred Krupp Jr., his ability to transform a small factory barely scraping by producing cutlery into a renowned German arms company was a testament to Alfred Krupp's skill. The renowned Krupp cannon was invented by this founder of the arms company. His invention played a significant role in the Franco-Prussian War, crushing the vast artillery of the French. In the German capital, Berlin, Carlo was also warmly received by the German government. Like Austria-Hungary, Germany also sent its own Crown Prince Frederick to meet Charles. However, unlike the Austro-Hungarians, while Austrian Crown Prince Rudolf and Charles were of similar age, Germany's Crown Prince Frederick was born in 1831 and was already 47 years old. He was only 1 year younger than the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Franz Joseph I, demonstrating the longevity of Wilhelm I, the founder of the German Empire. Born on March 22, 1797, Wilhelm I was born in the last century. Among all European heads of state, Wilhelm I was the oldest and the only living monarch born in the last century. Even more remarkable was the fact that Wilhelm I would live another 10 years. His lifespan reached 91 years, allowing his son, Crown Prince Frederick, to become the infamous 100 Days Emperor. Although Crown Prince Frederick died of throat cancer, he was only 57 years old at the time, not considered premature in that era. It can only be said that William I's reign was indeed too long, resulting in frequent transfers of power in the German Empire, ultimately passing to the renowned Kaiser Wilhelm I. Charles and Crown Prince Friedrich did not have a particularly close relationship, but their meeting was quite harmonious. Charles first visited Kaiser Wilhelm I, then attended a welcome banquet prepared by the German government for him and his entourage, before settling into the residence provided by the German royal family. The Hohenzollerns were quite luxurious. As a renowned European royal family, the residence they provided for Charles was not just a few rooms, but a medium-sized estate on the outskirts of Berlin. Spanish officials were also accommodated in another estate near Charles's residence, within a 10-minute walk. Charles was quite satisfied with the accommodations arranged by the German government, but he was less impressed with the German cuisine. Having lived in this world for so long, Charles had a relatively good understanding of European cuisine. Among European cuisines, Italian and French cuisines rank highly. Compared to other cuisines, Carlo preferred Italian and French food. Later on, he also enjoyed the specialties of Spain and Italy. He would often try Spanish paella, and Iberian ham was a frequent delicacy. But other than these, European cuisine wasn't very good. The only distinctive dishes he experienced in Austria-Hungary were schnitzel and apple strudel, the latter reportedly a chef's creation specifically for the Habsburgs. German cuisine, on the other hand, primarily consisted of sausages, spatzel, and pork knuckle. Fortunately, while these dishes weren't spectacular, they were certainly not bad. Germany wasn't a complete food desert, at least compared to Britain. German food was still quite good. Besides these more distinctive dishes, the table also featured Königsberg meatballs, cheese noodles, beef rolls, and braised horse meat, all typical German specialties. Besides spatzel, a side of mashed potatoes or potato pancakes was also an option. Side dishes included beef soup and roast chicken, followed by a plethora of desserts and cakes, a truly sumptuous feast. Carlo admitted that the prince's chef had spoiled his appetite, but fortunately, the long journey had left him and the officials somewhat hungry, so he didn't disdain the German delicacies. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, The welcome banquet was almost over. Carlo and the Spanish officials had traveled extensively, and the most important thing now was to rest up before conferring with the German officials the next day. The German government, understanding this, refrained from interrupting them after the banquet, giving Carlo and the Spanish officials ample time to rest. A dreamless night unfolded, and the next day quickly arrived. While Carlo wasn't prepared to fully align himself with Germany, he was open to discussing some industrial cooperation. Germany was, after all, a more powerful nation, and Spain could learn much from it. Unlike Austria-Hungary, Germany was willing to support Spain industrially, but only on condition that Spain join the German Organized Alliance, whose goal was precisely to isolate France. At least for now, Carlo was unwilling to fully align himself with Germany. Because of this, negotiations between the Spanish and German governments regarding an alliance reached a stalemate. Fortunately, both sides quickly moved on to more superficial matters. Carlo knew that without an alliance, Germany would not aid Spain without reason. However, even if Spain used its funds to purchase German industrial equipment and related materials, it would definitely not lose out. Germany naturally wouldn't antagonize Spain. Although German officials were less enthusiastic than on their first visit, Crown Prince Friedrich stated that as long as German businesses didn't object, the German government would allow Spanish and German companies to enter into certain cooperation agreements. German private capital is still quite strong, and this private sector shares a common trait: they won't act without profit, and won't act without a fight. While Germany didn't object to these companies collaborating with Spain, Spain would undoubtedly have to pay far more than the value of the assets if it wanted to acquire anything from these German private companies. For this reason, the German royal family and government, including Crown Prince Friedrich, were not at all concerned. Even if the Spanish government and German companies reached some level of cooperation, Germany would undoubtedly benefit. German Chancellor Bismarck regretted not being able to achieve his goal of a complete blockade of France through Spain. However, a complete blockade of France was unrealistic. After all, France still possessed the strength of the five great powers, and its current combined strength was second only to Britain and Germany. Suppressing France too harshly might even cause Britain to refocus its attention on the situation on the European continent. Maintaining the current situation would be preferable. After all, Germany had already gained a dominant position in the European arena through the Triple Alliance and was not afraid of a French counterattack. With negotiations between the Spanish and German governments at a stalemate, Carlo took the opportunity to propose a new proposal: a visit to Germany's Ruhr area. Located on both sides of the Rhine, the Ruhr is a vital industrial base in Germany, known as the industrial heart of the country. Carlo's purpose for visiting the Ruhr was not only to observe its industrial development and allow Spanish officials to learn valuable lessons from Germany's industrial base, but also to establish cooperation with some of its factories. Although the Ruhr region prospered thanks to the coal industry, its factories are far more than just coal processing plants. As Germany's largest industrial region, the Ruhr boasts vast scale in chemical, heavy, and mechanical processing industries, making it one of Europe's most renowned integrated industrial bases. While Spain lacks the capacity to build a large-scale industrial base like the Ruhr, it can leverage its existing industrial zone planning experience to streamline its existing development. Spain also possesses relatively abundant coal and iron reserves, making the development of a substantial industry a breeze. Carlo's vision for the Barcelona industrial base is to transform it into a miniature Ruhr, transforming it into Spain's very own industrial heartland. While its current scale is far smaller than the Ruhr, it is already Spain's largest industrial base. Learning from Germany's industrial experience could further advance Spain's industrial base development. After careful consideration, the German side accepted Carlo's request to visit the Ruhr. To be frank, the Ruhr is a traditional industrial base, so there's nothing to keep secret. The Ruhr region's strength stems not from advanced industrial technology but from its abundant coal resources and convenient transportation. With these two key elements combined, along with a sufficient population, establishing an industrial base like the Ruhr region is straightforward. While rising industrial output is certainly a positive development, it must be linked to demand for industrial products. If industrial output rises too much while domestic demand for industrial products stagnates, an economic crisis will ensue. Germany has yet to fully recover from the economic crisis, and its industry has suffered significant damage. As Germany's largest industrial base, the Ruhr region was the hardest hit. Fortunately, Germany provided prompt assistance to Ruhr factories. While some small factories went bankrupt too quickly, most medium and large-scale plants have resumed production. Of course, it will take at least several years for the region to recover from its pre-crisis heyday. Germany has learned from its mistakes and has been slow to expand its industrial scale. Having obtained permission from the German government, Carlo naturally hesitated no longer and, along with a group of Spanish officials, set off by train to the Ruhr area, Germany's industrial heartland. Berlin is located in eastern Germany, while the Ruhr area is in western Germany. Reaching the Ruhr area requires a train journey across most of Germany. Fortunately, the route largely lies across the vast Pod Plain, entering the Sudeten Mountains after traveling most of the way. While these are mountainous regions, they are incomparable to the larger mountainous regions of Spain, such as the Meseta Plateau and the Central Cordillera. Accustomed to Spain's high mountains, these smaller mountain ranges in Germany were not even a surprise to Carlo. Along the way, Carlo was primarily enjoying the scenery, while his accompanying officials were much busier. They monitored developments in Germany's interior while also documenting valuable lessons for implementation upon their return to Spain. 2 cabinet ministers accompanied Carlo on this diplomatic trip, Foreign Minister Lord Everton and Spain's current Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, Canovas. The Marquess of Everton's primary purpose for accompanying Carlo was to communicate with officials from the countries being visited and refine diplomatic procedures. After all, these were matters unique to the diplomatic service, while other departments had only a limited understanding. Certain diplomatic procedures and processes were crucial for diplomatic visits between 2 countries. Carlo was eager not to allow any errors to occur during his visit, which could at best tarnish the reputation of the country or, at worst, damage relations between the 2 countries. Deputy Prime Minister Canovas, naturally, accompanied Carlo because of his concurrent position as Minister of Industry. The primary purpose of these visits to Austria-Hungary, Germany, and France was to secure industrial assistance and cooperation agreements from these 3 countries. As Minister of Industry, Canovas was responsible for determining the specific needs of Spanish industry and the types of cooperation agreements that needed to be reached with these countries. Consequently, Foreign Minister Everton and Industry Minister Canovas were the busiest officials on the trip. Unlike Carlo, who leisurely admired the scenery along the way, they were both extremely busy, sometimes even having to attend meetings with numerous officials. Trains of that era were slow, but Germany's landmass wasn't overly vast. The straight-line distance from Berlin to the Ruhr area was less than 500 kilometers. Train speeds of the era generally reached 25–30 kilometers per hour, meaning the journey from Berlin to the Ruhr area took only about a day. Because this train was designated a special train by the German government, the travel time was actually even shorter. The train also had spacious rooms and soft beds, so at least Carlo and the Spanish officials weren't too exhausted. After arriving in the Ruhr area, Carlo and the Spanish officials, led by German government officials and Crown Prince Friedrich, began their extensive tour. The Ruhr area isn't a single city, but rather a vast industrial region comprised of many cities. Within its boundaries are over 50 towns and cities, including medium-sized and larger cities like Dortmund, Essen, and Duisburg. Arriving by train, Carlo and his group headed directly to Dortmund, located in the heart of the Ruhr area and the transportation hub 5000 word to in one chapter. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, France and Spain collaborate again. It's undeniable that Germany's development has been accelerated since the Franco-Prussian War. The unified German Empire quickly became the world's second-largest industrial power, and the pace of its industrial development remained unaffected by national unification. In 1871, Germany's steel production was only 251,000 tons. But last year, it had surpassed 400,000 tons. Although surpassed by the equally rapidly developing United States, Germany's steel production still ranks 3rd in the world, far exceeding France's 300,000 tons. It's worth noting that, after nearly a decade of hard work, Spain's steel production has finally reached 201,000 tons. While this may not seem like much, it already exceeds the steel production of both Austria-Hungary and Russia. Even globally, Spain's steel production ranks behind the United Kingdom, the United States, Germany, and France, making it the world's fifth largest steel producer. However, steel production only reflects the scale of heavy industry, not the level of a country's industrial development. While Spain surpassed Austria-Hungary in steel production, it still lags behind Austria-Hungary in terms of overall industrial scale and industrial level. It can only be said that the former Spanish colonial empire was too glorious. Even after such a long period of decline, it still possessed a certain legacy. After several years of development, although Spain has yet to regain its heyday, its industrial development is not far behind that of the five major powers, such as Austria-Hungary and Russia. Spain's industrial scale even surpassed that of Russia, but Carlo did not promote this fact much, which led to a lack of awareness among the people and governments of European countries. In fact, Spain has been steadily developing during the years of economic crisis and is currently the most powerful country in Europe outside of the five major powers. Led by German officials, Carlo and Spanish officials visited severual major cities in the Ruhr area. After the tour, Carlo, through the German government's introduction, met with the heads of renowned German companies such as Krupp. Krupp was not only a renowned arms company, but also a technologically advanced steel company. At the 1862 London International Exhibition of Industrial and Artistic Works, the Bessemer process, which could easily transform low-quality iron ore into high-quality steel, debuted. Over the next 6 years, over 70 Bessemer converters were operational across Europe, most of them built in Germany. Krupp, led by Alfred Krupp, was not only the first German steel company to adopt a Bessemer converter, but also quickly became a renowned producer of high-quality steel. Steel produced in Bessemer converters became known within Germany as Krupp steel, bringing Krupp fame and earning strong support from then Prussian King William I and Chancellor Bismarck. With government support, Krupp quickly expanded and began to delve into military and chemical industries. The Krupp cannon, produced using Krupp steel, was Alfred Krupp's ultimate reward for the trust placed in him by King William I and Chancellor Bismarck, and the key to Krupp's prosperity. Carlo's desire to meet Alfred Krupp stemmed not only from his desire to acquire Krupp's artillery technology, but also from its steel-making expertise. Steel-making requires the use of chemistry, and the British Empire undoubtedly possessed the largest pool of chemical talent. In fact, many renowned steel-making processes were invented by British scientists, but it wasn't necessarily the British government that leveraged these methods. Alfred Krupp's talent in steel-making is undeniable. He studied the Bessemer process and the Thomas process, ensuring that Krupp's steel-making technology remained at the forefront of the world and contributing to its prosperity. Germany's advanced steel-making processes were largely responsible for the strength of its artillery. The barrels of the renowned Krupp guns were made of Krupp steel, and its durability contributed to their powerful and stable performance. Krupp's private ownership increased Spain's potential to acquire its steel-making and artillery technology. Assuming the German government didn't object, Carlo was confident in reaching a partnership with Krupp, leveraging Krupp's mastered steel-making methods to further boost Spain's steel production. As expected, when Carlo met the renowned Alfred Krupp, he was extremely respectful and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the Spanish government. The economic crisis had not yet fully subsided, and Krupp, as a steel company, had also been impacted. More importantly, Krupp's other major source of revenue, the military industry, was also facing a shortage of orders, leaving the company financially strained. While Krupp was willing to cooperate with Spain, Alfred Krupp was somewhat shocked and hesitant when he heard Carlo's proposal to purchase Krupp's artillery and steel-making technology. Steel-making and artillery technology were fundamental to Krupp's existence, let alone acquiring both simultaneously. However, given the ongoing economic crisis and the fact that cooperation with Spain would have little impact on Krupp's business in Germany, Alfred Krupp hesitated. After all, while Krupp's steel-making methods were advanced, they were adapted and modified from those of the British. Krupp incurred almost no R&D costs. If one counts Krupp's disguised visit to a British factory to learn steel-making techniques, that might have been Krupp's only expense. If this steel-making technology could generate enough funds to sustain the company through the economic crisis, it wouldn't be a huge loss for Krupp. After much deliberation, Alfred Krupp ultimately remained undecided. He apologized to Carlo, saying that such a major matter required consultation with internal management and that it would take some time before he could respond to Carlo. Carlo agreed. During the internal discussions at Krupp, Carlo visited several factories in the Ruhr area again and had Spanish officials take note of the region's planning and the advantages of some factories. Alfred Krupp didn't keep Carlo waiting for long. The very next day, he invited Carlo back to Krupp for a lengthy discussion on the potential collaboration. Of course, the discussions were led by Carlo's subordinates. Carlo's primary mission was to visit Krupp's steel and military plants, to see what made the renowned Krupp company so unique. Krupp had made extensive preparations to welcome Carlo. Perhaps this was an attempt to showcase their capabilities and potentially secure additional funding and benefits from technology transfer. Krupp had prepared a room over 300 square meters to showcase their achievements. Carlo was shown models of the pig iron and steel foundry production processes, steel ingots, train axles, and samples of Krupp cannons. These products represented Krupp's most advanced steel-making and artillery technologies, the very technologies Carlo longed to introduce to Spain. While these industrial products were not as advanced as later industrial and military products, to Carlo, they were the stuff of Spanish dreams. Carlo spent hours exploring the mere 300 square meters of the room, until both sides reached a compromise on the terms of the cooperation, and Carlo concluded his tour. After considerable debate between Spanish officials and the management of the steel works and munitions factories, the two sides finally reached a consensus on the cooperation agreement. Carlo's Royal Steel Works invested 12 million pesetas to purchase a complete steel-making facility from Krupp, which was expected to produce 10,000 tons of crude steel and 40,000 tons of pig iron annually. Krupp also dispatched at least 30 steel-making experts to Spain for a minimum of 2 years to help Spanish steel works master Krupp's steel-making technology. Of course, all expenses for these experts in Spain would be borne by Spain, with Krupp contributing nothing. Krupp would not directly sell its artillery technology. However, it would offer to sell 500 guns to Spain under normal trade terms, with the Spanish munitions factories permitted to dismantle these guns and learn Krupp's artillery technology. To secure Krupp's agreement to transfer its steel-making technology, Spain would have to pay an additional 20 million pesetas in training fees. All in all, Spain would have to spend 32 million pesetas to purchase Krupp's steel-making technology, and would also have to research and replicate its own artillery. While this outcome fell short of his expectations, Carlo was content with it. With Krupp's steel-making technology, Spain's steel production would further increase. For a long time to come, European steel production would experience a surge, ushering in a true industrial age for Europe and the world. Carlo didn't expect Spain to catch up with the industrial powers of Britain, Germany, and the United States, but he hoped that Spain's industrial development would lag behind France, or even surpass it in some cases. France's overall strength was considerable, but compared to Britain and Germany, it had not prioritized its own industrial development. This was also due to the impact of the Franco-Prussian War on France. Although France had a large population, the majority were farmers. The small-scale peasant economy hindered the development of French industry, resulting in a preponderance of small and medium-sized enterprises. Following its defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, France faced heavy reparations. These indemnities also hampered the development of French industry, making it difficult for small and medium-sized enterprises to adopt new industrial technologies and equipment. Naturally, France's industrial development lagged far behind that of countries like Britain, Germany, and the United States. This discouraged private capital from investing in domestic industrial development, preferring instead to invest in other countries, hoping to profit from their faster growth. This led to the flourishing usury empire of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but also undermined France's domestic development. Historical data also shows that France's development had stagnated since the Franco-Prussian War. In 1875, France's steel production reached 256,000 tons. By comparison, Britain's steel production was only 719,000 tons, and Germany and the United States steel production was less than 400,000 tons each. At this point, France's industry had not fallen far behind those of Germany and the United States, and it remained a powerful industrial nation. However, in the following years, France's industrial scale remained stagnant. By 1880, Britain and the United States had both surpassed 1 million tons in steel production, while Germany's steel production reached an astonishing 624,000 tons. France's steel production, however, was only 389,000 tons, roughly one-third of that of Britain and the United States, and two-thirds of that of Germany. This wasn't the worst period for France. By 1885, Britain's steel production had reached 1.917 million tons, and the United States 1.739 million tons. Germany's development was no less impressive, with steel production nearly doubling from 5 years earlier to 1.202 million tons. France's steel production, on the other hand, was only 554,000 tons. A few years earlier, it was two-thirds of Germany's, but by 1885, it was less than half. It was precisely this poor performance of the French during this period that gave Carlo hope that Spain could surpass France in industry. Last year, Spain's steel production was around 200,000 tons, while France's reached 300,000 tons. If the third phase of the Barcelona industrial base is completed, Spain might indeed surpass France in steel production within the next few years. While steel production doesn't represent the overall scale of industry, it is closely related to it. After all, only when domestic industry and demand are large enough can steel mills secure sufficient orders to produce steel. After signing the cooperation agreement with Krupp, Carlo's goal in the Ruhr area was largely accomplished. The steel-making technology of other Ruhr mills was either comparable to or even inferior to Krupp's, making another trip unnecessary. The partnership with Krupp had already met Carlo's needs for steel-making and artillery technology, and this trip to Germany was a pleasant surprise for him. After the contract was signed, Carlo didn't stay in Germany for long. After all, his upcoming visit to France was the highlight, and obtaining aid from the French was what Carlo truly cared about. France's gradual decline into a usurious empire did affect its own development, but it was actually a boon for Spain. Germany's private capital wasn't necessarily weaker than France's, but this capital needed to be reinvested in its own country to accelerate the development of German industry. This meant that despite its strong industry, Germany lacked sufficient funds to support Spain's development. France, on the other hand, was completely selfless and had ample funds to support Spain's development, which was why Carlo preferred to enter into cooperation with France. Regardless of how the relationship between Spain and France might develop in the future, France was currently the European nation most likely to provide the largest loan to Spain. This reason alone was sufficient. To reach France, Carlo chose not to travel by train, as he did from Austria to Germany. Instead, he traveled north from the Ruhr area, then boarded a ship from the port to a French port. The reason for this was, naturally, the rivalry between Germany and France. A straightforward train trip from Germany to France would have embarrassed the Germans, and the French would have been suspicious of Carlo's intentions. Since France had become a republic, there would naturally be no crown prince or king to receive him. Upon his arrival in Paris, Carlo was arranged by the French government to reside in a manor house. Of the 3 countries he visited, aside from Austria-Hungary, France was arguably the most welcoming to Carlo. The primary reason for this was that France needed Spain to break the German blockade. In his conversations with the French government, Carlo mentioned his desire for more interest-free or low-interest loans from France, and requested additional industrial and other assistance. The French naturally wouldn't refuse, but they also made their own demands. After all, the French weren't fools and wouldn't give up for nothing. The first of the French conditions was a ban on any diplomatic or military agreements between Spain and Germany. This was intended to prevent Spain from joining Germany's alliance to isolate France. Carlo, understanding the French's intention, naturally agreed. The second French demand was closer trade relations with Spain. Carlo had no objection to this. After all, France's vast grain production offered Spain a good way to avoid a food crisis, and trade with France wouldn't be a loss for Spain. Of course, protecting Spanish industry was also essential. Spain had been less affected by the economic crisis, and domestic industrial product prices were still relatively high compared to European prices. The impact of the economic crisis had driven prices of industrial products, particularly steel and machine goods, to rock-bottom levels across Europe. Allowing these products to flood the Spanish market would undoubtedly impact Spanish factories. Given the similar quality of these manufactured goods, the public would undoubtedly prefer lower-priced options. This also means that Spain's local factories must either lower the prices or face the problem of a shrinking market share. Carlo was unwilling to see Spain's industry suffer a huge impact from the impact of foreign industrial products. Therefore, when agreeing to the French proposal to deepen trade cooperation, he also specifically mentioned that Spain would not import French industrial products for the time being. The French government also had no intention of forcing Spain to import industrial products. After all, their purpose in proposing to deepen trade cooperation was to influence the Spanish government at the economic level. As long as Spain further deepens cooperation, Coupled with the influx of French funds into Spain, French capital is destined to have a certain say. This can also ensure that Spain is closer to France. This is the real purpose of the French, and it is also a means that the French government has carefully considered to ensure that Spain will not turn to Germany. 5,200 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 238 Political Parties. After a few days in France, Carlo's visit concluded successfully. Although France's industrial development had shown signs of decline, its economy remained remarkably strong. Assured that Spain would not sway towards Germany, the French were willing to invest more in Spain. After negotiations between the two governments, Carlo secured another 500 million franc loan from France. 100 million francs came from the French government. In return for Spain's neutrality or even sympathy for France, this loan was interest-free and required repayment within 5 years, with no strings attached. The remaining 400 million francs came entirely from French private banks and financial groups, also at lower interest rates. These loans had longer repayment terms, requiring the Spanish government to repay within 10 years. Of course, like the previous French loans, these loans from private banks and financial groups came with certain conditions. For example, 60% of the 400 million francs could only be used to purchase supplies in France, leaving the remaining 40% at the Spanish government's disposal. This meant that the Spanish government had only 160 million francs of free funds available, leaving the remaining 240 million francs to be used for imports from France. The good news was that, due to various restrictions, the interest on this loan was low. The Spanish government only had to repay 480 million francs in principal and interest over 10 years, with an annual interest rate of only 2% of the principal. Since 240 million francs could only be used to purchase goods in France, Carlo was unfazed and immediately signed a large order with France. The purchase primarily included various industrial equipment, technical data, and shares in French factories and companies. This large-scale purchase, costing over 100 million francs, delighted French officials and the owners of the factories and companies that received the orders. These orders not only alleviated the economic crisis facing these factories and companies, but also boosted French economic growth. The money, after changing hands, actually returned to France, with no impact on France. Spain also obtained the necessary industrial equipment and related technical data through this large-scale purchase. In short, this cooperation was a win-win for both Spain and France. This major purchase was Carlo's last act in France. After signing the order, Carlo and a group of Spanish government officials boarded the train south to Spain. This trip took nearly 2 months. Carlo left Spain just after Christmas, and it was already February when he returned. His first act upon returning to Spain was naturally to spend time with Juan Fernando and Sofia. And of course, there was also Queen Sofia and her 2 maids. After a few days of rest, Carlo returned to Spain's development, attending a series of meetings to discuss the country's next steps. Since the proposal to exchange the Cuban colony was raised at the last cabinet meeting, the Spanish government has established a basic strategy, prioritizing the development of its African colonies. Of Spain's 3 African colonies, the highest priority was the South Moroccan colony, followed by the Congo territory, and finally the Guinean colony. Aside from the South Moroccan colony, the Congo territory and the Guinean colony both faced a challenge: insufficient population. The resident population here refers to the population recognized by Spain, meaning legal citizens with Spanish citizenship. Currently, the entire Congo territory has a population of less than 20,000, a drop in the bucket for a territory covering over 1 million square kilometers, and this has also limited its development. The same is true for the Guinea colony. The Guinea colony also covers tens of thousands of square kilometers, but its population is less than 10,000. Therefore, Carlo convened the cabinet meeting to find ways to further address the population issues in these colonies. Last year's cabinet's efforts were very effective. Through trade with Russia in exchange for population, Spain acquired approximately 25,000 people from Russia, at least half of whom were distributed to various colonies. This has led to rapid population growth in several of Spain's major colonies, and the Congo territory has begun to take shape, at least from its previous humble beginnings. However, it is clear that this population alone is insufficient to meet the needs of Spain's colonies. To quickly establish its African colonies, the Spanish government needs to obtain more people from other sources. Currently, there is only one country that can provide Spain with a large influx of immigrants: Russia, Europe's most populous country. For Russia, a country with a considerable population, losing tens of thousands of immigrants each year was of little concern, and it wouldn't bother Russian leaders in the slightest. Russians already made up about half of the Congolese population. Carlo's vision was to maintain this proportion at around 50%, or even reduce it to below 50%. Fortunately, Spain could also draw population from its southern Moroccan colonies. Combined with a small amount of domestic immigration, this would ensure that the Russian population in the Congolese territories was not excessive and would not impact the stability of the Congolese territories. Carlo's plan for the southern Moroccan colonies was to assimilate or exterminate all Moroccans in the southern Moroccan colonies. These Moroccans faced two choices: either work themselves to death in Spanish plantations and mines as Moroccans, or settle in mainland Spain or other colonies as Spanish citizens. Obtaining Spanish citizenship would grant them free status, allowing them to seek work of their choice like ordinary Spaniards, rather than being forced into dangerous labor. The Moroccan population in the southern Moroccan colonies was steadily decreasing, estimated to be below 750,000. This would facilitate Spain's assimilation efforts. These Moroccans clearly couldn't make a difference. They could only obediently choose their own futures within the rules set by the Spanish government. Clearly, most Moroccans were quite intelligent. They might not have been willing to take Spanish citizenship, but faced with a choice of either Spanish citizenship or lifelong slavery, they wisely chose the first option. If it weren't for the previously stringent Spanish citizenship review process, with its probation period lasting months or even a year, tens of thousands of Moroccans would have taken Spanish citizenship each year. After developing the Congo, Spain gradually relaxed its naturalization quotas. Currently, over 100,000 Moroccans are on the probationary stage. If all goes well, Spain hopes to receive over 100,000 immigrants within 6 months. The majority of these 100,000 Moroccans will be sent to Guinea and the Congo, with only a small number destined for mainland Spain. A split between Guinea and the Congo would likely yield around 30,000 immigrants each. These immigrants would help Spain develop its colonies and territories more quickly, while also eliminating the need to send large numbers of immigrants from within the country. This was great news for Spain, already facing a population shortage. The country's population growth would no longer be restricted, and could even grow rapidly thanks to the continuous influx of immigrants. Speaking of population, upon Carlo's return from his visit, the cabinet reported to him on Spain's population growth the previous year. By January 1878, Spain's total population had surpassed 19 million, reaching 19.12 million. At the current rate of population growth, Spain had a good chance of reaching over 20 million by 1880. Besides the surge in the native birth rate, another major factor driving this rapid population growth was the large influx of immigrants Spain had received the previous year. Over 25,000 immigrants came from Russia alone, not to mention around 15,000 from Italy and Portugal. Together, these immigrants from various European countries and regions contributed to Spain's population growth of over 50,000, a significant increase. Spain was expected to receive significant annual influxes of immigrants from Russia and Italy for a long time to come. Combined with Spain's high birth rate, this ensures that Spain can achieve higher population growth while maintaining a stable proportion of its majority ethnic group. Only by increasing its population to over 30 million can Spain challenge the 5 traditional European powers. Only by increasing its population to over 50 million can it hope to surpass them. In addition to implementing more detailed population planning for its colonies, the Spanish government also formally began its plans for Portugal. Spain and Portugal have a history of constant love-hate relations. The Kingdom of Portugal initially separated from Spain, resulting in deep ties between the two nations. Furthermore, the fact that Portugal and Spain are the only two countries with sovereign rights on the Iberian Peninsula has led to a strained relationship between the two countries, and Spain has consistently coveted Portugal. The so-called plans for Portugal were, in reality, small-scale tactics designed to further intensify domestic chaos. Compared to Spain, which was gradually recovering, Portugal, still in a period of decline, was clearly more chaotic. Chaotic order is more prone to problems, and Spain could exploit various means to exacerbate and intensify Portugal's domestic problems. Portugal owned 2 large colonies in Africa, but these yielded little profit. Historically, maintaining so many colonies led to financial strains, ultimately leading to 2 consecutive bankruptcies within a decade. The economic collapse caused a severe social crisis and shook the foundations of Portugal's long-standing monarchy. Ultimately, King Carlos I and Crown Prince Luis were assassinated, and the Portuguese throne was overthrown a few years later. Carlos's goal was to accelerate Portugal's economic collapse, plunging the country into chaos and creating a crisis of public confidence in the monarchy. The 19th century, while an era of the Industrial Revolution, was also a time of great revolution. Whenever Portugal fell into chaos, a major revolution was inevitable. History has also proven that the first republic established after the overthrow of a monarchy is often unreliable, as was the case with Spain. After the overthrow of the Bourbon dynasty, Spain established the Spanish Republic. However, this hasty establishment of the republic did not mitigate Spain's decline. Instead, the frequent changes in republican power led to further chaos, ultimately prompting a return to the monarchy. Carlo's goal was to encourage the Portuguese to launch a revolution, overthrow the monarchy, and establish the Portuguese Republic. This hastily established republic was doomed to fail to properly govern the country, and with Spain's continued obstruction, Portugal's economy was doomed to further collapse. At this point, the Portuguese people would recall the virtues of the monarchy. However, with their own royal family already overthrown, they could only restore it through the election of a king or the nomination of a nobleman. As Portugal's neighbor, Spain's rapid development and prosperity during this period would undoubtedly attract the attention of most Portuguese. By building favor in Portugal and shaping public opinion, Carlo might be able to reunite Spain and Portugal. Peacefully annexing Portugal would make the rest of the process much simpler. Portugal's population was only a little over 4 million, making assimilation relatively straightforward. Spain could disperse the Portuguese population by recruiting workers from its industrial bases and immigrating some Spanish citizens to Portugal. Reducing the proportion of Portuguese in Portugal to below 50% would make it much more difficult for Portugal to gain independence from Spain. Carlo was eager to seize this tempting piece of Portuguese fat as soon as possible. Adding Portugal's population of over 4 million would allow Spain's population to reach 30 million by around 1890. And to over 40 million before the outbreak of World War I. This would provide Spain with sufficient strength to defend itself during the war, and even determine its outcome at a crucial moment. Even before World War I, Spain would have sufficient strength to intervene in smaller wars and conflicts before the war and secure further benefits. A more covert tactic would be to support existing political parties in Portugal and use them to disrupt the political landscape. For a monarchy, a party advocating for freedom and democracy would be detrimental to its own interests. However, most countries lacked effective solutions, either conceding to these parties or resorting to forceful suppression. Regardless of the Portuguese government's approach, Spain would be able to disrupt the political landscape. If Portugal resorted to forceful suppression, it would inevitably provoke even more intense resistance from the Portuguese people. That would be a truly exciting time. If civil war erupted in Portugal, Spain, as Portugal's only neighbor, could have a far-reaching impact on the situation. Of course, it would be best to ignite the conflict in Portugal when the British were distracted, perhaps during the Boer War. These actions against Portugal would have to be handled by the government, and Charles II would not be openly involved. After all, King Louis of Portugal was Charles II's brother-in-law, and the Queen of Portugal was Charles II's sister. Attacking his own relatives would be embarrassing. If a rebellion erupted within Portugal and overthrew the royal family, this problem could be easily resolved. Charles II could even gain the favor of the Portuguese royalists by offering asylum to the Portuguese royal family, thus avoiding damage to his reputation. Speaking of supporting political parties to disrupt Portugal's political situation, Charles II suddenly had a new idea. If he could support foreign political parties to disrupt the situation, why not support domestic parties to control the domestic situation? Spain currently has 3 major political parties. The Royalists are staunch monarchists, the Progressives also support the monarchy, and only the Liberals are ambivalent. Among these 3, there is no Workers' Party that champions the interests of workers. If Carlo could establish and foster a Workers' Party, it would not only improve Spain's political system but also stabilize the country's domestic situation through political control. It's well known that workers have been a powerful force since the Industrial Revolution, even capable of determining the fate of a nation. If Carlo could fully control this political power by establishing a workers' party, and with the support of the more conservative peasantry, who could possibly undermine the Spanish monarchy? A Spanish kingdom with the support of the working class and peasantry would be, to a certain extent, invincible. Once the Spanish bourgeoisie grows, it could manipulate the opposition between the bourgeoisie and the working class. The royal family would simply need to balance these two classes, and with the support of the aristocracy, it would be possible to achieve national stability. If the working class becomes too powerful, the conflict could be mitigated by removing a few capitalists. Capitalists are generally not good people, so sacrificing a few of them is necessary for national stability. Thinking of this, Carlo was very satisfied with his plan and decided to give it a try. Even if the plan didn't work as well as he had imagined, this workers' party under Carlo's complete control could still play a certain role. After all, compared to letting the political power of the working class grow wildly, proper guidance and control can make this power sharper and less harmful. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 239, Anglo-Russian Conflict, German Neutrality. While the Spanish government was deliberating on its course against Portugal, the situation in the Balkans, which had remained calm for several months, finally descended into chaos again. In mid to late February 1878, the Russian government pressured the Ottoman Empire into signing the Treaty of San Stefano, attempting to quickly end the war and prevent British and Austro-Hungarian intervention. The terms of this treaty, prearranged by Russian Foreign Minister Alexander Mihajlovich Gorchakov and Tsar Alexander II, left the already defeated Ottoman Empire with no choice. Under the treaty, the Ottoman Empire was forced to recognize the full independence of Montenegro, Serbia, and Romania, and the autonomy of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina would remain within the Ottoman sphere as an autonomous region, but the two countries would govern their own internal affairs, with no Ottoman interference. Furthermore, the establishment of the Greater Bulgaria in southern Romania required the Ottoman Empire to allow Russian forces to operate legally in Bulgaria. The Ottoman Empire was also required to return the southwestern region of Sarajevo to Russia and cede Kars, Batumi, Ardahan, and Bayazid. In addition to territorial changes, the Russian government demanded that the Ottoman Empire revise the rules of passage through the Bosporus Strait, requiring permanent permission for warships from all Black Sea states, including Russia, to pass through the strait. Originally, the Russians requested that the contents of this treaty be kept strictly confidential for a short period of time to avoid opposition from Britain and Austria-Hungary. However, the Ottoman Empire was no fool. Imperial officials understood that only Britain could prevent the dismantling of the Ottoman Empire at this time. Thanks to the efforts of Ottoman officials, the contents of the Treaty of San Stefano were leaked to the European media and became known to European countries. This immediately sparked strong dissatisfaction from Britain and Austria-Hungary. Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary was furious and ordered his government to strongly criticize the treaty and issued a regional mobilization order. The treaty granted Russia a significant amount of territory and allowed it to indirectly control Montenegro, Serbia, and Romania by supporting their independence. What about Austria-Hungary? Bosnia and Herzegovina, which Russia had promised to Austria-Hungary before the war, only received autonomous status, remaining within the Ottoman Empire. This meant that, if the treaty were to be followed, Austria-Hungary would have to watch Russia expand its influence in the Balkans while withdrawing from the struggle for Balkan supremacy. Britain was also deeply dissatisfied. While the treaty did not grant Russia control of Constantinople, it did grant Russia free passage through the straits. Without the restrictions of the straits, Russia's Black Sea fleet would be able to move unchecked southward into the Mediterranean, disrupting Britain's two main gateways. The British had enormous ambitions. With control of the Suez Canal, they had effectively established control of the Mediterranean. With both eastern and western gateways in British hands, any Mediterranean country seeking to expand beyond the Mediterranean depended on the British. The British relished this attitude and were unwilling to see any country disrupt the existing system, let alone Russia, a country with which they were in fierce competition. After Austria-Hungary announced a partial mobilization, Britain dispatched its royal fleet to the Strait of Constantinople and convened a diplomatic conference, solemnly declaring the Treaty of San Stefano, signed between Russia and the Ottoman Empire, illegal and a unilateral act of Russian blackmail against the Ottoman Empire. The strong stances of both Austria-Hungary and Britain placed immense pressure on Russia, forcing Tsar Alexander II to place his hopes on his ally, the German Empire. The Germans were in a difficult position. Their two allies were on the verge of falling out over the Balkans. Choosing either side would undermine Chancellor Bismarck's policy of isolating France. However, remaining silent would not only dishearten both allies but also potentially impact Germany's international standing in Europe. Such conflicts between the great powers presented a unique opportunity to demonstrate a nation's standing and international influence. If Germany had remained cowardly, it would have been ridiculed by the French for decades. After careful consideration, German Chancellor Bismarck ultimately chose to mediate the conflict between the major powers as a neutral intermediary, a testament to the Iron Chancellor's ability. Whether Germany chose either side in the conflict would severely damage its relations with the other. However, Germany could not remain silent, so the most appropriate option was to mediate the conflict as neutrally as possible. Germany also possessed sufficient strength to act as a mediator. The role of a mediator required not only sufficient international standing and influence, but also sufficient power to force compromise between the various countries under relatively fair conditions. Without sufficient strength, mediation efforts would be met with deaf ears. With Germany's announcement of its absolute neutrality in mediating the conflict, Russia effectively lost the initiative. Russia was now facing two adversaries, one of which was the most powerful nation in the world, the British Empire. Under these circumstances, even though Russia had already achieved control over the Balkans, it was forced to re-enter negotiations with Britain and Austria-Hungary. In late March 1878, at the invitation of the Germans, Britain, Austria-Hungary, and Russia convened a conference in Berlin to resolve the competition and conflict among the Balkan states. As the most powerful nation, Britain's diplomatic representatives righteously denounced the Russian treaty at the outset of the conference, stating that the British Empire would never accept such a treaty. The British representatives demanded a redivision of the Balkans and the preservation of the Bosporus under Ottoman control. The British offered their reasons for this. Because the Ottoman Empire had not lost Constantinople, the Bosporus was theoretically an Ottoman sea. As such, Russia naturally had no right to free passage through the strait. Austria-Hungary also made its own demands, the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, and the redesignation of Russia's proposed Greater Bulgaria into Lesser Bulgaria, thereby preventing the rapid expansion of Russian influence in the Balkans. Upon hearing the demands of the British and Austro-Hungarians, Russian Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov, who was present at the conference, suddenly became gloomy. If the British and Austro-Hungarian plan were implemented, what would be the purpose of Russia's war? After painstakingly launching a war, only to have Britain and Austria-Hungary reap all the benefits. Was Russia simply trying to control a tiny Romania? Although Russia seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the pressure from Britain and Austria-Hungary, Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov knew he couldn't back down. If he even considered retreating, Britain and Austria-Hungary would undoubtedly make even more outrageous proposals. For Russia's own benefit, he had to demonstrate a strong stance at the diplomatic conference, at least to make it clear to Britain and Austria-Hungary that Russia was not a sheep to be slaughtered. Your proposal, gentlemen, is absolutely unacceptable to us. The Treaty of San Stefano was an armistice signed between our country and the Ottoman Empire. All its contents were compensation to our country after our defeat, and there was nothing unreasonable about it, Russian Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov retorted. If he remained silent, who could guarantee that the British and Austro-Hungarian foreign ministers wouldn't make even more outrageous demands? Reasonable compensation for defeat. The British diplomatic representative chuckled and said dismissively, "Didn't your country initiate the war? You launched the war without any reason, and yet you're still asking the Ottoman Empire to bear the consequences? Isn't that an unfair clause? The war claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Ottoman civilians. This is already the most severe punishment the Ottoman Empire has ever faced. I believe the Ottoman Empire was innocent of this war. The Treaty of San Stefano needs to be revised, or our country will not recognize its legitimacy." The British diplomatic representative's words were emboldened by the strength of the British Empire. Even sitting across from him was Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov, the Russian foreign minister, a man deeply trusted by Tsar Alexander II, and he remained unfazed. The Austro-Hungarian diplomatic representative also nodded and chimed in, "Not only has your country launched a war without any justification, you have also completely violated the agreements we made before the war began. This betrayal of our promise is deeply resented by our 38 million citizens and His Majesty Emperor Franz Joseph. Like Britain, we do not recognize the legitimacy of the Treaty of San Stefano and demand that it be revised in our presence to ensure that the interests of all the nations and countries involved are not affected." Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov never expected that his tough stance would be met with even tougher ones from the British and Austro-Hungarian representatives. To force the Russians to yield, The British and Austro-Hungarian representatives also expressed their pro-war stance. The British representative stated that if the Russians did not agree to revise the Treaty of San Stefano, any further meeting between Britain and Russia would be a negotiation for war. Austria-Hungary stated that troops surrounding Hungary had begun mobilization. If Russia did not yield in this conflict, Austria-Hungary would proactively declare war on Russia. Faced with the almost naked threat of war between the two countries, Russian Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov ultimately hesitated. If Russia had faced either Britain or Austria-Hungary alone, it wouldn't have feared their threats. But there was no way around it. The British and Austro-Hungarian empires, united, were a formidable force against any nation in the world. Not to mention Russia, whose industry was just beginning to take off. Even a European upstart like Germany or France, once the dominant power in Europe, wouldn't have been able to negotiate peacefully. The British Navy alone was enough to dominate the world, not to mention the combined armies of Britain and Austria-Hungary, which posed a serious threat to Russia. While the British Empire was renowned for its navy, that didn't mean its army was inferior. While not as strong as nations like Germany and France, which primarily relied on land power, the British Army ranked above average among the major powers. Austro-Hungary, of course, was no exception. The Austrians, or South Germans, were a formidable force, as evidenced by the strength of the German army. Although Austrian populations did not constitute a significant portion of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the mixed Austrian, Hungarian, and other ethnic minorities' armies' combat effectiveness was not significantly weakened. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's greatest challenge was the language barrier among its multi-ethnic army. Not everyone possessed the unimaginable gift of languages like Emperor Franz Joseph I, of course. Regardless of the numerous domestic problems faced by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it was one of the 5 traditional European powers and its overall strength remained formidable. Faced with a shared threat of war from Britain and Austria-Hungary, the Russian ambassador could only turn once again to German Chancellor Bismarck, who was presiding over the conference. Bismarck had already planned to remain completely neutral in the conference to avoid seriously damaging relations with both Russia and Austria-Hungary. Seeing Russian Ambassador Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov's gaze directed at him, Bismarck could only shake his head implicitly, indicating his inability to intervene. Although he had anticipated German indifference, he could not help but express disappointment when Chancellor Bismarck shook his head. Without German support, Russia would have to fend for itself at the conference, or rather, be at the mercy of Britain and Austria-Hungary. As foreign minister, Alexander was well aware of Russia's internal sentiments and specific decisions. Russia couldn't possibly wage war against Britain and Austria-Hungary again, having already suffered heavy casualties in the Russo-Turkish War and incurred significant military expenditures. The Russo-Turkish War had already lasted a year, and another war with Britain and Austria-Hungary, even if Russia ultimately won, would be a complete loss. Russia had a sufficient population, so troop losses were not a major concern for the Russian government. However, these losses were accompanied by a rapid depletion of weapons and ammunition. Whether produced domestically or imported from Spain, this represented a significant military expenditure. A victory would have been a win, allowing Russia to comfort itself with the territorial gains and control of the Balkan states. However, a failure would have left Russia penniless. It was for this reason that, long before attending the Berlin Conference, Tsar Alexander I had instructed the diplomatic ambassadors to show a tough attitude in the early stages of the negotiations to see if they could force Britain and Austria-Hungary to back down. If Britain and Austria-Hungary were willing to resort to war to force Russia to submit, then Russia would have no choice but to fall into the trap and raise its hands in surrender. Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov sighed inwardly, and then he seemed to be deflated, and suddenly lost all his spirit. After struggling for a few seconds, Alexander said helplessly, "Just do as you say, respected envoy. Russia is willing to revise the Treaty of San Stefano, but the premise is that our country's interests must also be sufficiently respected." Seeing that the Russian ambassador had chosen to back down, the representatives of Britain and Austria-Hungary exchanged a glance, each catching a glimpse of a smile. Although their combined strength surpassed Russia, this didn't mean they intended to start a war with the country. Russia's most troublesome aspect was its massive population, which meant millions of troops. If this behemoth of Russia were truly provoked and mobilized millions of troops, wouldn't Britain and Austria-Hungary also have to mobilize millions more to maintain their advantage on the battlefield? Even if this were to win the war, Britain and Austria-Hungary would still suffer significant losses. This was especially true for Austria-Hungary, which, lacking any colonies, mobilized its own population. Of the many ethnic groups within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Austrian army was the most reliable. If the Austrian army suffered significant casualties in the war, even the stability of the Austro-Hungarian Empire would be affected. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was dismembered into several countries after World War I, largely because Austria, suffering heavy losses, could no longer control Hungary. Only by maintaining the advantage of the main ethnic group over the minority groups at all times can the country achieve long-term stability. This also reflects the importance of colonies. Although the colonial army armed by the indigenous people of the colonies is not strong in combat effectiveness, they are very good cannon fodder. Even if the casualty ratio is 10-1, it is not a loss for many colonial countries. 10 colonial natives are certainly not as valuable as one of their own countrymen, except for those countries that already have a large population. For Spain, even if it loses all the indigenous population, it is unwilling to reduce the native population of Spain by 1 million. Not to mention that the war losses are still extremely excellent young and middle-aged laborers, and the value of these young and middle-aged laborers cannot be measured by the indigenous population. 5,000 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 240 Shipbuilding Cooperation. With Russian Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov completely giving up resistance, Britain and Austria-Hungary officially began the process of revising the Treaty of San Stefano. During the week-long revision process, Alexander remained silent on most aspects, aside from insisting on certain bottom lines. This facilitated a smoother process, and within just a week, a brand new Treaty of San Stefano was finalized. Under the terms of the new treaty, Montenegro, Serbia, and Romania gained complete independence from the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, Austria-Hungary received Bosnia and Herzegovina, while Bulgaria received autonomy. Constantinople and the Strait of Constantinople remained under the Ottoman Empire, and the Black Sea states were denied any privileges of passage through the Strait of Constantinople. This new treaty completely halted Russian expansion into the Balkans, and Russia gained only a few small territories in the Caucasus, a negligible gain. Instead, Austria-Hungary emerged as the biggest beneficiary of the peace talks. Austria-Hungary's acquisition of Bosnia and Herzegovina was valuable in itself, not to mention its potential as a bridgehead, allowing Austria-Hungary to extend its influence further into the Balkans. When news of the revised Treaty of San Stefano spread throughout Europe, rumors circulated that upon learning the details of the revised treaty, Russian Tsar Alexander II angrily smashed all the decorations in his office. Foreign Minister Alexander Mikhailovich Gorchakov, who signed the treaty, was also subjected to a barrage of abuse and nearly lost his position. Despite his anger, Alexander II understood the inevitable outcome. The moment Britain and Austria-Hungary announced their intervention, Russia had already lost the bargaining position. It's worth noting that as news of the revised Treaty of San Stefano spread throughout Europe, the prestige of the British Empire resurfaced. In the eyes of most Europeans, Russia had become a powerful nation, even the hegemon of Eastern Europe. Yet, even such a powerful nation had to yield under British coercion. This further underscored the might of the British Empire and instilled in every Briton a deep sense of pride in its power. Carlo was more concerned about the outcome of the Triple Alliance than the benefits Britain and Austria-Hungary reaped from the peace negotiations. Germany's neutrality in the peace negotiations did prevent a deterioration in relations between Germany and its two allies. However, it is undeniable that Germany failed to support Russia when it most needed it, a move that undoubtedly left Russia disheartened. While not as severe as Austria's backstabbing during the Crimean War, for Russia, having already suffered such a blow, the future development of German-Russian relations is a matter of considerable concern. Changes in German-Russian relations would also impact the relationship between Austria-Hungary and Russia. Previously, with Germany's support, Austria-Hungary generally adopted a yielding approach in Balkan policy decisions. Without German support, Austria-Hungary naturally ceased to fear Russia. The future struggle for supremacy between the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russia in the Balkans will be a fascinating spectacle, potentially even affecting the entire European situation. Originally, there were no intense conflicts between the Balkan peoples, but the competition between the two powers will force these Balkan nations to diverge. Of course, this development is a good thing for Spain. At least for now, the European situation has not yet transcended history, and Carlo can still draw on historical experience to help Spain choose a more appropriate path. As the conflict between Austria-Hungary and Russia in the Balkans intensifies, Germany will ultimately be forced to choose one of these two allies. If Russia is abandoned, France will fully assume control, and the European situation will become a confrontation between Germany and Austria, and between France and Russia. Germany's overall strength is slightly greater than France's, and Russia's overall strength is slightly greater than Austria-Hungary's. Carlo simply doesn't believe that this Politburo was secretly orchestrated by the British. Isn't this the regional balance policy advocated by the British? However, the British overreached, and Germany unleashed unimaginable strength, ultimately nearly shaking the entirety of Europe with its immense military might. Now that the trajectory of history was clear, the most important thing was to determine which side Spain would take, and the benefits it would gain from doing so. Of course, before that, Spain's overall strength needed to be strengthened to ensure it wouldn't become a prey in the future confrontation between the two major military blocs. Having already strengthened ties with France through diplomatic visits, Carlo didn't intend to miss this opportunity. Although France's overall strength now ranked behind Germany, it remained the world's third largest power, after Britain and Germany. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The French army and navy were both excellent, and still quite formidable compared to Spain. Although Spanish shipyards had amassed a national effort to design the highly advanced and powerful Reconquista-class ironclads, the Royal Guarnizo shipyard remained unable to develop a new design for the next few years. The ironclads designed either offered little improvement in firepower, armor, or speed, or suffered significant deficiencies in certain areas. In short, a more complete new design was yet to emerge. Naval development was advancing at a rapid pace, and the Spanish Navy could not afford to stand still. The Resurrection-class ironclads were indeed a formidable design a few years ago, even poised to rank among the top 5 European ironclad designs. However, over the years, the British ironclad series had been upgraded, and the French had also developed the latest ironclads. The Resurrection-class ironclads had fallen from the top 5 to the top 10 in Europe. While the top 10 designs were equally advanced, their ranking would continue to decline. For Spain, continuing to design a more powerful ironclad was essential. This would not only demonstrate Spain's strong foundation and capabilities in naval design, but also enhance national pride. Only pride in one's country can foster a strong sense of patriotism. Spaniards today still possess a deep love for their country, and Carlo would never undermine the bond between Spaniards and their country. Having already strengthened ties with France, now was the time to embrace its support. France still possesses relatively superior capabilities in naval design. Although Germany's overall strength has surpassed France's, France remains the second strongest navy in Europe, and even the world. It's no exaggeration to say that the only navy capable of posing a threat to Britain is the current French Navy. However, the French Navy is merely a threat, far from being able to defeat the British Navy. For Spain, France is indeed the only reliable partner with which to develop more powerful ironclad warships. While the British are naturally more capable in naval design, they are certainly not reliable. Furthermore, relations between Britain and Spain are not particularly good, making cooperation between the two countries virtually impossible. After making the decision, the Spanish government immediately contacted the French ambassador to Spain to discuss the possibility of collaborating on the development of ironclad warships. While Spain's overall strength is not strong, its navy remains among the top 5 in Europe. While this is largely due to Spain's legacy, the fact that it's top 5 in Europe is undeniable. Cooperation with Spain is not a major disadvantage for France, and it can even help secure its southern border by strengthening ties with Spain. As expected, when the French ambassador reported the Spanish government's request to Paris, the French government immediately agreed. The two sides contacted each other through diplomatic ambassadors and agreed to collaborate on the development of a state-of-the-art ironclad warship design. Because of the collaborative nature of the project, once the ironclad design was finalized, both France and Spain would receive complete data. Subsequent improvements to the ironclad would also be fully shared, with one exception, if either France or Spain independently completed the improvements. Furthermore, the two sides agreed not to sell the initial design. If shipyards from either country wanted to sell the jointly designed warship, they would undergo a second modification to ensure that the initial design data would not be leaked. With a mutual desire to collaborate, The two governments quickly reached an agreement and immediately began collaborating on warship development. The French hoped to strengthen their relationship with the Spanish government through this collaboration, while the Spanish hoped to leverage the French's ship design expertise to design even more powerful ironclad warships for Spain. Driven by mutual interests, Spanish shipyards dispatched a large number of experts to French shipyards. Over the next several years, they will study the latest warship designs at French shipyards and discuss their merits and shortcomings. Before these experts departed for France, Carlo met with them and offered them encouragement. Many of these experts had previously worked on the design of the Resurrection-class ironclads, and their warship design expertise is exceptional, considered among the best in Spain. This trip to France, collaborating with French warship designers, will allow them to gain exposure to mainstream French design thinking and enrich their own resource base. Warship design isn't a matter of figuring things out, it requires a comprehensive consideration of the specific needs of both countries and the strengths and weaknesses of existing battleships, aiming to create an ironclad that integrates all the advantages and meets the needs of both nations. This also means that these experts will have the opportunity to view blueprints of France's currently operational ironclads, a valuable resource. While the French are unlikely to release blueprints of their most advanced ironclads, the availability of previously unseen materials will undoubtedly allow these experts to learn something new. Carlo hoped to absorb France's valuable experience and unique design ideas in shipbuilding, allowing Spain to further advance its warship design, at least reaching the level of the five great powers. Unfortunately, Spain's smaller population meant it couldn't match the talent pool of the five great powers. Furthermore, Spain's education system was quite poor 10 years ago, and with a majority of the population illiterate, talented individuals were undoubtedly scarce. The other great powers, on the other hand, enjoyed significantly better education, coupled with a much larger population than Spain. This resulted in a talent pool far superior to Spain's. Germany, in particular, boasted one of the highest educational standards in Europe. Throughout history, numerous outstanding physicists and chemists hailed from Germany, including the renowned Albert Einstein. After successfully establishing cooperation with the French government, Carlo was not satisfied and subsequently reached similar agreements with Italy and Austria-Hungary. While Austria-Hungary's naval capabilities were not particularly prominent, that didn't mean it lacked naval capabilities. Warship development in Spain and Austria-Hungary primarily focused on small and medium-sized warships, particularly those under 3,500 tons. Given the industrial scale and naval strength of both Austria-Hungary and Spain, developing several designs for small and medium-sized warships around 3,500 tons was a no-brainer. A nation's navy cannot consist entirely of ironclad ships. A single ironclad fleet requires numerous small and medium-sized warships. Therefore, these small and medium-sized warships played a crucial role. Both cruisers capable of ocean-going operations, even rivaling capital ships, and gunboats limited to near-shore defense and patrol were relatively scarce for Spain. Spain's colonies spanned the globe, requiring a large navy to protect its homeland and colonies. Carlo's plan envisioned the formation of two fleets, the Home Africa Fleet and the Philippine Fleet. The Spanish Navy's miscellaneous wooden warships and some less advanced vessels would be transferred to the Philippine Fleet, which would be sufficient to ensure the security of the Philippine colonies. The Home Africa Fleet would be equipped with more powerful ironclads and newer warships, significantly enhancing its combat effectiveness. With the advancement of naval design worldwide, Spain's outdated sailing warships were essentially useless. While they improved the Spanish fleet's strength on paper, sailing warships and other wooden warships were helpless in direct confrontation with enemy ironclads. The disparity in firepower, protection, and speed was significant, and it wasn't simply a matter of numbers. The situation in the Philippine colonies was different. The Philippine colonies primarily faced the Dutch fleet and pirates, for which sailing warships were more than adequate. While the Netherlands was once a renowned European power, its territory was too small to support a significant fleet. Like the Spanish, the Dutch navy was merely large, but in reality, it was an outdated fleet with few new ironclads, making it highly unlikely for the Dutch to station any in their colonies. This meant that Spain's aging fleet could still play a vital role in the Philippines, ensuring stability for a long time to come. Carlo had yet to make a decision on how to deal with the Philippine colonies. The Cuban colony must be sold, and it must be sold at a high price in the short term. The Philippine colonies were also far from the Spanish mainland, but they had already grown in size, and the Spanish military presence was sufficient to ensure stability. Under these circumstances, selling the Philippine colonies became extremely difficult. The people would not accept the unintended loss of the Philippine colonies unless they could be exchanged for larger and more prosperous colonies. But this was impossible. The great powers were not fools and would not trade a better colony for a worse one. While the Philippines had a large indigenous population, these locals were generally lazy, and the benefits of the colonies were limited. In this sense, the Philippine colonies were like a piece of chicken ribs, useless to eat, but a pity to abandon. Fortunately, Carlo still had ample time to make his choice. Both Cuba and the Philippines were currently firmly under Spanish control. If cooperation with Austria-Hungary was a reflection of its strength, cooperation with Italy was simply a reflection of Italy's future. Although Italy was a new power, it was still a great power. In addition to the poor combat effectiveness of the army, Italy has placed its main development direction on the navy since the reign of Carlo's father, Vittorio Emanuele II. The current king of Italy is Carlo's brother Umberto, who is an outright nationalist and imperialist. Historically, it was under the leadership of King Umberto that Italy joined the arms race and expanded the size of its army and navy. It must be admitted that Italy does have certain capabilities in naval design. In the era of pre-dreadnought battleships, Italy also designed the most advanced battleships in Europe, which is by no means something that an ordinary great power can do. At least in terms of the navy, the benefits of cooperating with Italy now may be greater than those of cooperating with Austria-Hungary. Fortunately, Carlo is an adult and can have both. Spain can reach cooperation with Austria-Hungary as well as with Italy. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 241 Nikola Tesla. In addition to establishing a construction partnership with France, Carlo also plans to recruit highly educated French talent to fill Spain's shortage of top talent. Of course, Spain's search for talent isn't limited to France, it will extend across Europe. Germany, with its relatively advanced educational system, is particularly attractive to Spanish scientists. Spain's talent recruitment policy has always been quite lenient, and the rewards offered are generous. For talented university students who cannot afford to study, the Spanish government offers partial scholarships, or even full scholarships and living allowances for exceptionally gifted individuals, if they are willing to come to Spain and become Spanish citizens. This talent recruitment policy has been in place for several years and has resulted in Spain attracting a significant number of talented individuals. While the financial cost is substantial, it's insignificant compared to the talent gained. Spain has already recruited over 2,000 individuals from Europe, nearly 500 of whom were unable to afford university and ultimately chose Spanish citizenship. These individuals were all exceptional students identified by Spanish researchers possessing a talent for physics and chemistry. Their inability to attend university stemmed from poor family circumstances, not from their own academic incompetence. Carlo naturally sought to assist these individuals wherever possible. Funding their university education wouldn't cost much, but their future contributions to Spain after becoming Spanish citizens would be more than compensated by a modest grant. Even if more than half of these students ultimately achieved only the level of average university graduates, Carlo's investment would not be a loss. After all, university graduates were a minority in that era, and immigrants with university degrees were already within Spain's immigration intake. While this represented a small investment, these individuals would undoubtedly have a higher degree of recognition of Spain than ordinary immigrants. To ensure Spain had a greater chance of attracting these top talents, Carlo compiled a list of renowned scientists from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, writing down every name he could think of on a piece of paper and handing it to Cortés, the head of the Royal Security Intelligence Service. Unfortunately, due to the early years of the era, many of these future generations of renowned scientists were either not yet born or were still too young. For example, Albert Einstein, who is well known to most people, was born in 1879 and is undoubtedly unknown. The good news is that some talented individuals who were once too young have finally grown up. Among them is one of Carlo's most valued individuals, the renowned scientist Nikola Tesla. As early as the launch of the Spanish talent recruitment program, Carlo had included Tesla's name on the list he sent to Carlo, the head of the Royal Security Intelligence Service. Unfortunately, Tesla was only a teenager at the time, and Carlo did not want to disrupt Tesla's development. Because of this, Tesla was able to complete his high school studies as history has shown, and in 1875 he entered the Technical University of Graz in Austria to study physics, mathematics, and mechanics. In 1876, due to the abolition of the Austrian military border service, Tesla lost his scholarship and nearly dropped out. At this critical juncture, intelligence officers from the Royal Security Intelligence Service approached Tesla and offered to sponsor his university studies. Of course, this financial support was not free. The intelligence agent revealed his Spanish nationality and stated that the scholarship was provided by His Majesty King Charles of Spain. In return, Tesla would obtain Spanish citizenship after graduation and work for Spain. Tesla would be highly respected in Spain, able to continue his studies at Spanish universities, become a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and work on important research projects. Nikola Tesla, just 20 years old at the time, was shocked and incredulous by the Spanish intelligence agent's words. Of course, he wasn't resentful, but rather grateful. Without the scholarship provided by King Charles, he would be forced to drop out of university, and any further study would require auditing university classes. Sitting in a classroom and auditing outside the classroom were two completely different outcomes. Tesla desperately needed the scholarship, so he accepted the intelligence agent's request without hesitation. Born in Austria to a Serbian family, his family had grown up in poverty and faced discrimination in Austria. This left Tesla with a limited appreciation for Austria. He not only had no objection to the offer of Spanish citizenship, but even expressed anticipation. Spain's progress over the past decade had been remarkable. Through the extensive coverage of Spanish newspapers, many Europeans had learned of Spain's resurgence. Tesla was naturally among them. He was deeply interested in the Royal Academy of Sciences, established in Spain, and naturally hoped to become a member. With the two of them intrigued, Tesla and the intelligence officer signed a scholarship agreement. During his years at Graz University of Technology, Spain would provide an annual scholarship to support his studies, including funds for purchasing materials and conducting small experiments. In return, Tesla would immediately return to Spain upon completion of his studies. After obtaining Spanish citizenship, he would be able to work or study at the Royal Academy and other universities. Spain could also arrange for Tesla to study at prestigious universities in other European countries. However, this precondition precluded Tesla from obtaining Spanish citizenship upon completion, a requirement the intelligence officer had previously stated and Tesla agreed to. By 1878, Tesla's university career was nearing its end. At Graz University of Technology, he had studied physics, mathematics, and mechanics, achieving considerable success in all areas. This fully demonstrates Tesla's ability. After all, not everyone can study 3 majors in 4 years of university and achieve excellent grades. A physics professor at Graz University of Technology expressed regret, saying that if Tesla hadn't taken 3 majors, he might have completed his university studies earlier and begun graduate studies. In May 1878, arranged by agents of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, Tesla traveled by ship to Spain. Accompanying him were his family, who, thanks to him, were eligible for Spanish citizenship. Of course, the agents had also conducted preliminary research. After confirming that Tesla's family were ordinary citizens of Serbian descent, devoid of extreme nationalist or democratic ideals, they extended an immigration invitation. Tesla's parents and older brothers would be placed in suitable positions, and his younger brother would attend a Spanish university. As for Tesla himself, if he wished, he could choose between the Royal Academy of Sciences and any Spanish university. Of course, he could choose both, working at the Royal Academy while continuing his studies at a Spanish university. Perhaps Tesla's learning would be even more effective by combining theory with practice. After all, this was a man who could become a great scientist simply by auditing university. Now that he had completed a full university education, Carlo believed Tesla's abilities were even greater, but he simply lacked time and experience. The day the Tesla family arrived in Spain, they were housed in a property near the city center of Madrid. The property was a single-family villa, easily enough to accommodate the Tesla family. It was also close to Spain's university cities, making it convenient for Tesla to work or conduct research at universities. Of course, the Royal Academy of Sciences of Spain was also nearby, not far away. The day after Tesla arrived in Spain, Carlo summoned him and invited him to lunch. Nikola Tesla's name would later become so famous that a renowned car company was named after him. Carlo was eager to meet Tesla. Perhaps with Carlo's and Spain's support, Tesla would achieve even greater scientific contributions than those of history, or even realize his own wild ideas. Tesla's scientific contributions weren't limited to alternating current, AC. They also encompassed radio systems, wireless power transmission, ball lightning, turbines, amplifier transmitters, particle beam weapons, solar engines, X-ray equipment, electrical energy meters, missile science, remote sensing technology, aircraft, cosmic rays, radar systems, and robotics. His research in these areas demonstrates Tesla's versatility, with his own unique understanding and approach to scientific experimentation. Tesla's talent and ability in AC alone were enough to attract Carlo's attention. Not to mention his research into radio and wireless power transmission, which might have allowed Spain to enjoy the radio age early. In the royal palace's dining room, Carlo first met the renowned mad scientist. At this time, Nikola Tesla wasn't as mad as historical accounts portray him. He looked more like a cultured and ambitious young man. He wore only a faint mustache, suggesting he wasn't particularly old. And indeed, he was. Born on July 10, 1856, Nikola Tesla was only 22 years old at the time. At 22, the age of a modern university graduate, Tesla had already completed his studies in physics, mathematics, and mechanics at the Graz University of Technology, demonstrating his exceptional talent. "Welcome to Spain, Mr. Tesla," Carlo said, noticing Nikola Tesla's reserved demeanor. "It is an honor to receive your invitation, Your Majesty. But I am only a common man who cannot afford university, and I fear I would betray your trust." At this point, Tesla was still far from the mad scientist he would become. He was merely a university graduate who had nearly been forced to drop out due to lack of tuition. He was deeply honored by Carlo's financial support, but also feared he would fail to fulfill Carlo's mission and betray his trust. Hearing Tesla's words, Carlo smiled and said, "It's all right. I believe in your ability, Mr. Tesla. Being able to complete 3 majors in the same amount of time demonstrates your talent. If you hadn't left university, I would have wanted to meet you a long time ago. Now that you're in Spain, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue your studies at a Spanish Polytechnic university, or will you go straight to the Royal Academy of Sciences?" Spain has placed considerable emphasis on university development in recent years, with the emergence of a large number of science and engineering universities. The most representative of these is the Royal Academy of Sciences, established by Carlo with the support of the Royal Academy of Sciences. The Royal Academy of Sciences specializes in physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Almost all of its professors are members of the Royal Academy of Sciences, representing the caliber of outstanding European scientists. Thanks to the efforts of these academicians, the Royal Academy of Sciences has grown into a renowned science university in Spain and even throughout Europe, attracting hundreds of international students from other parts of Europe to study there each year. Although Tesla was a rare genius, Carlo believed that the Royal Academy of Sciences had the capacity to nurture him. If the Royal Academy of Sciences members weren't enough, Carlo could have spent a fortune recruiting professors and experts in related fields from other European countries, just to train Tesla. With such extensive support and training, Carlo couldn't even imagine how extraordinary Tesla's abilities would become. Remember, Tesla only completed 1 year of university and subsequently learned through auditing. He lived a life divided between the library and the university. This simple learning process made him one of the most outstanding scientists of his time. Carlo's dedication to Tesla's training far surpassed even Tesla's self-study. As long as Tesla maintained his drive to learn, his rise to become one of the greatest scientists of his time would have been a sure thing. If Tesla had been more fortunate in his scientific research, perhaps he might have even become one of the greatest scientists of our time. Tesla didn't rush to answer Carlo's question. Instead, he considered it carefully for a long time before speaking. "Your Majesty, could I choose to work at the Royal Academy of Sciences and continue my studies at a Spanish science university? Both would help me improve my professional skills more quickly, and I believe I can accomplish both simultaneously." As Tesla made this proposal, he observed Carlo's expression, worried that such a bold suggestion would displease him. Studying while working is inherently difficult. Furthermore, Tesla worked at the Royal Academy of Sciences, a leading scientific research institution in Spain and even Europe. The Royal Academy's research projects were undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. Tesla's desire to participate in these projects while also pursuing further studies at a Spanish science university seemed like a case of wanting both. To Tesla's surprise, Carlo, far from expressing any dissatisfaction, actually smiled. "I think so too. I have great faith in your abilities and believe you can balance study and work. Of course, this also depends on your own hard work, and you must give 100% of your energy and effort. If anyone reports to me that you are struggling at work or study, I will consider allowing you to choose between the Royal Academy of Sciences and further study at the university. I believe you understand what I mean, right, Mr. Tesla? Carlo smiled and nodded, addressing Tesla, who was gradually showing confidence. Tesla nodded quickly, assuring him, I will devote all my energy and time to work and study, and will never let your majesty down. Tesla was passionate about learning and conducting scientific experiments and research. When he was forced to drop out of school due to lack of tuition, he not only did not give up, but instead devoted himself to auditing and self-study. Auditing did not entitle university professors to answer questions. When Tesla encountered problems he could not solve, he could only go to the library to look up relevant materials or slowly come up with solutions on his own. After receiving Carlo's scholarship, Tesla not only didn't slack off, but actually became even more diligent. He recorded every difficult question he encountered while auditing classes, and upon re-entering university, he pestered professors for help with these questions. During his 4 years at TU Graz, Tesla became the most diligent student at TU Graz, his talent and dedication impressing many professors. In fact, even before Tesla graduated from TU Graz, the university had contacted Tesla, asking if he would like to continue his studies at the university, with the possibility of a professorship upon completion. However, due to his existing agreement with Spain, Tesla quickly declined TU Graz's offer, much to the regret of many TU professors. Carlo, knowing Tesla's dedication at TU Graz, believed he would be able to balance work and study, gaining experience through both his studies at the Royal Academy of Sciences and his university training. Tesla never won a Nobel Prize, but this is a regret for the Nobel Prize. In the first 30 years of the Nobel Prize in Physics, Tesla was recognized for his scientific contributions 9 times, twice alongside Edison. However, Tesla declined the award each time. The first 9 times were genuine refusals, while his refusal, despite being jointly selected with Edison, stemmed from a quote by Tesla's friend Mark Twain: "How can you share a wife with 2 people, especially with a habitual thief? Isn't that a dangerous thing?" Although Tesla never won a Nobel Prize, 27% of those who were directly inspired by his research and subsequently won the Nobel Prize in Physics, an astonishing figure. The proportion of those who were indirectly inspired by his work exceeded 65%, including Röntgen, who helped Tesla prove the dangers of X-rays and was awarded the inaugural Nobel Prize in Physics in 1901. Tesla's greatness is undeniable. When such a brilliant scientist was willing to give his all to his studies and work, who could have imagined the incredible scientific contributions he could make? Tesla's future scientific contributions will only be understood in the future, but Carlo believes that with Tesla's help, Spain will be able to achieve more scientific results in electricity, radio, and other fields, thereby accelerating the development of electricity and radio in Spain. 5,400 words in 2 chapters, please support. Chapter 242: Electrification and the Internal Combustion Engine. After confirming that Tesla would work and study in 2 shifts at the Royal Academy of Sciences and the Royal College of Sciences, Carlo didn't hesitate to assign Tesla a job title and a major. Although Tesla was a versatile scientist, he was best known for his expertise in alternating current and radio. For this reason, Carlo decided to have Tesla join Graham's electrical laboratory to conduct research related to electricity and engines. Graham's electrical laboratory was currently researching long-distance power transmission and energy storage, and he believed Tesla's participation would help Graham discover new ideas and perhaps accelerate the adoption of electricity in Spain. In addition to working at Graham's electrical laboratory, Tesla would also pursue a master's degree in physics, mathematics, and mechanics at the Royal College of Sciences. Carlo personally promised Tesla that if he could successfully complete his master's degrees in all 3 disciplines within 3 years with excellent grades, he would allow him to establish his own laboratory for his own research. Upon hearing of the prospect, Tesla immediately agreed. Although Tesla was currently a recent university graduate, the idea of establishing his own laboratory was an irresistible temptation for any scientist passionate about scientific research. To prevent Tesla from being at a loss once he entered Graham's electrical laboratory, Carlo specifically instructed Graham to personally guide Tesla through some electrical experiments, allowing Tesla to gain a deeper understanding of the lab. Carlo's instructions made Graham highly value Tesla's arrival at the lab. Although he was a recent college graduate, Graham saw potential in Tesla during their brief encounter. Graham had long complained to Carlo about the lack of high-caliber talent in the lab. Despite Tesla's youth, he was a reliable expert in electrical engineering. Graham, therefore, had no complaints about taking time out of his busy schedule to help Tesla master the lab's data and information. Instead, he hoped Tesla would quickly adapt to the lab's pace under his guidance and contribute more inspiration and ideas to the lab's experiments. Scientific research not only relies on a scientist's ability and talent, but also on their imagination. Sometimes, the difference between success and failure in an experiment lies in a single thought. A seemingly insignificant idea can determine its success or failure. As a renowned mad scientist, Tesla's talent for research is undeniable. Although he had just joined the electrical laboratory, he often raised questions during experiments that others hadn't considered, effectively accelerating the lab's progress. 10 days later, Graham personally reported to Carlo on Tesla's performance over the past 10 days, praising Tesla as a once-in-a-century genius in the electrical industry. Upon learning that Tesla was pursuing graduate degrees in physics, mathematics, and mechanics at the Royal Academy of Sciences, Graham personally approached Carlo to offer him the position of graduate advisor for Tesla in physics and mechanics. Having a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences willing to serve as Tesla's graduate advisor was undoubtedly a positive development. Furthermore, the person offering this position was Graham, a pioneer in the electrical industry and a renowned scientist of his time. If it weren't for the contributions of Graham and other pioneers to the electrical industry, there would have been no Edison-Tesla dispute over the electric current. Without the dispute over the electric current, there would naturally be no commercial electricity. While this may be an exaggeration, the contributions of Graham and other pioneers to the electrical industry were insignificant, and they deserve praise and acclaim. Graham's electrical laboratory has already achieved numerous research results, most notably electric motors, generators, and light bulbs. One of Madrid's busiest streets is now fully equipped with streetlights, with free lighting available from 6:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. each evening. As for the late-night hours after 10:30 p.m., streetlights are naturally unnecessary. After all, this era is different from later ones. Those who venture out late at night are either government officials or dangerous individuals. So far, Madrid residents have shown a strong appreciation for streetlights that provide nighttime illumination. Of course, to provide 4 hours of illumination on Madrid's busiest street, Graham's electrical laboratory built 2 large coal-fired power plants on the outskirts of Madrid, barely enough to meet the lighting needs of one street. Several large government meeting rooms and Charles II's royal palace are also illuminated by light bulbs, powered by electricity from other coal-fired power plants. While electricity is currently primarily used for lighting, this alone demonstrates its usefulness. Before the invention of the light bulb, people relied primarily on fire for lighting. Whether it's a kerosene lamp or a torch, the flames are dim and flicker constantly. Light bulbs, on the other hand, offer more stable illumination and are much brighter than either kerosene or torches. If electricity transmission weren't a problem, some factories outside Madrid would already be considering purchasing light bulbs for lighting. If factories could deploy large numbers of light bulbs, it would mean they could potentially operate a 2-shift system, day and night. While this might not be a big deal in the summer, in the early dawn winter, light bulbs are incredibly useful. With sufficient brightness, workers can stay safe while working at night. After all, only by being aware of their surroundings can workers avoid dangerous areas. Graham naturally understood the main obstacles to the commercial use of electricity. The Power Laboratory is currently conducting extensive research on power transmission and energy storage methods. Of course, there's also the issue of generator power. Currently, the Power Laboratory's generator has a maximum power of only 6.5 kilowatts, which is enough to power a small motor or hundreds of light bulbs. Combined with the resistance and power loss during power transmission, only 3/4 of the electricity generated by the power plant is used at best, with 1/4 consumed during transmission. To meet the power needs of the royal palace and government buildings, a thermal power plant near the palace was equipped with 3 generators, generating a maximum output of 19.5 kilowatts, making it the largest power plant in the world. However, due to power losses during transmission, this world-leading thermal power plant could only meet the power needs of the royal palace and government buildings, leaving the more distant parliament building unavailable. To promote the commercialization of electricity immediately, a thermal power plant would have to be built in every factory and location requiring electricity. This was an absolute impossibility, and it was precisely this major limitation that hindered the widespread and commercial use of electricity. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tesla's joining the Electric Power Laboratory, Carlo approved the laboratory's request for additional research and development funding and instructed the Royal Security Intelligence Service to recruit more electrical engineering talent from across Europe for the laboratory, aiming to rapidly overcome the challenges of power transmission. By solving the two major challenges of power transmission and power generation, electricity could enter the commercial era. After all, the commercialization of any technology evolves gradually. It's impossible to wait until the power system reaches a level comparable to that of later generations before entering the commercial stage. When electricity reaches commercialization and widespread adoption in the future, Graham's Electrical Laboratory will be reorganized into the Spanish National Electricity Company, responsible for promoting the use and commercialization of electricity throughout Spain. Industrial bases in Madrid, Seville, and Barcelona will all vigorously promote the use of electricity. The era of electrification propelled Germany and the United States to become the shining jewels of the world, and Carlo naturally wanted Spain to share in the pie. As the greatest beneficiary of the First Industrial Revolution, the British Empire has already enjoyed its fair share of glory in a glorious history. Now is the time for Spain to enjoy this opportunity. Spain must be one of the driving forces behind electrification and one of its greatest beneficiaries. This is still very possible. While Britain built a vast industrial system thanks to the First Industrial Revolution, it also created a large number of factory owners and capitalists who became wealthy as a result of industrial development. Promoting electrification in countries like Germany, the United States, and Spain is much easier than in Britain. This is because electrification is a completely new technology compared to the technologies pioneered by the First Industrial Revolution. If Britain wanted to fully implement electrification, it would have to completely replace the equipment and factories of the First Industrial Revolution. A complete replacement of industrial equipment would entail enormous expenditures, impacting production and the profits of factory owners. Would the capitalists, obsessed with money, agree to this? Of course not. Britain could simply rely on the technologies of the First Industrial Revolution to achieve steady industrial growth. So why risk electrification? While new technologies offer greater potential, they also often present more problems and potential risks. It was precisely for this reason that Britain ultimately failed to keep pace during the Second Industrial Revolution, losing its industrial scale to the United States and then Germany. The British government may have recognized this problem, but it was powerless to change it. Fully implementing electrification would mean siding with existing factory owners and capitalists, a move that was absolutely impossible for Britain at the time. It would undermine Britain's very foundations, making the vast industrial system of the British Empire extremely vulnerable and potentially even triggering greater civil unrest and crisis. In addition to providing additional research funding to Graham's Electrical Laboratory, Carlo also provided research and development funding to Benz's Automotive Laboratory. Nearly 4 years had passed since Benz created the prototype of his simple car, and the Automotive Laboratory had achieved further success during that time. However, due to limited industrial capacity, mass production of the car was not yet feasible, with output limited to only a few hundred units per year. To date, the Spanish government has purchased over 400 cars, nearly half of which have become the exclusive vehicles of cabinet ministers and heads of important departments. While these simple cars still had their fair share of issues, they were significantly faster than horse-drawn carriages. Take Carlo's car, for example. It was equipped with the latest engine developed by the Engine Laboratory and only needed to be serviced every 350 kilometers. Even with a modified carriage, inlaid with steel plates and enlarged in size, this car, specially provided for Carlo, could reach a speed of around 25 kilometers per hour. While a fast military horse could reach 25 kilometers per hour, this speed was quite impressive for a horse-drawn carriage. The widespread use of simple cars facilitated communication between Spanish government departments. Previously, a trip between two departments might have taken about half an hour by horse-drawn carriage. With a switch to simple cars, travel between the two departments now takes just over 10 minutes, significantly reducing the time officials needed to travel between them. Carlo's specially modified car still managed to reach a speed of 25 kilometers per hour, while cars with modest or minimal modifications could reach around 30 kilometers per hour. Government officials were quite pleased with the car, and one even suggested purchasing one for personal use. However, Considering that such cars required inspections every 300 kilometers to prevent problems, Carlo ultimately declined the proposal. However, he also instructed Benz and others to improve the engine stability as quickly as possible, aiming to increase the car's stable range from 350 kilometers to over 500 kilometers. In terms of speed and power, the car was already quite useful. However, due to its poor engine stability, it would occasionally break down. This also hindered the commercialization of automobiles. Carlo had the Spanish government purchase over 400 vehicles for public use, partly to provide more relevant data for the automotive laboratory through extensive testing. Graham's electrical laboratory was Spain's hope for promoting electrification, while Benz's automotive laboratory was Spain's hope for world leadership in internal combustion engines. The importance of electrification is self-evident, and the importance of the internal combustion engine is no less significant. Future heavy weapons aircraft and tanks will all be powered by internal combustion engines, as will automobiles and other machinery. Only if Spain can achieve a dual-track approach in electrification and internal combustion engines will it truly have the confidence to compete with superpowers like Britain and Germany. If Spain can lead the world in both tank and aircraft development, it will ensure significant gains in the two future world wars, ultimately establishing itself as a true superpower. Benz and his colleagues, in addition to improving the stability of the four-stroke engine, also needed to fully explore Carlo's proposed assembly line production method to increase automobile production. Carlo set a deadline to commercialize the automobile by 1885, bringing Spanish cars to global market. Before this, Benz and his team had to ensure that their finished cars would at least withstand a 500-kilometer trip or 15 hours of continuous driving without any problems. To facilitate timely repairs for car owners, the company, after restructuring the automotive laboratory, would also establish repair shops in various regions of Spain and even in other European countries, allowing owners to quickly detect and repair their vehicles. Only with these measures could the automobile be officially commercialized. Only when problems that arise during use are resolved will people be willing to buy them. Otherwise, no matter how great the potential and usefulness of automobiles, if problems remain unresolved, no one will buy them. In addition to repair shops, Spain also needed to establish energy refueling stations. Internal combustion engines, regardless of the energy source, require a constant supply of energy to power them. The four-stroke gas engine currently used in Benz's automotive laboratory is arguably one of the best in the world, but its thermal efficiency is only around 11% to 13%. This is significantly lower than later engines, which often exceed 40%. Thermal efficiency refers to the utilization rate of the energy and heat consumed by the engine. This figure means that even the most advanced engines of later generations have a thermal efficiency of less than half, with more than half of the fuel being wasted. In this era, with a meager thermal efficiency of only 11% to 13%, this means at least 87% of the energy is wasted. While unfortunate, there's no way to improve it. Engine thermal efficiency can only be improved through continuous technological advancement and the relentless research and efforts of relevant researchers. Until technology improves, even if Carlo is willing to invest, this change will be minimal. Fortunately, oil, a crucial future energy source, remains largely untapped. Vast tracts of oil fields remain undiscovered in the Middle East, and Spain hopes to acquire land there through various means and thus control certain oil reserves. Most of the land in the Middle East is currently uninhabited desert, so it is relatively easy to acquire a piece of land. Britain is the only major power to colonize the Middle East, and this is also the sphere of influence of the Ottoman Empire. For Spain, as long as they obtain the permission of the British, it is not a difficult task to acquire a piece of land in the Middle East. It can even be said to be easy. 5,100 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 243, 1879. The end of the Russo-Turkish War did not bring lasting peace to the world. Instead, it intensified the rivalry between the two major European powers, Britain and Russia. Besides the intense rivalry in the Balkans, Russia and Britain also faced significant tensions in Central Asia. Afghanistan and Iran lay between the Ottoman Empire and its Indian colonies, and this was where the conflict between Britain and Russia was most intense. Further north, indigenous states such as the Khanate of Khiva and the Emirate of Bukhara had existed, but they had been annexed by Russia several years earlier. While these states still existed in name, their administrative and military power had been taken over by Russia. This effectively extended Russia's control to the borders of Afghanistan and Iran, threatening to seize a colony with a port between the Ottoman Empire and its Indian colonies. This was unacceptable to the British, as their Indian colonies were too close to these territories. If Russia gained access to the sea and Central Asia, it would inevitably expand further into the region. At that point, the Indian colonies would face the harassment of a giant bear. The British Empire was loath to lose its prized possession, and any mention of its Indian colonies was taboo. Russia's expansion in Central Asia naturally demanded that the British blockade it. Since the indigenous states further north had already been annexed by Russia, Britain could only focus on the two remaining states in Central Asia, Iran and Afghanistan. Since Afghanistan was closest to the Indian colonies, Britain decided to first control Afghanistan and then extend its influence to Iran, ensuring that Russia would not gain access to the sea and Central Asia. At that time, Afghanistan was a weak indigenous state, having only existed for 55 years. Naturally, Britain had little to fear from such a weak indigenous nation. In late 1878, the British government initiated contact with Afghanistan, requesting that the Afghan government receive a British delegation led by General N. Chamberlain and allow a small British military presence to accompany the delegation. Such a diplomatic request was essentially a blatant intimidation, and the Afghan government naturally refused. Afghan Emir Shah Ali Khan flatly rejected the British government's proposal and stated that he would not allow British troops to enter his territory under any circumstances. The fact that the demands of the mighty British Empire were rejected by a small indigenous nation naturally infuriated the British government and the public. The British government seized the opportunity to declare war on Afghanistan, thus triggering the Second Anglo-Afghan War. Approximately 40 years earlier, Britain and the Afghan Emirate had fought a war for similar reasons. The Afghan Emirate had sided with Russia, and Britain, concerned about the security of its Indian colonies, was determined to launch a war against Afghanistan. The so-called Anglo-Afghan War was hardly newsworthy for Europe. After all, a war between a powerful power and an indigenous nation would be a crushing defeat. The only concern was the potential Russian backing in Afghanistan. Without Russian support, the Afghan Emir would not have so decisively rejected the British government's proposal. The rest of Europe viewed Russia as the reason behind the Afghan Emirate's swift rejection of the British proposal, aiming to embarrass the British Empire, which had suppressed Russia in the Russo-Turkish War. However, subsequent developments soon defied European expectations. After British troops repeatedly invaded Afghanistan from the borders of its Indian colonies, the Emir of Afghanistan quickly turned to Russia to the north for aid. Shah Ali Khan had hoped that the Russian army would arrive soon, preserving his country in the struggle between the two great powers. However, the Russian government's refusal was so cold that Shah Ali Khan felt more grief than death, and he soon died in anger, much like Tsar Nicholas I, who had been betrayed. After Shah Ali Khan's death, his son Yaqub Khan became the new Emir of Afghanistan. However, the situation in Afghanistan was already dire. The British army had occupied a considerable portion of the country, and Afghanistan's own army was meager, making it impossible to confront the British in a direct confrontation. The Anglo-Afghan War was the last major event of 1878. Before the war was over, the year quickly arrived in 1879. In early 1879, the Anglo-Afghan War ended with a complete British victory. However, it would take some time for the two sides to sign a treaty. After all, the British government could not fully annex Afghanistan, which would incite even more resistance from the Afghan natives and give the Russians an opportunity to create trouble for Britain. The British's primary goal was to annex part of Afghanistan to India and strengthen their control over the country, ensuring that the Russians were kept outside the Afghan border. Afghanistan, at least, had to exist. It served as a buffer zone between the British and Russian spheres of influence. Without Afghanistan, the British and Russian spheres of influence would directly border each other, leading to more intense border clashes between their armies, something the British did not want. This was perhaps the only good thing for Afghanistan. At least the country would still exist, unlike the Russian-controlled Khanate of Khiva, which existed only in name only. Britain had gained in Central Asia, and Spain similarly in Southeast Asia. As mentioned earlier, Spain's Philippine colonies expanded in two directions, in Kalimantan and in New Guinea. A buffer zone between Britain and Russia was necessary because the British feared the Russian army. While its combat effectiveness was limited, the Russian army was unparalleled in terms of numbers across Europe. Indian native troops alone could not resist the Russians, and mobilizing domestic forces would disrupt the balance of power maintained by Britain in various regions. But Spain had absolutely no need for this. Spain had only one enemy in Southeast Asia, the small, sparsely populated Netherlands. Like Portugal, the Netherlands was a weakened nation, once a powerful nation. However, its overall strength was significantly greater than Portugal's. In both industry and economy, the Netherlands ranked among the top of all small European nations, even arguably one of the strongest. Unfortunately, the Netherlands' opponent was Spain. With both countries' homelands roughly the same distance from their colonies, the overall strength of their homelands became crucial. Despite their strength, the Netherlands offered little resistance to Spain. The consensus across Europe now held that Spain had regained its status as a great power, generally ranking between 6th and 7th among the 8 major powers. This was a remarkably high ranking. After all, the status of Europe's 5 traditional powers was difficult to shake. In European eyes, Spain's current overall strength was second only to these 5, and even greater than that of the United States. According to mainstream European newspapers and some key officials, the 8 major powers were Britain, Germany, France, Russia, Austria-Hungary, Spain, the United States, and Italy. The British Empire is undoubtedly the most powerful nation, closely followed by Germany, which defeated France on the battlefield. If the Franco-Prussian War hadn't occurred, the second largest power in the world would have been a close contest between France, Germany, and Russia, with France being the most likely. Unfortunately, Prussia directly defeated France in the Franco-Prussian War, effectively eliminating France from the race for second place. Russia was certainly powerful, but first suffered a crushing defeat in the Crimean War and then was blackmailed by Britain and Austria-Hungary in the Russo-Turkish War, effectively relegating it to 4th place. France, on the other hand, holds the 3rd position thanks to its inherent strengths. Britain, Germany, France, and Russia are considered the first tier, often dubbed first-tier powers by many European newspapers and the public. Following Russia, Austria-Hungary, with its comprehensive advantages, earned the reputation of being the 5th largest power in the world. However, compared to the 4 first-tier powers, Austria-Hungary was somewhat weaker, thus relegating itself to a second-tier position. While there's some debate about the world's top 5, the rankings are generally quite close. The rankings further down the list are more contentious, with the biggest debate being between Spain and the United States. However, because the United States hadn't yet demonstrated its industrial prowess and its navy was too weak, most European countries ranked Spain 6th in the world, with the United States 7th. After all, Spain boasted an army of over 100,000 soldiers and the 5th largest navy in the world, so ranking 6th wasn't an exaggeration. Ranked 8th, and at the bottom of the list of great powers, was Italy. Austria-Hungary, Spain, the United States, and Italy were considered second-tier powers. These 4 countries, compared to the first 4, were significantly inferior in terms of industrial economy and military strength, and their international status and influence were far less impressive. However, second-tier powers are still powers, and they still hold significant advantages over ordinary nations. The Netherlands' industry and economy were certainly impressive, but due to its limited land area and population, it was ultimately a small country. Without the intervention of the great powers, Spain held a completely overwhelming advantage in the colonial competition between Spain and the Netherlands. Taking advantage of the Russo-Turkish War and the Anglo-Afghan War, which drew European attention, Spain accelerated its colonial plans in Kalimantan and New Guinea. In June 1878, Spanish troops stationed in the Philippines brazenly invaded the southern Sultanate of Brungan and occupied all of its territory in less than 2 days. Many of the indigenous peoples were captured and taken back to the Philippines for labor or sold to the Lanfang Republic to the west. As mentioned earlier, the Lanfang Republic prospered through gold panning, which required a vast labor force, and these indigenous peoples provided a naturally abundant supply. With the capture of the Sultanate of Brungan, Spain officially bordered the Dutch-controlled Sultanate of Ceuta. Spain stationed some troops along the border, but did not strictly guard it. The Spanish government even expected the Dutch to attack Spanish colonies. If Spain had declared war on the Netherlands, Britain, the troublemaker, might have intervened. But if the Dutch had declared war on Spain, Spain would have had every reason to fight a major war against the Netherlands. Whether it was a domestic war or a colonial war, Spain had every confidence it needed to crush the Netherlands. If Britain had wanted to intervene despite the Netherlands' declaration of war, the several alliances Spain had signed would not have been in vain. France and Russia alone would have been willing to put obstacles in the way of the British. If Austria-Hungary and Italy had also supported Spain, even Britain, the world's foremost power, would have been unable to withstand such diplomatic pressure. In addition to annexing the Sultanate of Burungan on Borneo, Spain also engaged in colonial activities on New Guinea. New Guinea has a unique shape, resembling a standing dinosaur. This island is even larger than Borneo, making it the second largest island in the world, second only to Greenland, the majority of which is uninhabitable. In other words, New Guinea is the world's largest inhabitable island. Coupled with its vast mineral and other natural resources, it's no surprise that it's being targeted by other powers. Currently, colonies from several European nations, including the Netherlands, Spain, Germany, Britain, France, and Portugal, are stationed on this dinosaur-like island. The Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colonies are primarily focused on the dinosaur's upper body, its head and upper half. Meanwhile, the British, French, and German colonies are primarily focused on the lower half, its tail, claws, and the smaller half. Furthermore, several large islands surrounding New Guinea have also been colonized by these European nations, leading to a period of European power struggle to carve up the New Guinea peninsula. However, these colonists have only established settlements. No single nation has declared a large-scale occupation of New Guinea. This suggests that each of these European nations, sending their colonies, hopes to capture the island, or at least carve up a portion of it to establish new colonies. Because of this, despite intense competition for colonization on New Guinea, the participating nations refuse to give up, instead steadily increasing their efforts. Perhaps the three nations with the easiest access to New Guinea were Britain, Spain, and the Netherlands. Britain's Queensland colony, the prominent area off the northeastern corner of Australia, was very close to New Guinea, giving the British a significant advantage in colonizing the island. The Dutch were no less vulnerable. The Dutch East Indies were only 200 kilometers from New Guinea at their closest point, allowing both the East Indies Army and the indigenous population to quickly reach New Guinea, and they established their colonies the fastest of any European nation. Then there was Spain. Spain's Philippine colony was also approximately 1,000 kilometers from New Guinea at its closest point, not offering a significant advantage compared to the British and Dutch. However, Carlo still attached great importance to colonizing New Guinea. Under Carlo's instructions, the Philippine colonial government also stepped up its efforts, allowing Spain's colonial progress in New Guinea to rival that of the Dutch and British. Of course, this was also due to the support and cooperation of the Portuguese. Portugal also had colonies in Southeast Asia, but these were smaller, called Timor. Yes, the East Timor that later became known as East Timor. In fact, Portuguese colonists were the first to arrive on Timor, and it was these colonists who established the Portuguese colony of Timor. However, the Dutch followed closely, discovering and colonizing Timor and driving the Portuguese to the east. This made the Portuguese colony of Timor seem rather small and pitiful. Although the Timor colony was small, Portugal did maintain a garrison there, as it was, after all, a former Portuguese colony. It is worth noting that the closest point of the Timor colony was only about 800 kilometers from New Guinea, even closer than the distance between Spain's Philippine colony and New Guinea. This was one of the reasons Portugal joined the colonial movement in New Guinea, as it offered a chance to gain a share of the pie. Furthermore, Carlo and King Louis of Portugal had previously raised the issue of colonial cooperation, leading Spain and Portugal to join forces and establish numerous colonies on New Guinea. Although both Spain and Portugal experienced decline, they remained the leaders in colonization. This was largely due to their glorious colonial histories, with the two countries collectively dominating most of the Americas. Colonizing the tiny island of New Guinea was a simple task for the Iberian Turks, allowing Spain, despite its greater distance, to achieve comparable colonial progress to the Netherlands and Britain. Migration between European nations inevitably led to conflict, and peaceful coexistence alone was not enough to secure colonial ownership. Because the dinosaur-shaped island of New Guinea was bordered only by the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal to the west, the Iberian Turks enjoyed a significant advantage in the colonial competition, steadily defeating the Dutch and even pushing their colonies further out. To ensure the safety of Spain's colonial outposts on New Guinea, the Philippine colony dispatched an entire colonial garrison to New Guinea. This exacerbated colonial tensions in New Guinea, and the Dutch, unyielding, dispatched a number of troops to New Guinea precisely to guard against the Spanish 5,000-word two-part chapter. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Achievements of the Second Five-Year Plan. As the year progressed to 1879, the Philippine colony was busy sending colonial troops to New Guinea to establish a colony. Back home in Spain, Carlo was busy holding a meeting with the cabinet. Of course, this wasn't just any annual government work report, but rather a meeting to present the Spanish government's second five-year plan. The importance of the five-year plan to Spain goes without saying. If Prime Minister Primo's first five-year plan halted Spain's decline, the second would put it back on the fast track of rapid development, moving its industry and economy toward becoming a world-class power. The strong results of the first five-year plan garnered significant public attention. As early as the end of last year, the public was discussing the extent of the second five-year plan's accomplishments and the changes Spain had undergone during those 5 years. The first five-year plan had been implemented quite smoothly, with Prime Minister Primo steering the ship, ensuring that Spain encountered few major challenges. However, just 2 years into the second five-year plan, Prime Minister Primo was assassinated, prompting Carlo to form a provisional government, which remains in place to this day. The performance of each department in the second five-year development plan is crucial to the success of all cabinet members in Spain's highest political body, and also to the upcoming Spanish cabinet elections. For this reason, everyone in Spain, from cabinet ministers to ordinary citizens, is closely watching the upcoming meeting to review the five-year development plan and the subsequent release of details on the work completed by each department. Since the implementation of the official recruitment and assessment system, the success of officials, whether fulfilling the five-year development plan or other tasks assigned by the royal government to regional governments, have become crucial to their futures and fates. Those who complete their work quickly and perform well are naturally likely to be promoted. However, officials who complete their work slowly, or even fail to complete it at all, will at best receive a poor performance evaluation and be barred from promotion in the coming year. At worst, they will be held accountable and even dismissed from office. Carlo took this matter very seriously. Even the Senate and the Cabinet organized annual reviews of official performance reports to ensure that the results reported by regional governments were accurate and free of cheating. Any instances of cheating in official performance reviews were dismissed and held accountable. Serious offenders could even face public execution. Spain had not abolished the death penalty, but Carlo's stance on officials who incurred public outrage was clear: public executions would appease public anger. Facts had proven that Spanish streetlights could be used not only to hang capitalists but also officials who exploited the public's wealth and engaged in corruption. Since the official performance evaluation system was enacted, over 30 officials had been sentenced to death, over 20 of whom were publicly executed in a square in central Madrid. The public executions of these criminals earned Carlo and his government widespread admiration. If a king had indiscriminately slaughtered innocent people, the public would have been horrified. However, if this king had only executed corrupt officials, the public would have been far less horrified and would have applauded. Every citizen at the grassroots level hates corrupt officials who abuse their power, especially since Spain, having experienced the dark days of Queen Isabel's reign, naturally harbors no favorable impression of such officials. Even if Carlo executed over 300 officials in a single year, let alone just 30 over several years, as long as there was sufficient evidence to prove that these officials deserved death, the public would not oppose or resent them. This approach has proven highly effective. In particular, after the public executions of some officials, even slight deviations in the official performance evaluations reported by regional governments have remained relatively stable. For this reason, major newspapers and the Spanish public pay close attention to the annual performance evaluations released by all levels of government. Officials with outstanding performances are naturally highlighted in the newspapers, their achievements touted. Upon hearing this news, the public spontaneously supports these officials, viewing them as the best among the Spanish bureaucracy. Officials who receive poor performance scores are met with public ire and, without a second thought, are deemed corrupt, refusing to support them in future elections. This strong public trust in official performance evaluations gives Carlos greater influence in Spanish politics. After all, Carlos controls the Senate, the highest level of the Spanish official performance evaluation system, and a force that directly determines an official's political future. Carlos can wield a single word to determine the fate of an official. If Carlo deems an official corrupt, they are quickly condemned and dismissed due to public outrage, subject to investigation and accountability. However, if Carlos believes an official possesses considerable competence, he can quickly attract media attention and popular support. While this public favor doesn't influence cabinet elections, it can influence lower house elections. In other words, Carlos can leverage the advantages afforded by the official performance evaluation system to control lower house elections. If any party or individual threatened to undermine the monarchy in Spain, Carlo could use this method to instantly discredit that person and prevent their election. On January 21, 1879, a massive meeting attended by hundreds of people took place in the vast conference room of the Spanish Parliament. Because the Spanish cabinet was nominally responsible to the lower house, the meeting to review the 5-year development plan was held in the Parliament and reported to it. In addition to hundreds of members of the upper and lower houses, this large meeting also included all members of the cabinet, King Carlo, and a small number of invited newspapers and media outlets. Of course, these invited newspapers all had one thing in common: they were controlled by either the government or the royal family. This officially controlled media outlet ensured that their reporting would not leak important information. As for newspapers without official backing, they relied on information released by parliamentary meetings or news published by official newspapers to identify hot topics and publish their own newspapers. Spain is still quite strict regarding newspaper distribution. After several crackdowns, few newspapers dared to publish news that the government and the royal family disapproved of. Of course, news related to the 5-year development plan was permitted, as it was also a time to publicize the achievements of government officials. At a large parliamentary meeting, Archduke Serrano, Prime Minister, took the lead and reported to the legislators and Carlo on the achievements of the Spanish government's second 5-year plan. Your Majesty, members of Parliament. Over the past 5 years, we have achieved significant results and progress. Before the second 5-year plan, our annual fiscal revenue was 545.1 million pesetas. After its completion, it has reached 897.9 million pesetas, an increase of over 352.8 million pesetas. Before the second 5-year development plan, our population was 17.45 million. By the end of last year, it had exceeded 19.12 million, a net increase of over 1.67 million. 5 years ago, our steel production was only 123,000 tons, and our iron production was only 323,300 tons. After the second 5-year development plan, our annual steel production has exceeded 200,000 tons, and our iron production has exceeded 670,000 tons. Our steel production has now surpassed that of Austria-Hungary and Russia. According to our projections, our total steel production ranks 5th in the world, proving that our efforts over the past 5 years have not been in vain. 5 years ago, our per capita annual income was only 115.32 pesetas, and more than half of our population lacked adequate food and clothing. After the successful completion of the second 5-year development plan, our country's per capita annual income has risen to 134.28 pesetas, with workers and farmers achieving 146.37 and 128.22 pesetas, respectively, representing significant increases compared to 5 years ago. We believe that His Majesty Carlo's promise to make Spain great again is an imminent reality. Perhaps in a few years, Spain will achieve a life where everyone has enough food and clothing, and our future will be even brighter. Although Archduke Serrano briefly outlined the changes Spain has undergone over the past 5 years, he received enthusiastic applause from the majority of the deputies present. This was largely due to Carlo being the first to stand up and applaud. Once Carlo stood up and applauded, the other deputies, however reluctant, could only smile and stand up and applaud. For Carlo, the cabinet's achievements over the past 5 years were truly outstanding. Through the trials and tribulations of the second 5-year development plan, Spain has officially returned to the ranks of Europe's great powers. Although still a second-tier power, compared to its previous decline, Spain is undoubtedly much stronger. But this was only the first step in making Spain great again. Spain needed more 5-year plans to become a top-tier power, capable of competing with superpowers like Britain, France, and Germany. After Archduke Serrano's concluding remarks, The ministers of each department presented their own summaries of the 5-year development plans. First up was Finance Minister Emanuele Vittorio. On paper, the financial sector's performance was quite impressive. The difference in annual revenue before and after the second 5-year development plan reached 352.8 million pesetas, and last year's revenue reached a record high of 897.9 million pesetas. These figures made Emanuele Vittorio quite proud, and he essentially secured his position. Given the upcoming cabinet reshuffle, a crucial position like the finance minister should be kept in place. This meant that Minister Emanuele could easily continue his third term and then strive for a more powerful position. Spain's cabinet government is unique in that the Prime Minister does not control all cabinet positions. However, the Spanish Prime Minister still holds considerable power. 9 departments, finance, industry, agriculture, people's livelihoods, transport, public security, health, education, and foreign affairs, are directly appointed by the Prime Minister. The ministers of these 9 departments have no term limits. Any member of the House of Representatives or the House of Commons can be appointed by the Prime Minister to a cabinet department. In addition to these 9 departments directly appointed by the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, elected by the Military Council, also has no term limit. Given that officers trained at the military academy have not yet reached senior officer rank, the position of Minister of Defense currently belongs to Archduke Serrano. The Minister of the Crown, appointed directly by the King, also has no term limit and is the last position besides the Prime Minister to do so. The remaining positions, the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs, the Secretary of Justice, and the Secretary of State, also known as the Deputy Prime Minister, all have term limits. These 3 positions have a 2-term limit and a 3-term limit. After 2 consecutive terms, candidates must withdraw from the election and appointment process for these 3 positions. After 3 terms, they cannot serve a full term in office again. The current Spanish cabinet is unique, having been established as a temporary cabinet following the assassination of Prime Minister Primo. This also means that the interim cabinet is not counted towards the terms of office of cabinet members. Currently, all ministers in the Spanish cabinet have served only 2 terms. The positions of Secretary of State for the Colonies, Secretary of State for Justice, and Deputy Prime Minister were all created during the interim cabinet period. This also means that all ministers in the current cabinet have not exceeded their term limits and can continue to hold their positions. Of course, this depends on the willingness of the incoming Prime Minister. The Prime Minister controls the appointment of ministers to 9 cabinet departments and can single-handedly change the composition of the cabinet. Although the Finance Department reports positive news, this does not mean that Spain's fiscal situation is perfect. In fact, between 1869 and 1878, Spain's fiscal revenue and expenditure were in deficit for 8 of the 10 years. The only 2 years with surpluses were only 9.7 million pesetas and 5.8 million pesetas, respectively. Over the past decade, Spain's total fiscal revenue reached 6.20358 billion pesetas, while its expenditures reached 6.8531 billion pesetas, resulting in a total fiscal deficit of 649.52 million pesetas. This average annual deficit approached 65 million pesetas, enough to build 4 or 5 state-of-the-art ironclad warships. Had the Spanish government not secured loans from Italy, Austria-Hungary, and France, and subsequently received a massive windfall from the Indian temple treasures, the Spanish government's finances would have collapsed long ago. During the first 5-year plan, Spain's annual deficit exceeded 100 million pesetas, reaching nearly 200 million in 1873. Fortunately, while the second 5-year plan also saw losses for much of the year, the deficit was reduced to under 20 million pesetas, a perfectly acceptable level. After Finance Minister Emanuele's report, the next shift came to Minister of Industry and Deputy Prime Minister Cánovas. In addition to reporting on the growth in Spain's total steel production, Cánovas also reported on the progress of the Barcelona industrial base. According to industry estimates, the third phase of the Barcelona industrial base was expected to be completed between mid to late 1879. This meant that starting in 1880, Spain's industry would enter a period of rapid growth. While catching up with the 3 industrial giants of Britain, Germany, and the United States might be difficult, catching up with France, the former European hegemon whose industrial growth had clearly slowed, was still a strong possibility. Although France has not released its annual steel production figures, intelligence surveys and estimates of French factories indicate that its output last year was only a little over 300,000 tons. While this was a full 100,000 tons more than Spain's, it was also due to France's vastly superior industrial base. Given France's current slow industrial growth, if the Barcelona industrial base could be fully completed, Spain's industry might have the chance to surpass France's within the next 5 years. While seemingly simple, achieving this goal would require at least 15 years. This is due to the current modest industrial output of European countries, with steel production previously limited to only a few 100,000 tons. When steel production reaches millions of tons in the future, catching up with these industrial powers will be difficult. After all, building millions of tons of steel production is incredibly difficult, and consuming that output is even more challenging. If Spain focuses solely on increasing steel production without considering domestic demand, it will inevitably face a severe economic crisis. While Spain's industrial development has been rapid, it has also been driven by a comprehensive consideration of demand for its industrial products. Furthermore, Spain possesses 2 large colonies, Cuba and the Philippines, making it easy to export some industrial products. Spain can even export to Portugal, whose industry is vulnerable to Spanish competition, facilitating faster consumption of its industrial products. For now, at least, Spain's production and demand for manufactured goods remain in a healthy balance, ensuring that its industrial development will not be plagued by economic crises. With future population growth and colonial expansion, Spain's domestic consumption capacity for industrial products will further increase. This is why Spain considers France its industrial benchmark. With its vast colonies, Spain is well positioned to build a larger industrial sector, at least without the risk of blind expansion leading to financial ruin. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter, wishing you all a happy New Year's Eve and a happy New Year. Chapter 245 Cabinet Election. After the second 5-year plan report conference concluded, the information presented by various government departments immediately became the hottest news in Spain. Most Spaniards were filled with pride, excited about the country's progress over the past 5 years and more confident in its future. As the king who had advocated for making Spain great again, Carlo earned enthusiastic public support. While many Spaniards previously doubted Carlo's ability to lead Spain to greatness, now the majority believed that making Spain great again was not just a slogan, but a reality that would soon become a reality. With confidence in the country's future, the people were naturally more willing to work hard for it. After the conference, the streets and alleys of Spanish cities were filled with banners with slogans like "Make Spain Great Again." Some savvy factory owners also displayed these banners in their factories, encouraging workers to contribute to the country's future. For those less extreme factory owners, the Spanish government generally turned a blind eye. After all, Spain's population was limited, and with it, the number of workers. To effectively increase Spain's industrial output, workers would have to endure hardships for the time being. Of course, Carlo had his limits. Early last year, at Carlo's suggestion, the Spanish Workers' Party, PT, was quickly established, quickly recruiting numerous workers. The PT's primary purpose was to safeguard the interests of Spanish workers and represent them in the struggle against capitalists. A party capable of harnessing the political power of the working class was naturally established by Carlo to guide the working class. While the PT has no ostensible connection to the royal family or Carlo, its leader and several key members were dispatched by Carlo. Their primary mission was to effectively leverage the political power of workers while exacerbating the conflict between capitalists and workers. Of course, the capitalists here refer to private capitalists, not state-owned enterprises. Employees of Spanish state-owned and royal enterprises enjoy relatively good incomes and benefits, ensuring that workers do not target the state or royal enterprises, but instead resent private companies, those run by capitalists, that exploit workers' interests. This is why the regional parliamentary elections have already concluded, otherwise, the PT would have secured seats and thus gained parliamentary membership. Even with just one parliamentary seat, a party possesses far greater political power than one without. After all, only those in the Spanish parliament are eligible for cabinet nominations. Without even a seat in parliament, a party has little presence in Spain. Judging by the current share of seats held by various parties in the House of Representatives, the majority of the next government will still be drawn from Spain's 3 largest parties. However, unlike the last cabinet election, the Conservatives have become Spain's largest party, squeezing out some of the space available for the progressive and liberal parties. If it weren't for Carlo's deliberate efforts to protect the progressive and liberal parties, the Liberal Party might soon be ousted. Advocating for freedom and civil rights in a monarchy is tantamount to contradicting the Spanish government. If those radical Republican and Democratic elements hadn't already been purged, Carlo would never have allowed the Liberal Party to continue in Spain. Once the Workers' Party gained parliamentary seats, Carlo would have ended his protection of the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party would then have two choices: either be squeezed out of parliament by a coalition of other parties, or completely abandon its liberal democratic ideals and become a moderate reformist, conservative party like the Progressive Party. The Spanish government of 1879 was undoubtedly quite busy. Less than a month after the second five-year development plan summary report conference, another round of cabinet elections arrived. The good news was that all Spanish government departments performed very well in the second five-year development plan, and their ministers had made their presence felt in Parliament. Of course, these cabinet ministers knew the key to their re-election. The Conservative Party had become the largest party in Spain, and as its leader, Deputy Prime Minister Cánovas was a strong candidate to become the next Prime Minister. This meant that the re-election of most cabinet members depended on Cánovas's attitude. With Cánovas as Prime Minister, the re-election of the others depended on his words. As early as the previous year, cabinet ministers had strengthened their ties with Deputy Prime Minister Cánovas. They were no fools, and they naturally understood the reason for Cánovas's appointment as Deputy Prime Minister. With Archduke Serrano already aging, the probability of Cánovas taking over the prime ministership was, if not 100%, at least 90%. Cabinet ministers lacked the credentials to compete with Cánovas for the position of prime minister. Their only hope of remaining in the Spanish cabinet was to gain Cánovas's trust and retain their positions. Of course, Carlo's attitude was also crucial. Cánovas had even been promoted through Carlo's support, so the cabinet ministers naturally valued Carlo's attitude as a king. To secure re-election, many cabinet ministers pledged their absolute loyalty to Carlo, which in turn increased his power. Unlike during the reign of Prime Minister Primo, when Carlo had little control over the government, he now held immense power, making his actions much easier. With this power, Carlo enacted numerous policies that significantly changed certain aspects of Spain, including public health. Although Europe was the most developed region in the world during this era, sanitation inherited from the Middle Ages meant that European cities were not particularly civilized. Open defecation and littering were commonplace in European cities. The saying "fancy cars and fine wine stinking up London" wasn't just about London's smog, but also about its poor sanitation and the stench of feces and garbage. This wasn't an exaggeration. Even in later times, open defecation persisted in some European cities. If you were unlucky, you might not step in dog poop, but you were more likely to step in human feces. Carlo lived in Madrid, and while he didn't want Madrid to become a city saturated with feces and garbage, he advised Prime Minister Primo to strengthen sanitation controls in Madrid as soon as he arrived in Spain. During Carlo's decade as King of Spain, Spain built numerous public restrooms in Madrid and other major cities, effectively reducing public urination and defecation. To strengthen regulations against uncivilized behavior, the Madrid city government even instituted penalties. Anyone caught defecating in public in Madrid faces fines ranging from several months to several years in prison. Since the implementation of this policy, Madrid's streets have indeed become much cleaner. Carlos also plans to implement this sanitation management policy in other Spanish cities, striving to make all Spanish cities free of feces and garbage. With sanitation becoming a key component of mayoral performance evaluations, the mayor of Madrid has placed great emphasis on the sanitation of Madrid's streets and alleys. Carlos believes that if sanitation is included in the performance evaluations of mayors, they will undoubtedly do everything they can to reduce open defecation. Of course, open defecation shouldn't just be prohibited, it also requires providing access to public restrooms for those who need them. Simply prohibiting public restrooms without building more will only inflame public anger. Carlos doesn't want city governments to implement one-size-fits-all policies, disregarding public opinion for their own political gains. After a month, the Spanish Parliament's massive conference room reopened. During this session, members of the lower house of Parliament will elect Spain's new Prime Minister, while members of the upper house will also elect Spain's new Ministers of Justice and Colonial Affairs. Of course, the Military Council will also elect a new Minister of Defense, and Carlo will also consider candidates for the Minister of Royal Affairs and the Deputy Prime Minister. Only once these candidates are finalized will Spain's new cabinet be complete. 5 years have passed since the last cabinet election, and the Spanish lower house has undergone 2 elections in that time. The Conservative Party has become the largest party in Spain, holding 146 seats, or 49% of the seats in the lower house, single-handedly crushing the Progressive and Liberal parties. The Progressive Party has fallen to second place, with only 87 seats in the lower house, representing 29.1% of the total seats. The Liberal Party still holds the title of Spain's third-largest party, but its seat count is steadily declining. Currently, the Liberal Party holds only 27 seats in the lower house, representing only 9% of the total seats. Beyond the 3 major parties, several smaller ones also hold cabinet seats, though none exceed double digits. Combined, these parties hold about the same number of cabinet seats as the Liberals, holding only 8.4% or 25 seats. In addition to these parties, 13 seats in the House of Representatives are held by independents. This decline in independents is to be expected, given the greater electoral advantage enjoyed by parties. Parties receive public donations, while individuals cannot access cash. Parties can mobilize the collective efforts of many, while individuals rely solely on their own efforts. In any country's political landscape, the political power of parties far outweighs that of individuals. Many former independents have either joined one of the 3 major parties or formed their own, leaving few remaining independents. The Conservatives' significant advantage in the House of Representatives is also evident from the 3 major parties' share of seats. With their own share approaching half, they only need to secure approximately 30 more seats to secure the Spanish prime ministership. No other party could compete with the Conservatives. After all, to become Prime Minister of Spain, one needs to secure over 60% of the vote. The Conservatives will not vote for their political opponents, which means that other parties have no other option but to cooperate with the Conservatives to join the Spanish cabinet. Cabinet elections are a major political event in Spain, and King Charles II naturally participates in them. Fortunately, both the Senate and the House of Representatives meet in the same building, allowing Charles II to participate in both elections. The House of Representatives elects the Prime Minister, while the Senate selects the Secretary of Colonial Affairs and the Secretary of Justice. While not as powerful as the Prime Minister, these 2 cabinet positions are still quite important. The Secretary of Colonial Affairs assists Charles II in managing colonial affairs, holding a higher position than the governors of the colonies. The Secretary of Justice, on the other hand, is the highest official in the Spanish judiciary and, like the Secretary of the Crown, is not subject to the control of the Spanish cabinet. He is solely accountable to the Senate and the King, ensuring his loyalty and reliability. Compared to the elections for the House of Commons, the elections for the House of Lords were also quite lively. Both houses have hundreds of members, and each election is always a lively affair. However, compared to the House of Commons, the House of Lords was an institution under Carlo's complete control, even controlling the election results of 2 cabinet ministers. The parliamentary elections lasted a full day and ultimately successfully elected Spain's prime minister and several key ministers. As expected, former Deputy Prime Minister Canovas won the position and, with over 60% of the vote, gained the power to form a single government. This meant that the selection of ministers for the 9 departments of the Spanish cabinet would be at the discretion of Prime Minister Canovas. Any member of the House of Commons could become a high-ranking cabinet minister if he so desired. The elections for the House of Lords concluded earlier than those for the House of Commons, and the Secretary of State for the Colonies and the Secretary of State for Justice were already chosen. The Secretary of State for the Colonies was William, the former Governor-General of Cuba. He was familiar with several Spanish colonies and a member of the Spanish aristocracy, making him a relatively reliable and loyal minister. The Minister of Justice is Manuel Diaz Santos. Carlo is also familiar with this name, as he is unsurprisingly a member of the nobility. However, Manuel is not an old-style noble, but a member of the new-style nobles. Manuel is quite familiar with legal work, as he was a lawyer before entering politics. His noble status and the fact that he was once a lawyer allowed Manuel to successfully become the Minister of Justice of Spain. Carlo does not think too highly of the Minister of Justice's abilities. After all, the Spanish judiciary does not rely solely on the Minister of Justice, but also on the efforts of a series of institutions and personnel. The position of Minister of Justice places more emphasis on loyalty. After all, it is completely independent of the cabinet government and can supervise Spanish officials and parliamentarians, as well as the private sector. Chapter 246, the Third Five-Year Development Plan. Canovas, having successfully become the new prime minister, wielded immense power, but he remained unperturbed. He understood who had granted him his authority, but he also knew it could be easily revoked. The day after his election, Canovas traveled to the royal palace in Madrid to meet with Carlo and inquire about his position on cabinet appointments. Both Canovas and Carlo understood that Carlo didn't care who the cabinet ministers were. However, Canovas had to fully respect Carlo's opinion, as it was a sign of loyalty. As expected, Carlo was pleased with Canovas's arrival. However, when Canovas questioned Carlo's position on cabinet members, Carlo stated that he would not interfere with government decisions. The implication was simple: Canovas had full authority to appoint ministers. Of course, before appointing ministers, Canovas also ensured that those he appointed were equally loyal to him. Carlo truly didn't care about the cabinet selections, as he possessed sufficient power to handle a government that was not under his control. Fortunately, Canovas proved loyal enough, and Charles was reluctant to frequently change the government, which would only entangle Spain's political landscape. After Canovas became prime minister, Charles's first act was to appoint Archduke Serrano as deputy prime minister. Archduke Serrano's role was clear: to provide stability to Canovas, who was serving as prime minister for the first time. Although Canovas was of noble descent, his title was merely that of a count. Counts were not undistinguished within the European aristocracy, and in the Middle Ages, they were powerful lords with their own fiefdoms. But in Spain, a country with a unique character, the title of count was little more than an honorary title, with virtually no significance. Even though the previous noble rebellion had led Charles to abolish hundreds of titles, the Spanish nobility remained numerous. In an era when dukes were ubiquitous and marquises were considered mere dogs, counts were truly insignificant. Without Charles's strong support, Canovas would never have secured the support of the Conservative Party, much less become Prime Minister of Spain in such a short time. Canovas's first major role as Prime Minister required the support of Archduke Serrano. Furthermore, this was likely to be Serrano's last cabinet post. Born in 1810, Archduke Serrano was already 69 years old, a retirement age over a century ago, not to mention an era when life expectancy was only around 40. Because of his advanced age, Carlo did not intend to continue with him as Spain's Minister of Defense. While Serrano was capable and loyal, placing a 69-year-old in charge of such a busy and complex department seemed excessively harsh. Serrano's position as Deputy Prime Minister was largely a nominal one, intended to protect his health. Canovas had already handled the practical aspects of Spanish government affairs during his time as Deputy Prime Minister, and becoming Prime Minister would only make him more adept at handling these matters. Although Carlo did not intend for Archduke Serrano to continue serving as Minister of Defense, he needed to retain a high-ranking military position to maintain order. Among the senior military officials on the Spanish Military Council, Carlo intended to promote Royal Army Commander-in-Chief Evan Bradley as Spain's new Minister of Defense. Chief of the General Staff Marco Antonio Fletcher would succeed Evan as Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Army, and Archduke Serrano would succeed Marco as Chief of the General Staff of the Ministry of Defense. Although both the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy and the Chief of the General Staff hold the rank of General, the power and importance of these positions differ. The Minister of Defense is undoubtedly the highest and most powerful position in the Spanish military. He typically holds the rank of Marshal and oversees the Army and Navy headquarters, the General Staff, and the Logistics Department. Below the Minister of Defense, the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Army outranks the Chief of the General Staff, who in turn outranks the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. The reason for this is due to the different emphasis Spain places on the Army and Navy, as well as the timing of the establishment of the General Staff. Carlo appointed Archduke Serrano as Chief of the Spanish General Staff, allowing him to enjoy his final days in peace in a relatively relaxed position during this period of peace. Although he would no longer serve as Minister of Defense, the titles of Deputy Prime Minister and Chief of the General Staff were actually higher in status than that of Minister of Defense. Upon learning of Carlo's order, Archduke Serrano accepted it readily without the slightest objection. With Carlo's decision already made, the election of the Spanish Military Council was naturally unimpeded. The Military Council consisted of only 7 members, and Carlo had the support of the Commander-in-Chief of the Guard, the current Prime Minister, the current Minister of Defense, and the current Commander-in-Chief of the Army, totaling 5 votes, ensuring smooth passage. Although demoted to Chief of the General Staff, Archduke Serrano would retain his rank of Marshal. Army Commander-in-Chief Evan, who had been promoted to Minister of Defense, would soon be awarded the rank of Marshal and officially take over Spain's defense department. In addition to Archduke Serrano's appointment as Deputy Prime Minister, Carlo also appointed Menotti as Minister of Royal Affairs. Menotti, Garibaldi's eldest son, distinguished himself in Spain and had even been awarded the title of Count by Charles. Charles sought to hone his abilities by appointing him Minister of Royal Affairs. He considered him a promising candidate for future positions, whether as Minister of Colonial Affairs or Governor-General. Both Giotti, Commander-in-Chief of the Guards, and Menotti, Minister of Royal Affairs, successfully revived the Garibaldi family in Spain. Giotti, Commander-in-Chief of the Guards, was early awarded the title of Count by Charles, and he and his brother Menotti were among the most likely candidates for the title of Duke. The future of the Garibaldi family was bright, a fact that greatly pleased Garibaldi himself back in Italy. Learning that both sons had been granted the title of Count and held high positions in the Spanish government reassured him, and he repeatedly urged them to serve Charles wholeheartedly, uphold their duties, and remain loyal. Garibaldi understood the importance of trust between the king and his subjects. He didn't want his son to make a foolish choice and thus draw suspicion from Charles. As a nobleman, betraying the king would be courting disaster. With such a bright future ahead of him, the best option was to follow the king closely and demonstrate his loyalty. Of course, Charles's trust in both men was worthy of their loyalty. Had Charles not initially trusted them, Garibaldi wouldn't have been willing to send both sons to Spain at the same time. A series of key cabinet and government changes kept Spain busy, and major newspapers were closely monitoring the changes in key positions across various departments. Cavalus, who had consulted with Charles, was also planning his own cabinet. Knowing that Charles would not participate in the cabinet appointments, Cavalus was required to submit his own nominees for 9 ministerial positions. These nominees were not arbitrary, they had to share Canovis's political ideologies, possess considerable competence, and ideally, be members of the Conservative Party. The first of the 9 cabinet departments to be confirmed was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which would continue to be held by the Marquis of Everton. Everton, a veteran Spanish aristocrat, had previously expressed his support for Canovis, and Canovis would still greatly need his assistance. Joveller Soler, a fellow conservative, was promoted to Minister of Industry, a position that offers the best opportunities for achieving political success. Aval continued to serve as Minister of Finance. His progressive party still holds considerable prestige in Spain, and Canovis could not completely ignore its opinions. The remaining cabinet positions also underwent some changes, with the Conservatives clearly holding the majority of the Spanish government. Despite the appointment of 9 ministers, Prime Minister Calvinus remained quite tactful. He had no desire to monopolize power. The government he formed was primarily designed to serve Carlo and better implement his orders. As long as he could satisfy Carlo, he had a strong chance of being re-elected at the next prime ministerial election in at least 5 years. Canovis currently holds only the title of Count, but if he serves as prime minister for a full 10 years, he could at least earn the title of Duke upon his retirement. While the title of Duke isn't particularly prestigious in Spain, it at least places him among the highest nobility. Canovis' children will also have a brighter future, with extensive connections and support, whether they pursue a career in politics, business, or other fields. Of course, Prime Minister Canovis values Carlo's trust. Spain is ultimately a monarchy, and the king's opinion is paramount. If Canovis can earn Carlo's trust through his excellent cooperation, his children will also have a brighter future. For Canovis, carrying on the family legacy under his leadership would be a source of immense pride. Becoming Prime Minister of Spain is a significant step forward, and it strengthens Canovis' confidence in achieving his goals. Even if a marriage into the Spanish royal family were possible in the future, the Canovis family might become one of Spain's most prominent aristocratic families, alongside the House of Savoy at the pinnacle of Spanish rule. With a cabinet government officially formed, its biggest task was to discuss Spain's third 5-year development plan. The previous 2 5-year development plans had been resounding successes, and the creation of another one was a pressing need for everyone in Spain, from the grassroots up. After all the ministers in the new cabinet swore allegiance to Carlo, Carlo immediately convened a cabinet meeting and demanded a new, comprehensive third 5-year development plan within a short period of time. The previous 2 5-year development plans had served more as a foundation than as a foundation. The next plan would be the key to Spain's full takeoff. For this reason, Carlo outlined his requirements for the third five-year development plan at the meeting, specifically addressing railway mileage, total industrial scale, heavy and military industries, and agricultural production. Spain's economic growth had been remarkable during the previous two five-year development plans, largely due to Spain's emphasis on railway development. The benefits of railway construction are self-evident. Large-scale, nationwide railway construction also enabled simultaneous growth in Spain's industry and economy. When Prime Minister Primo proposed the second five-year development plan, the goal was to increase Spain's total railway mileage to over 11,000 kilometers by 1879. This goal was achieved as early as mid to late last year. By the end of December 1878, Spain's total railway mileage had officially surpassed 11,500 kilometers, steadily approaching the 12,000-kilometer milestone. After deliberations among cabinet members, the railway mileage targets for the third five-year development plan were officially confirmed. Spain's population is concentrated in the coastal plains and around Madrid, making it unnecessary to expand railways across every part of the country. Regarding the railway mileage target for the next five-year plan, the cabinet stance was clear: to abandon aggressive construction measures and stabilize the railway mileage at around 13,000 kilometers. With the current railway mileage exceeding 11,500 kilometers, Spain would only need to build less than 1,500 kilometers of railway over the next 5 years, an average of less than 300 kilometers per year. This figure is only half the annual mileage of railway construction planned during Spain's second five-year development plan, which is a key difference in the third five-year development plan. Of course, this doesn't mean Spain will completely slow down its railway development. Only railway construction in Spain itself will be temporarily suspended. Railway construction in the colonies must be accelerated to ensure the rapid transportation of supplies from the colonies to the Spanish mainland and to strengthen Spain's control over them. Railway construction in Spain itself is not without its other priorities. Due to Spain's mountainous terrain, railway construction is extremely difficult, requiring significantly more time and money than in countries with more flat lands. Furthermore, due to the immaturity of technology, some railway lines have become fragile under the heavy traffic. One of the tasks of Spain's third five-year development plan is to completely renovate existing railway lines and convert single-track lines to double-track lines in busy areas to increase transportation capacity. A single-track line is a single track, while a double-track line is two parallel lines. As the name suggests, a double-track line has at least twice the transportation capacity of a single-track line. It's worth noting that when calculating railway mileage, both single-track and double-track lines are counted the same. This also means that if both single-track and double-track lines are 100 kilometers long, the calculated length will be 100 kilometers, and the double-track lines will not be double-counted. Spain needs to increase the proportion of double-track lines, especially on busier routes, converting them to double-track whenever possible to increase transportation capacity. Spain's population is expected to grow in the future, and Carlos does not want to wait until the population reaches tens of millions before renovating its railway lines. Currently, Spain's busiest railway sections are the Madrid-Barcelona and Madrid-Seville lines. Carlos's vision for Madrid and Barcelona is not to become small cities with a population of 500,000, but rather large cities with populations of at least 2 million. While this goal remains a distant goal for both cities, Spain's railway construction must take this into account. Spain receives a large number of immigrants each year, many of whom are placed in industrial powerhouses like Madrid and Barcelona. This has led to a continuous increase in the populations of the two cities. Currently, Madrid's population exceeds 550,000, and Barcelona's has exceeded 460,000, making them Spain's twin cities. No other city can rival these two. Larger cities like Seville only have a population of around 150,000. The large populations of Madrid and Barcelona, coupled with the significant industrial presence of both cities, have made the railway line between them one of the busiest in Spain. The Spanish Ministry of Transport's biggest task in the next five-year development plan is to convert the entire railway line between the two cities into a double-track line, and to connect as many surrounding cities as possible, such as Zaragoza. In addition to specific requirements for railway mileage, the third five-year development plan also sets out a series of issues and development directions, including industrial scale, total steel production, and educational attainment. By the end of the third five-year development plan in 1884, Spain's population was projected to reach at least 21.5 million, with total steel production reaching 300,000 tons and 750,000 tons, respectively, for a total steel output exceeding 1 million tons. Furthermore, the third five-year development plan also addresses the Spanish government's current foreign debt. While Spain's fiscal revenue has been steadily increasing, government expenditures are also rising. Given the significant amount of foreign debt that Spain still needs to repay, over the next 5 years, Spain must prioritize fiscal savings while balancing its own development. The savings will be used to repay foreign debt. The first debts to be repaid are those owed to Italy and Austria-Hungary, but these are generally low-interest or interest-free loans, making repayment relatively easy. The French have a longer repayment timeline, so the Spanish government can wait until its own economy is more robust before considering repaying the French debt. France, with its vast resources, doesn't lack such a small amount of funds. Repaying the loans to France might lead to the French refinancing them to other European countries, potentially even Spain. It's better to hold on to these funds. For at least the next few years, they can accelerate Spain's development and maintain high economic and government revenue growth. 5,200 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 247 Foreign Capital. 1879. The Barcelona Stock Exchange was already packed with people. The reason these stockholders had flocked to the stock exchange so early in the morning was, of course, the Spanish government's announcement of its third five-year development plan the previous day. While the plan was brief, it did mention industrial and railway development. Investors had anticipated this and had come to the stock exchange early to buy shares in Spanish railways. Unlike other European countries, Spain had not suffered a severe economic crisis, which instilled confidence in the stock market. The emphasis on railway development in Spain's two five-year development plans led to the emergence of several major railway companies, most notably the Spanish National Railways and the Royal Spanish Railways. These two state-owned companies became the main force in Spain's railway development, while a large number of privately owned companies also contributed to its development. Many of the people lining up had already reaped the benefits of the previous five-year plan. After the last five-year development plan was announced, shares in the Spanish railway company soared, and those who bought shares made a killing. Unfortunately, the plan was issued during the economic crisis that ravaged Europe, which prevented many from buying shares due to concerns about the economic crisis. Now that the crisis has largely ended, and with the Spanish government issuing another five-year development plan, investors are no longer sitting still. They're scrambling to buy shares in the railway company, or at least in related industries, hoping to get a piece of the stock market's boom. Most of those queuing were ordinary people, but there were also many aristocrats and capitalists in fine clothing. Unfortunately, the crowd had completely blocked the entrance to the stock exchange, forcing these aristocrats and capitalists to queue as well, unable to get in. Damn it! Why are there so many people today? A middle-aged man in elegant clothes, amidst the vast crowd, poked his head out of a carriage and cursed. He was a nobleman and could ride in a carriage. But the road to the stock exchange was completely congested, and the carriage was stuck. The noble, unwilling to remain with the commoners, could only curse silently before retreating back into his carriage. It can't be helped. Yesterday, the government announced a five-year development plan, and these people are like cats smelling fish, all eager to get a bite of fish. I wonder how many of these people are actually fish. Another man in the carriage, dressed in luxurious attire, said with a smile. Despite the crowded crowd, he seemed unfazed and in a cheerful mood. HMPH. Only us nobles can make money in the stock market. These damn commoners can't withstand even a single wave. Sooner or later, they'll drown in the ocean of the stock market. The cursing noble nodded, his complaints fading. There were many carriages stuck in the crowd, and it wasn't uncommon to see nobles or capitalists in luxurious attire. Indeed, that was indeed the case. Most of those stranded were nobles of little status or power, perhaps even mere barons. These people had few privileges, and no matter how unhappy they were, they had to wait in line with the commoners. The truly powerful, or those with considerable influence, had already entered the stock exchange before it opened and were respectfully invited to the VIP trading room on the second floor. Due to the overwhelming crowds, the Barcelona city government deployed a large number of police officers to maintain order. As Spain's second-largest city, Barcelona boasts a robust security presence. These officers, constantly patrolling the crowds, help prevent violence and crime. After all, the more people there are, the more disorder there is. In an era without surveillance cameras, theft and robbery were commonplace in such crowded conditions. Some even took advantage of the situation, believing that as long as they weren't caught, there was little danger. The large police presence effectively prevented these incidents. Carlo attached great importance to public order in Spain, which led to the police department imposing severe penalties for crimes. Even minor public disturbances resulted in fines of varying sizes and, in some cases, even mandatory imprisonment. While these laws may be somewhat harsh, they have indeed been effective in reducing Spain's crime rate. In Madrid and Barcelona, crime rates had been reduced to acceptable levels. A few minutes later, the stock exchange officially opened. Crowds did not flock inside, as numerous police officers were stationed at the entrance to maintain order. The stock exchange's small size meant only a limited number of people could enter at a time, and entry was strictly tiered. Those who tried to cut in line or force their way in were virtually eliminated once the police spotted them. Seeing the police lined up at the entrance, the initially anxious crowds calmed down. Under these circumstances, they consciously formed long queues and entered the stock exchange one by one. Inside, large blackboards displayed stock market data. Investors had to review the information on the boards before finding a trader to register their trades. Unlike later generations, trading at the stock exchange was entirely manual. This made trading very cumbersome and took significantly longer than in later times. But in an era without electronic technology, manual labor was the only solution. Fortunately, the Barcelona Stock Exchange had anticipated today's event and deployed additional staff, effectively accelerating the pace of stock purchases. Inside the stock exchange, managers were registering each company's issued shares. The most popular stocks today were railway companies, followed by several railway-related factories and businesses. The railway companies, in particular, were incredibly popular. It could even be said that investors bought as many shares as the railway companies released. A small railway company owned by the Spanish royal family also went public today, issuing 2 million shares, representing a 30% stake. Each share was priced at 5 pesetas, with plans to raise 10 million pesetas. As the managers registered the announcement, they read it aloud. Besides blackboards, managers' shuts were a primary method of disseminating information. After all, without a loudspeaker, whether investors could hear key messages depended on the strength of their voices. This publicly listed railway company was indeed a small enterprise, with Carlo investing less than 5 million pesetas. One had to admit, industry in this era was truly profitable. After contracting a few small railway projects, this railway company, with an investment of no more than 5 million pesetas, could successfully go public and raise over 10 million pesetas. The shares issued only account for 30% of the company's equity, meaning that if all the shares were sold, the total market value of this railway company, originally invested with only 5 million pesetas, would exceed 33 million pesetas, a 6.6-fold increase. And this was just the beginning. As the railway company's operations continued smoothly and it secured more projects, the value of its shares would continue to grow. As its stock price rose, its market value could even surpass the 50 million pesetas threshold, instantly becoming a major Spanish corporation. This step simply required contracting a few railway projects and listing on the stock exchange, a simple one for capitalists and aristocrats. This was the reason the Spanish stock exchange strengthened its scrutiny. Without stricter scrutiny, the number of companies listed daily on Spain's two major stock exchanges would likely reach thousands, if not tens of thousands. Does Spain need so many companies? Of course not. Only high-quality companies are listed on the Spanish stock exchange. Shell companies are subject to a rigorous review process, which is crucial for protecting Spain from economic crises. These shell companies are completely defenseless in the face of an economic crisis. The bankruptcy of a large number of companies would severely impact the stock exchange, and a complete collapse of the stock exchange would impact the entire national economy. The Spanish are well aware that companies listed on the stock exchange are vetted, so every announcement is accompanied by a massive rush from investors, and the stock prices of these newly listed companies continue to rise. Although the Royal Railway Company issued 2 million shares, only a little over 1 million were actually traded on the stock exchange. Even before the shares were circulated, the truly powerful Spanish banks and securities firms founded by some influential figures had already subscribed to a portion of the shares in advance. They understood that this was a royal asset and that shell companies were not part of it. Investing in the railway company was a sure win, as Spain was not expected to abandon its railway development policy anytime soon. Although the third five-year development plan's requirements for railway mileage are less ambitious, the railway maintenance and renovation projects are still substantial, and Spanish railway companies will still have a lot of work to do over the next 5 years. Pre-subscribing for shares is also a means of stock price manipulation. If the stock circulation is too large, the market will become saturated. Once the market is saturated, even if the stock and the company itself are excellent, the stock price will collapse. After all, if the market is saturated, shareholders will be unable to sell their shares. Unsaleable shares will naturally lead to a decline in the stock price. As a newly listed railway company, it is essential to properly maintain the stock price. Only by ensuring that the stock market is not saturated can the stock price maintain positive growth. The two major official banks and some aristocratic securities firms have pre-subscribed for the railway company's shares, which means that the railway company's stock price is closely related to everyone's income. This amount of money is certainly not a large sum for Carlo, but it is still a lot for the aristocracy. Participating in this transaction are also the new aristocracy. Because they do not own much land, the new aristocracy relies entirely on industry and finance for their income. This is why Carlo attaches great importance to this listing. If the railway company's stock price rose, it would mean that the new nobility would also benefit, enriching their families. Both the new nobility and the old nobility were Spanish nobility, but because the new nobility was granted by Carlo himself, Carlo clearly favored the new nobility. Of course, this could also be because the new nobility posed no threat to Carlo, but rather served as a significant aid to him. The old nobility held a strong foundation in Spain, and sometimes they would disobey Carlo's orders. Compared to the less compliant old nobility, Carlo trusted the obedient new nobility more, even if they held less power. A prerequisite for being a good ruler was ensuring that all those who followed him shared in the benefits. Even if he had to eat the meat while others had the soup, everyone had to share. The railway company's listing was essentially a gift from Carlo to some of the new nobility. These new nobility had received advance notice that if they purchased the railway company's stock, they would essentially guarantee a safe investment. Of course, even if they couldn't buy, the new nobility would eventually receive some shares, as some securities firms had already subscribed to them. While the amount might not be significant for the old nobility, it would be a substantial income for the new nobility, allowing them to live a more affluent life and indulge in more luxurious purchases. After all, they were nobility, and Carlo didn't want them to live lives no different from those of ordinary people. Spanish citizens had more ways to become new nobility, and this was a major way for Carlo to attract the allegiance of the Spanish people. If the new nobility didn't live well, the Spanish people would naturally have little interest in becoming part of the new nobility. This also meant that the new nobility's lives had to be good, at least significantly better than those of ordinary people. After all, the new nobility were still nobility. If they couldn't even afford some luxuries, then how could they really be considered nobility? This IPO was also crucial for the railway company itself. It could raise at least 10 million pesetas, ensuring the railway company had sufficient funds for its projects for a long time to come. As long as truly capable railway companies were guaranteed financing, Spain's railway development would not lag behind. Even if a railway company failed due to poor management, the royal family and the Spanish government would take over and cover the losses, effectively preventing any disruption to Spain's railway plans. While railway companies might still worry about the revenue generated by railway construction, for Charles and the Spanish government, the direct benefits were less important. Charles was willing to pursue the project even if it meant losing money, as railways would boost the development of other industries, and the resulting tax revenue would also represent a potential benefit. As the saying goes, if you want to become wealthy, you must first build roads. Railways are, of course, a type of road, and they are crucial in this era. Railway construction also facilitates the Spanish military's access to various regions, which is crucial for strengthening national stability. Of course, there are also political benefits. If one region has a more developed railway system while another lacks it, wouldn't that anger the people who lack access? While it's impossible to ensure equality, at least some important cities must have access to rail, which is why Spain continues to build railways. If we only consider the demand for railways in Spain's major cities, the existing scale of railways is actually more than sufficient for the Spanish people. The capitals of all major regions are already connected to the railway, and some of the more important cities are also within the coverage of the railway. This kind of railway construction is not to say that it is the best, but it is definitely quite complete. It is precisely because the potential benefits brought by railway construction are so great that many countries are willing to do it even if the construction and operation of railways are unprofitable. Even if operating a section of railway is constantly losing money, there will be countries willing to continuously allocate funds to keep the railway running. Because Carlo attaches great importance to the development of the stock market, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock exchange submitted the development of the stock market to the royal palace. Butler Lorne approached Carlo with stock market data from the two major stock exchanges, beaming with the good news. Your Majesty, the share prices of our two railway companies, listed in Madrid and Barcelona, have both increased by at least 30%. The railway company listed on the Madrid Stock Exchange saw a 36.7% increase, reaching 13.67 pesetas per share by the close of trading. The railway company listed on the Barcelona Stock Exchange saw a 41.2% increase, reaching 7.06 pesetas per share before the close. Carlo was stunned, somewhat surprised by the surge. While it was inevitable that the prices of these newly issued shares would rise, the magnitude of the increase shouldn't be this dramatic. After all, the number of shares issued was substantial. The small Barcelona Railway Company alone issued 2 million shares worth a total of 10 million pesetas. While only about half of the shares were actually in circulation, it was clearly impossible for them to be completely sold out in such a short period of time. The stock price shouldn't have increased so dramatically until all the shares had been sold. This also means that the railway company's shares have likely sold out. Do Barcelona shareholders really have such strong purchasing power? Or is there other capital involved? The Spanish see the potential for Spanish railways, and so can investors. Investing in railway companies is a lucrative business, so it's not surprising that some foreign capital has joined. Judging by the percentage increase in the share prices of the two railway companies, there's a high probability of foreign capital involvement. According to the Barcelona Stock Exchange, an unidentified French individual has purchased a large number of shares, Butler Lorne said with a smile. The French involvement caused our shares to sell out quickly. Some investors even paid a premium to buy, which led to a significant increase in our share price. Hearing about the French involvement, Carlo's doubts were completely dispelled. French capital remains strong, and coupled with the economic cooperation between Spain and France, it's not surprising that some French capital has flowed into Spain. Add to that the heated debate surrounding Spain's third five-year development plan, and it's no surprise that French capital is interested in Spanish railways. Of course, this is a good thing for Carlo. The higher the railway company's stock price, the more profit Carlo can obtain. The new nobles and other companies that follow suit will naturally get more benefits. 5,400 words in one full section, please support. Chapter 248 Population. Carlo hadn't anticipated the influx of foreign capital, but it was a boon for Spain. Companies listed on the stock exchange benefited, especially railway companies, whose share prices rose by at least 10%. The biggest impact on Spain was that many railway companies received additional funding, ensuring the successful completion of the railway construction planned for the third five-year development plan. The influx of French capital had both advantages and disadvantages, but for Spain at the moment, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. The massive influx of French capital could accelerate Spain's industrial development and make the five-year development plan more effective. While this would also have a more profound impact on Spain, the extent of this influence would be manageable. Spain pursued state capitalism, with the government and the royal family being the largest sources of capital. Under these circumstances, unless all French capital was transferred to Spain, some of it would be unable to influence the Spanish government's decisions. In some cases, this foreign capital could even become a lamb to be slaughtered. If relations between Spain and France broke down, the Spanish government would forcibly reclaim the industries and assets invested by French capital in Spain. Because the Spanish government did not prevent the influx of French capital into the Spanish stock exchange, the share prices of all companies involved in the railway sector saw rapid increase. Spain was a promising destination for French capital at this time. Due to the impact of the previous economic crisis, European economies had yet to fully recover. Meanwhile, Spain, relatively unaffected by the crisis, boasted one of the fastest economic growth rates in Europe. Not only did the railways in the 5-year development plan attract French capital, but other industrial projects also attracted capital from France and even other European countries. This influx of capital triggered a wave of investment in the Spanish stock market, with many investors seeing their assets multiply several times in just a few days. With Spain accepting all investors, French capital quickly established close partnerships with Spanish companies. These investors were not content simply to purchase shares offered by Spanish companies, they even sought to acquire large holdings directly from shareholders in some railway companies. Carlo adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards these French investors. For now, French capital posed no threat to Spain. Instead, it could accelerate Spain's industrialization and strengthen Spanish capital. If Spanish industrialization had relied solely on domestic capital, by the time Spain completed its industrialization, other European powers would have already achieved a higher level of industrial development. Even if it's just to accelerate Spain's industrialization, attracting this foreign capital is essential. With a confirmed influx of capital from France and other countries, the most important thing to do now is to effectively utilize this foreign capital to boost Spain's economic development. Currently, foreign capital is primarily concentrated in railway construction and railway-related industries. By finding ways to attract their attention to other sectors, Spain's economy could see broad-based growth. With Carlo's deliberate promotion, Spanish newspapers have begun reporting on other industries, with even those in the financial sector predicting significant growth in certain sectors. While it hasn't had the same impact as the railway industry, it has indeed attracted a small amount of foreign capital to invest in Spain's agricultural product processing, manufacturing, and other sectors. It's foreseeable that, fueled by this foreign capital, other sectors in Spain will also usher in a golden period of development. While this influx of foreign capital will expose some local small and medium-sized businesses to increased competition and even bankruptcy, it will benefit the industry as a whole. Sacrificing some small and medium-sized businesses is necessary to promote rapid development across Spain's various industries. This area is inherently dominated by monopoly giants. Small and medium-sized enterprises don't play a significant role in Spain, and there's no need to feel sorry for them. While development is crucial, overcapacity must be prevented. The potential risks posed by overcapacity are significant, potentially even triggering a new economic crisis. While Carlo hopes for rapid economic and industrial development in Spain, he doesn't want Spain to face a severe economic crisis. For this reason, despite the influx of foreign capital driving Spain's rapid economic growth, Carlo has issued several demands to the government, the most important of which is to prevent overcapacity and reckless development. Spain's development must be targeted, focusing on industries where it is scarce and urgently needed, rather than focusing solely on sectors where it is already strong. For example, in steel manufacturing, Spain already ranks 5th in the world in steel production. There's no need to pursue further production unless domestic demand for steel products increases. Blindly pursuing steel production, which can lead to unsaleable products, will lead to an economic crisis. While the rapid development of various industries is certainly encouraging, we must resolutely prevent the occurrence of economic crises and avoid blind expansion, which could ultimately lead to overcapacity. Spain's rapid economic growth has only hurt Portugal, which is forced to engage in economic and trade relations with Spain. Since the two countries synchronize their train tracks, economic and trade between Spain and Portugal has become quite frequent. Spain is Portugal's only land neighbor and the only land route for Portugal to trade with the rest of Europe. Since the two countries began economic and trade relations and synchronized their train tracks, the total trade volume between Spain and Portugal has increased dramatically in a short period of time. At the beginning of the first 5-year development plan, the total import and export volume between Spain and Portugal was less than 1 million pesetas, and relations between the two countries were tense and trade relations were almost non-existent. By the end of the second 5-year development plan, the total import and export volume between Spain and Portugal had reached 46 million pesetas, and Portugal had become a key trading partner of Spain. Of course, this trade relationship benefited only Spain, while Portugal suffered far more disadvantages than advantages. First and foremost was the impact of the influx of industrial products on Portugal's industrial environment. While the impact of the economic crisis had not yet fully subsided, Portugal's industry suffered a significant blow. Many smaller factories closed down during the crisis, causing Portugal's total industrial output to plummet by nearly a quarter. The remaining factories were unable to cope with the onslaught of Spanish industry. During the peak of the crisis, Spanish exports of industrial products to Portugal were ineffective. After all, many Portuguese workers had lost their jobs and could not afford Spanish industrial products. However, once the impact of the crisis subsided and these unemployed workers found new jobs, Spain's dumping of industrial products became significantly more effective. Compared to Portuguese manufactured goods, Spanish manufactured goods offered a more comprehensive range of products, higher quality, and lower prices. This was the key factor in Spanish manufactured goods' impact on the Portuguese market. Under these circumstances, the total import and export volume between Spain and Portugal continued to rise, and the trade deficit between the two countries continued to widen. Currently, Portugal imports over 30 million pesetas of goods from Spain annually, including a wide range of manufactured goods, including large items such as rails and trains. Portugal needed to build its own railways. With its steel mills collapsing, the country had no choice but to purchase cheaper rails from neighboring Spain, which could even reduce its railway construction costs. Spain's total imports from Portugal were worth only about 16 million pesetas, resulting in a staggering trade deficit of 14 million pesetas. Import and export companies and commodity traders, many of whom were employed by Spanish aristocrats and capitalists, profited handsomely. Currently, import and export trade between Spain and Portugal primarily relied on the Badajoz Railway to Portugal, the only connection between the two countries. As the map shows, Spain's railway network is extensive, but only a small section in the lower left corner connects to Portugal's. The Spanish government has requested additional rail connections from the Portuguese government, but these requests have been rejected. The reason is simple: if the Portuguese government fully integrated its railway system with Spain, Portugal's safety would be at the mercy of Spain. Although Spain is mountainous, the road from Toledo to Lisbon is almost entirely flat, with no strategic points to defend. If Spain truly intended to attack Portugal, it could easily rely on the railway connecting the two countries and reach the Portuguese capital of Lisbon in a short time. This was unacceptable to the Portuguese, and it was the reason they consistently preferred to establish a single railway connection with Spain. With only such a small connection, if relations between the two countries deteriorated, Portugal could easily bomb it, preventing Spanish troops from quickly reaching the Portuguese border. If the entire north, center, and south of Spain were connected to Spain by rail, bombing the railway would become extremely difficult to stop the Spanish advance. Carlo lamented this. A full connection with Portugal would create a vast Iberian railway network, promoting economic exchange across the region. While this would be a boon for Spain, it wasn't necessarily so for Portugal, which is why the Portuguese government refused. So far, Spain's domestic development has been relatively smooth, but its colonial development still presents many challenges. The Congo territory was established a long time ago, and population has always been a major challenge for its development. Currently, the total population of the Congo territory does not exceed 30,000, many of whom were forcibly brought in by Russian immigrants. Upon arrival, these Russian farmers, with the help of local indigenous people, quickly cultivated a large tract of land. Hopefully, they would settle permanently in the Congo territory, contributing to the development of agriculture. Of course, Spain would not treat them unfairly. These Russian farmers enjoyed absolute freedom and were considered first-class citizens of the colony, enjoying certain privileges. In Russia, they were at the bottom of society, working tirelessly for a year to earn little, and even facing large debts from renting land from the nobility. But in the Congo territory, any manual labor could be performed by renting slaves from the colonial government, or even by purchasing black slaves. This sudden transformation in the Russian status made them comfortable settling in the Congo territory, and they even felt fortunate to have chosen to immigrate and change their lives. These Russian immigrants proved to be quite effective. Their arrival accelerated agricultural development in the Congo territory, allowing it to barely meet its agricultural needs. If the Congo territory had informed a colonial division with a 20,000-man army, its agricultural sector would have already reached self-sufficiency. To provide food for the army, the Congo territory needed to continue expanding its agricultural sector. There was no risk of overcapacity in food production. After all, there would always be people in this world who didn't have enough to eat. Even during economic crises, food prices actually rose. After all, not using industrial products only made life more inconvenient, but without food, people would starve to death in a matter of days. The question of how to increase the Congo territory's population had long troubled the Spanish government. At a cabinet meeting, the new Secretary of State for the colonies, William, proposed a proposal that caught Carlo's eye, attracting a large number of prospectors through a gold rush. The so-called gold rush involved opening gold mines to attract prospectors. The influx of prospectors into gold mining areas is known as a gold rush. Many colonies flourished thanks to the gold rush, including famous cities like San Francisco and New York, both of which became major cities thanks to the gold rush. Don't underestimate the gold rush's obsession with finding gold. Even in remote mountainous areas, as soon as news of a gold mine reached prospectors, it attracted a large number of them. The Lamphang Republic also flourished due to the gold rush, with tens of thousands of prospectors flocking to the area at its peak. As long as Spain spread the news of a large gold mine in the Congo territory, it would undoubtedly attract many prospectors. If only a small number of prospectors could be retained, the Congo territory's population shortage would be alleviated. Of course, attracting population through a gold rush has a double-edged sword. While some prospectors will indeed settle in the Congo territory, the gold rush also attracts the attention of other countries. This is gold, one of the world's most valuable and rare metals. Smaller gold mines are unlikely to spark a gold rush. The gold mines that do spark a gold rush are generally large, untapped mines. These large mines attract prospectors, which naturally draw the attention and even covetousness of other nations. Therefore, before resorting to gold rush to attract population, it's important to consider whether the gold prospectors in the Congo territory would attract the attention of other powers. After careful consideration, Carlo ultimately decided to adopt William's proposal. The Congo territory is unique. There are few colonial competitors, at least for now. In the entire Congo River basin, there are effectively only two colonizers, Portugal and Spain. The closest colonizer is the French, whose colonies are over 500 kilometers from the Congo River. Furthermore, France needed Spain to help it escape the effects of its isolationist policy. A conflict with Spain over gold was unlikely, at least not in the short term. Without French involvement, Spain could simply monitor Portugal's colonial activities. Carlo, considering the tiny Portugal, was not considered a serious concern, which is why he decided to adopt William's proposal. Besides France, the British could also have intervened in the gold rush in the Congo. However, British colonies were far from the Congo River basin, with the nearest being the Gold Coast, nearly 2,000 kilometers away. Spain's Congo territories were located inland, so any British intervention would have required occupying the lower Congo River and then advancing into the Congo basin. If the British had actually done so, Carlo would have laughed out loud. Portugal was currently entrenched in the lower Congo River. If the British had seized Portugal's colonies, relations between the two countries would have taken a sharp turn for the worse. Without British support, Portugal would have been a lamb to the slaughter for Spain. If this scenario unfolded, a merger between Spain and Portugal might have been imminent. The projected figures for a merger were still quite exaggerated. Based on last year's figures, a combined population of over 24 million and an army of 250,000 would have ranked fifth in the world in industrial output, and the Navy would have also been fifth, indicating considerable overall strength. If the two countries merge, Spain's rapidly developing economy will also influence Portugal, putting its industry and economy on the fast track. After a few years of low-key development, the merged federation can be regarded as the most powerful country after Britain, France, and Germany, and can even compete with the French. Last month, I received 1,000 monthly votes, so I'm adding an extra chapter today. I beg for more monthly votes. Chapter 249 Gold Rush. News of the gold discovery in the Congo territory quickly spread throughout Spain and beyond to other parts of Europe. The news immediately captured the attention of the nobility. Some of these nobles, who owned plantations in the Congo territory, immediately dispatched personnel to search for additional gold deposits. Some did indeed discover new mines, but they were not as large as expected. The gold mines were located in the northeastern part of the Congo territory, deep in the African interior. Apart from the Spanish, virtually no other colonists had ever set foot in these areas. This allowed Spain to extensively publicize the Congo territory's gold discovery, essentially declaring it Spain's own piece of the spoils, with no other country having any claim to a share. As Secretary of State for the colonies, William personally oversaw the promotion of the Congo territory's gold discovery. Regardless of the size or reserves, Any discovery in the Congo territory was given a highly publicized promotional package. Because the small gold mine initially discovered was alluvial, the shallow river sand contained 7-8 grams of gold per ton, while the deeper ore averaged around 17 grams per ton. Not all gold mines could reach such high concentrations, but this didn't stop the Colonial Affairs Department from promoting this small, highly rich mine as a representative example of the Congolese gold mines. Because the relevant news reports only reported estimated reserves for each mine, without a clear range for gold content, the public naturally assumed that the first gold mine discovered in the Congolese territory was the most common gold mine in the country, containing at least 7-8 grams of gold. Assuming 7.33 grams of gold per pound, each ton of ore from these mines was worth over 1 pound. Since currencies are calculated based on gold holdings, this meant the value of this gold could be multiplied several times over. This news shocked not only the gold prospectors but even the Spanish nobility. The Congo territory had a large indigenous population, and they could force these people to mine for gold. Unearthing a ton of gold ore daily could yield profits of £3 to £5. If 100 tons were mined daily, the profit would reach £300 to £500, or approximately 7,800 to 13,000 pesetas. This was a significant income for the Spanish nobility, and it drew even more attention to news about the Congo territory. Meanwhile, the Colonial Affairs Department provided another boost. It announced that the Spanish had the right to own the minerals they discovered in the Congo territory, and the royal family recognized this property sovereignty. The Spanish only needed to pay a mining tax to the royal family and the Congo territory government to legally mine their discoveries. The profits, once legally paid, could be safely pocketed. This reassured the nobles and gold diggers. As long as they discovered gold in the Congo territory, they would automatically own the territory. Of course, the right to own the minerals was reserved for the Spanish. Even if a foreigner discovered mineral resources, they were not entitled to them. This policy primarily targeted the nobility, who possessed the resources to organize exploration and develop the Congolese territory. The discovery of gold in the Congolese territory inevitably necessitated the deployment of additional personnel to mine it. Mining the gold required refining, and with more personnel, the Congolese population naturally grew. Previously, various policies enacted by the Congolese territory only attracted a small number of aristocrats to invest. However, after the news of the gold discovery was announced, many aristocrats actively sought to invest in the Congolese territory, hoping to secure a windfall through the discovery. The Colonial Affairs Department also actively promoted successful aristocrats. One such individual was a fortunate baron, whose family had fallen on hard times, who gambled nearly his entire fortune and stumbled upon a small gold mine in the Congolese territory. The gold content of this small mine was quite high, reaching a maximum of 23 grams per ton and averaging around 6 grams per ton. The discovery of this small gold mine instantly transformed the baron into a millionaire, just one step away from becoming a multimillionaire. While fully realizing the gold would take time, the baron had at least secured his fortune and hoped to further enrich his family. This baron was not uncommon among nobles who staked their fortunes, as many in Spain had fallen on hard times. Due to the large number of nobles, the lowest titles, such as Count and Baron, were largely insignificant. Following Prime Minister Primo's reforms, the nobility lost all their privileges. Some nobles who had previously managed to eke out a living by collecting rent from their land saw their former glory completely shattered. The gold mines of the Congo territory offered them a chance to strike it rich again, at least a relatively fair opportunity. Finding gold in the Congo territory meant profit. With a stroke of luck, stumbling upon a large gold mine, a return to prosperity might be just a matter of seconds. Some of these nobles were fortunate, while others were less so. Some formed formal exploration teams but never found gold in the Congo territory. Others were more fortunate, finding deposits, though small, that at least covered their losses. Regardless of their luck, those who successfully discovered gold in the Congo territory were widely reported in the Spanish media. The story of a noble or commoner becoming rich overnight during the gold rush became a frequent topic of discussion in Spanish newspapers for months. As for how many nobles went bankrupt after gambling their fortunes, it's unknown, as no one cared. Carlo underestimated the allure of gold. When placed alongside a currency of equal value, any reasonable person would choose gold. The search for gold in the Congo territory didn't cease, instead, it intensified. Since the nobles' first discovery, numerous mines, large and small, have been discovered, and their discoveries were not limited to the northeastern part of the Congo territory. Besides gold, the nobles also discovered silver mines in the eastern part of the Congo territory. However, compared to the more tempting gold mines, the low-value silver mines were of little interest. Newspapers promoting the gold mines in the Congo territory only briefly mentioned the silver mines, their purpose being to enrich the territory's list of precious metal deposits. While the nobles were searching for gold mines, Carlo was naturally not idle either. In fact, even before the establishment of the Congo territory, Carlo had already surveyed the territory's mineral reserves. Carlo had long understood the value of the Congo land and knew that gold mines existed there. Several larger gold mines had already been discovered and mined, leaving the small and medium-sized mines, which Carlo despised, to the nobility and gold diggers. While the gold mines were attractive, it was also true that currency was expensive in those days. 1 pound was worth 7.33 grams of gold, making the British pound the most valuable currency in the world. 1 pound could be exchanged for 26 pesetas, making the peseta seem worthless. In reality, 1 peseta is worth 0.282 grams of gold, making it quite valuable. A gold mine with a gold reserve of around 1 ton is only worth about 3.5 million pesetas. What does 1 ton of gold even mean? If the gold content is around 8 grams, a total of 125,000 tons of gold ore would need to be mined to extract 1 ton. Currently, the gold mines discovered in the Congo territory are mostly small, with reserves of less than 3 tons. The maximum value of a single mine is no more than 10 million pesetas, so Carlo didn't really need to pay attention to them. Currently, both the Royal United Bank and the Royal Steel Company generate over 30 million pesetas in net profit for the royal family each year. Leaving these gold mines to the nobility and prospectors would only further their interest in the Congo territory's gold mines and led to greater investment. And indeed, this approach is working. In just a few months, the population of the Congo territory increased by nearly 5,000, most of whom were personnel sent by Spanish nobles. Of course, there were also gold prospectors from all over Europe, searching for alluvial deposits in the rivers of the Congo territory and illegally mining them to generate income. Carlo naturally allowed these prospectors to exist, as they were, after all, a vital part of the Congo territory's population. As long as a certain number of them remained, the Congo territory's population would naturally grow. As nobles and prospectors flocked to the Congo territory, the Royal United Bank and the National Bank also opened branches there. The purpose of these two banks' branches was naturally to provide loans to these prospectors and miners. Exploring and mining gold mines is expensive, and not everyone can afford it. However, these prospectors and miners were high-quality bank customers, and they could easily use their newly discovered gold as collateral to secure loans. Even if they couldn't repay the loans, they didn't have to worry, the gold they had explored would become the bank's property. Of course, these loans were only granted to those with a certain level of assets. Prospectors with nothing were ineligible. In addition to lending, banks also purchase gold ore. After gold ore is mined, refining it is a daunting task. Mine owners are more likely to have sufficient equipment and capital to refine the gold. However, those who secretly mine gold may not be able to extract the gold. This is where banks can provide convenience. They can simply sell the gold they have mined to the bank, which will purchase the gold with pesetas equivalent to the gold. Currently, there are only two banks in the Congolese territory, the Royal Union Bank and the National Bank. Without competition, some illegal immigrants have no other choice. This approach allows them to collect as much gold as possible and expand Spain's gold reserves. The more gold Spain holds, the more pesetas it can issue. Before deciding to use the gold rush to attract a certain population, Carlo had already made thorough plans. In reality, prospecting and mining for gold is not always profitable. If a gold mine is not found, it can be a complete loss. Even if a gold mine is found, the initial exploration costs and subsequent mining expenses are substantial. While many nobles and gold diggers were out looking for gold, Carlo went the other way and had two banks provide logistical services for these gold diggers and nobles, which was actually the most profitable. 3,400 words of monthly votes plus more, begging for more monthly votes. Thank you all for voting, thank you all. Chapter 250 Reform of the Political Donation System. Carlo had just been rejoicing over the gold rush bringing more people to the Congolese territory when Spain itself faced a problem that made him frown. This problem was due to the influx of French capital into Spain, not all of which was willing to operate within the boundaries set by Spain. The greed of capital is well known, as Marx's Capital also mentioned. Facing a 10% profit, capitalists will be tempted to act. Facing a 20% profit, capitalists will become active. Facing a 50% profit, capitalists will take risks. Facing a 100% profit, capitalists will trample on the law. Facing a 300% profit, capitalists will even dare to commit any crime. French capital in Spain has not yet reached the point of committing any crime, but it has certainly begun to become active, seeking more privileges and preferential treatment in Spain. To expand its voice, some French capital has begun investing in Spanish political parties, attempting to use these parties to change the current situation of capital being unwelcome in Spain. While the actions of French capital cannot currently change the political situation in Spain, this is certainly something Carlo does not want to see. Political activity requires substantial funding, which is why most political parties in Spain have struggled to gain traction. The Spanish government doesn't impose strict requirements on the establishment of political parties. All a party needs is at least one seat in each regional council to apply to the Senate for incorporation. Due to lack of funding, most political parties, even if they are established, are destined to fail. Only parties with genuine public support can receive public donations, which provide the capital to engage in political activity. Because capital in Spain was previously weak, the parties that received the most political donations were generally those with popular support. In essence, they relied on accumulated political cash. However, with the intervention of French capital, some parties lacking popular support have the opportunity to receive more political cash, allowing them to engage in more political activity. Among the many political parties in Spain, French capital first approached the Liberal Party, which is also the one that Carlo is most wary of. The Liberal Party has a history of supporting the Republican Party, and France is a republic, which inevitably arouses suspicion and wariness. Carlo does not want excessive French capital interference in Spanish government affairs, and the best approach is to change the current system and regulations governing political donations received by Spanish political parties. Spain's current system for political donations has no restrictions. Anyone donating to a political party receives the entire sum, which can be used for political activities. If this system continues, French capital could easily foster a massive political party, posing a threat to Spain's current ruling Conservative Party. The current Liberal Party's slogan is the pursuit of democracy and freedom. With French capital's intervention, would it become a democratic republic? Carlo has no faith in the integrity of capital. If becoming a republic would allow French capital to profit more, they would certainly do so. Therefore, Carlo must eliminate French capital's opportunities to gain political influence at the source, preventing it from gaining more power through controlling a single party. The simplest solution is to change the political donation system so that French capital's donations go to all political parties, rather than just one. With a plan in place, the rest will be easier. Carlo and Prime Minister Canovas discussed the matter for several days, ultimately coming up with a new proposal for a new political donation system. Originally, political donations donated by the public to political parties went directly into the pockets of the political parties, but according to the new system, political donations donated by the public to political parties must first be submitted to the party management body of the Senate, and then distributed to the various parties by the party management body. This political donation will be divided into two parts, of which 40% will be directly distributed to the donated political party as political activity funds. There are no requirements or preconditions for this part, and any legal party can obtain it. The remaining 60% will be distributed to all political parties with seats in accordance with the proportion of seats each party holds in the House of Commons, so that all parties can share the political donations. The advantage of such a system is obvious, that is, it ensures that all political parties can get a share of the profits and will not be forced to disband due to lack of public donations. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, a certain party cannot receive all the political donations, and the final proportion obtained depends on the proportion of seats held by the party in the House of Commons. For example, if someone donates 100 pesetas to the Conservative Party, the largest party in Spain, the Conservative Party receives 40 pesetas directly and, thanks to its seats in the House of Representatives, 49% of the remaining 60 pesetas, or 29.4 pesetas. Under the previous system, the Conservative Party received the entire 100 pesetas. However, under the new system, The Conservative Party will only receive 69.4 pesetas, with the remaining 30.6 pesetas divided proportionally among the other political parties. This means that for every donation the Conservative Party receives, 30.6% goes to the other parties. While this may seem like a loss, it's important to consider the donations received by other parties. The Conservative Party also receives 29.4% of the funds donated to other parties. If other parties receive less donations than the Conservative Party loses some money. However, if other parties receive more, the Conservative Party gains more. Under these circumstances, if French investors still wanted to support the Liberal Party, they would have to invest significantly more. Of the funds donated by French investors to the Liberal Party would only receive 45.4%, with the remaining 54.6% being divided among other political parties, leaving the Liberal Party with no financial advantage. After careful deliberation and confirming that the system was not problematic, Carlo decided to implement the new system immediately to prevent French investors from over-investing in the Liberal Party. Following Carlo's order, the Spanish Parliament quickly and efficiently passed the new proposal for a new political donation system. The passage of the new system stunned French investors. They had originally planned to gain more political power and influence by supporting the Liberal Party, but now they had to abandon this idea. Under Spain's new system, they would have to pay at least double the price, and the results would be uncertain. After all, the funds would be divided among all the major parties. The Liberal Party, which actually invested, would only receive 45.4%, while the Conservative Party, which had done nothing, would receive 29.4%. The new system is a bleak prospect for French capital, but it does offer a ray of hope for smaller political parties with limited support. While per capita income in Spain has increased significantly compared to a decade ago, the country's still largely rural population means most people can barely afford to eat and wear warm clothes. Under these circumstances, political donations to any party are limited, even to the conservative and progressive parties. Even smaller parties with only 1 or 2 seats are even more vulnerable. Annual donations are meager, and their ability to conduct political activities relies solely on donations from their members. Under the new system, these parties will still receive some donations. While modest, it's certainly a significant improvement compared to the previous situation, when they had virtually no income. For this reason, these smaller parties are relatively welcoming of the new donation system. They stand to lose little, and in fact, stand to gain more. However, for Spain's 3 main political parties, the losses are significant. The Conservative Party, as Spain's largest party, is particularly vulnerable, as it receives the most donations. Because the Conservative Party has many members of the nobility, its political donations are large, and it stands to lose more under the new system. The Conservatives are completely loyal to Carlo and will not explicitly oppose orders that harm their interests. However, precisely because of this utter loyalty, the Conservatives must be compensated. Carlo's compensation is simple: a 500,000 pesetas annual donation from a fast food company owned by the royal family. Of this 500,000 pesetas, the Conservatives receive 347,000 pesetas. This amount is more than enough to offset the Conservatives' losses from the new system and allow more political parties to access funding. The reason for using the fast food company's donations, rather than Carlo's personal name, is that as King of Spain, he cannot overtly support a single party. For Carlo, whether it's the Conservatives, the Progressives, or the more cautious Liberals, they are effectively the same. As long as they don't explicitly oppose the monarchy, these parties are political forces he can leverage. Supporting only one party would mean Carlo was distancing himself from the rest. This was unwise, and Carlo was unlikely to allow a single party to dominate Spain. A truly rational political system should see several parties competing and cooperating, working together to Carlo's advantage. This would allow Carlo to dominate the major parties, allowing him to easily exploit their inter-party rivalries to ensure their loyalty. In this situation, if one party began to oppose the monarchy, Carlo wouldn't even need to take action. The other parties would unite against it for their own benefit. If Carlo explicitly supported a single party, the remaining parties would likely unite against it, or even against Carlo himself. Once the new system was enacted and implemented, Spain's existing domestic problems would be resolved. Without the support of French capital, the Liberal Party could pose no threat to the progressive and conservative parties. Carlo could also focus on the population growth of the Congolese territory and the changes it was undergoing due to the gold rush. During this period, the war between Britain and Afghanistan officially ended with the signing of the Treaty of Gundamak, which granted Britain formal diplomatic control over Afghanistan and the stationing of troops there. However, the British's joy was short-lived. The treaty instead inflamed anti-British sentiment in Afghanistan, escalating into a protracted uprising. Britain's entanglement in the Afghan quagmire was actually good news for Spain, as it afforded Spain ample time to develop its Congo territories without fear of British intervention. While later generations have argued that oil fueled the American military, in reality, gold fueled the British military in this era. The British Empire possessed the world's most extensive colonies, acquired not through peaceful means but through repeated colonial wars and invasions. A gold rush had already begun in the Congo. Had the British not been stymied by Afghanistan, they might have sought to create trouble for Spain or send colonists to establish their own colonies in the Congo River basin. Now, with the British entangled, Spain had ample time to pursue its plans. In reality, the British faced considerable challenges. As early as January, war broke out between Britain and the Zulu, an indigenous nation in South Africa. A 13,000-strong British colonial army, led by Lord Chelmsford, crossed the Tugela River and launched a massive attack on the Zulu kingdom. The British, arrogant and underestimating this indigenous nation, ultimately paid a heavy price. The Zulus surrounded the British troops under cover of darkness and launched a night raid. To the astonishment of the British soldiers, the Zulus, braving heavy British artillery fire, stormed the British camp and engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Over 3,000 Zulu soldiers were killed or wounded, while the British also suffered over 1,600 casualties. The main reason for this was that the Zulus stormed the British camp, turning the engagement into hand-to-hand combat. Had the Zulus not stormed the camp, the British army would have easily crushed the Zulus with firepower. The war cost the British over 1,000 rifles, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, and several artillery pieces, and they also lost much of the territory they had captured. But this victory did not end the war for the Zulus. Britain rejected any Zulu requests for negotiations and continued to send reinforcements to South Africa. As the world's most powerful nation, few could resist the British when they were determined to conquer a country. Although the Zulus inflicted heavy casualties on the British, even killing Napoleon III's son, Louis, this did not change the outcome of the war. In July 1879, the British easily defeated the Zulu army with their superior firepower. Experienced from long battles with the Zulus, the British army had a large supply of ammunition and artillery shells, effectively pinning the Zulus back from their positions. Unable to approach the British positions, the Zulus were unable to engage in their familiar hand-to-hand combat. Engaged in long-range combat, the Zulus were forced to withstand the fierce British firepower, and any who showed their presence were instantly annihilated. With the Zulus pinned down, the British cavalry moved in forcefully and easily routed the Zulu army. This victory also solidified Britain's advantage over the Zulus. The Zulu kingdom was divided into 13 small chiefdoms, all of which were brought under British rule. Of course, the complete conquest of the Zulus did not spell the end for the British, rather, it marked a new conflict. Britain's South African colony was established by the Dutch, who founded Cape Town, which later developed into the Cape Colony. However, with British encroachment, the Cape Colony was eventually taken over by the British. The descendants of the local immigrants, known as the Boers, were forced to flee north under British oppression. Their destination was the Zulu Kingdom, which boasted access to the sea and relatively fertile land, with a large population of indigenous people available for slavery. The British also set their sights on this land and eventually gained control. However, this in turn deepened the conflict between the Boers and the British, as there was no buffer zone between Boer-controlled and British-controlled territories. Compared to the technologically backward indigenous states, the Boers, who evolved from European immigrants, were significantly more advanced and possessed greater combat effectiveness. The conflict between Britain and the Boers was bound to intensify competition in South Africa. The Boer War proved that Britain's army could only bully the indigenous peoples of its colonies, lacking the advantage it had hoped for against more advanced armies. Carlo certainly understood that the Boer War presented Spain with a significant opportunity, perhaps even the possibility of annexing Portugal and reclaiming Gibraltar. However, the problem was that there were two Boer Wars, with the second being the true war. The First Boer War was more of a minor skirmish between Britain and the Boers than a war. The Second Boer War, which took place in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, was still nearly 20 years away. This meant that Spain still had at least another 20 years to achieve its goals of annexing Portugal and reclaiming Gibraltar. Of course, this time frame was good news. Spain could complete its strategic planning in those 20 years. The Second Boer War was a bitter British victory, but it came at a heavy price. A more proactive approach, even if it didn't change the outcome, would certainly have inflicted a greater cost on the British. The greater the British losses, the greater the chance that Spain would seize the opportunity to annex Portugal and recapture Gibraltar. Even if the British were mired in the Boer War, Spain would have the opportunity to annex Portugal and Morocco, seizing the opportunity to establish a vast empire spanning Europe and Africa. 5,000-word two-part chapter. Please vote. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.